Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Unlike the young Luo, Monet is 17 years old this year and will be an adult next year. So she just ate paramecia op fruit and soon felt the ultimate power in her body. With the help of Kahn, Monet successfully channeled the ultimate power from his body. On the palm of Monet, a hemispherical shape appeared out of thin air, and there was an airflow constantly rotating, like a transparent white mask like Uzumaki. In the next second, the hemispherical transparent white mask immediately expanded into a field, covering a radius of more than 10 meters. This is the field of operation of paramecia op fruit. In this field, Monet is like a god, mastering the power of various rules. She can ignore all quality and cut anything in the domain into 2 pieces or even multiple pieces. Unless it is a haki that uses panacea and the haki is stronger than Monet's, no matter how powerful the physical skill is, it is as fragile as thin paper. You can also exchange yourself with objects and teleport freely within the field. In addition, Monet can also splice the cut object onto another object. The spliced object will become an organ of another object, as if he was born with such a deformity. For example, Monet cut off a person's head and spliced it on another person's buttocks, and the other *** really grew a head. Therefore, the body cut off by the paramecia op fruit ability user must reattach his body before the op fruit ability user can splice it on other people or objects, otherwise it will be very passive. Because apart from op fruit ability users and some abilities that can restrain op fruit, no one can restore the spliced objects to their original shape. It is also this pervert's extreme ability that makes op fruit capable people unmatched in surgical operations. Even if the body stumps and arms are broken, even if those stumps and arms are gone, all you need to do is find someone who is about the same size as you, and splicing the other party's limbs onto your body, it will be the same as your original body, without any difference. In addition to the power of these rules, the field of martial arts even has the power of concepts. Things like the mind can be transferred through surgery. With various other abilities, paramecia op fruit deserves to be the ultimate devil fruit. Using telekinesis to fetch a small knife, Kahn asked Moshi to perform the 4 basic abilities of cutting, exchanging, splicing, and manipulating op fruit. Satisfied, Kahn then sent her to Robin for training in maid etiquette. After Monet's training, Kahn will take Monet by his side just like Robin did back then and train her to become the world's #1 doctor. To complete the plan of breaking the limits, the ceiling of the world, Kahn had to let Monet perform surgery on himself. In order to perform surgery on natural destroyers, Monet's strength must reach the level of a super strong, that is, fruit awakening. When the body and mind catch up with the ability, it can trigger the potential ability of the fruit, which is devil fruit awakening. At the same time, the awakening of devil fruit is another power of another dimension besides Conqueror's entanglement. Even if you haven't awakened Conqueror's Haki or mastered Conqueror's Coil, as long as the devil fruit you eat has top-level and top-level abilities, then after you awaken devil fruit, even if you face those superpowers who have mastered Conqueror's Coil, you still have a certain ability. The power of battle and the possibility of defeating the opponent. This is the case with Luo and Kid in the original book. During the decisive battle on Ghost Island, Luo didn't have Conqueror's Haki and Kid didn't master Conqueror's entanglement. Robin and Luo, as well as Monet, are all rational talents. Luo, who was born in a medical family, was able to awaken paramecia op fruit. Having read the memories of Dr. Kureha and all the doctors in the Drum Kingdom, Kahn, who has mastered the great secret treasure of the medical world, is also confident that Monet will become the world's #1 doctor, catch up with the fruit ability physically and mentally, and awaken the history of another dimension emperor. Even if she doesn't have the qualifications of a king. This year is the Sea Circle calendar 1509, and there are still 13 years to go before the Sea Circle calendar 1522 when the troubled times come. In the past 13 years, Kahn not only has the confidence to make Monet a superpower, but also has the confidence to make the Cross family the #1 overlord of the New World. After asking Monet to go to Robin to learn maid etiquette, Kahn also started the opening of the 3 Grandine Island ships. When Kahn was traveling for a month and a half, it wasn't that he didn't do nothing. He talks on the phone with Robin's 3 daughters every day. Apart from flirting, he also often talks about seriousness. When Kahn was relaxing, Robin had already rented out all the shops of the 3 Grandine Island ships. In the past 1.5 months, Grand Line and West Blues Company have traveled thousands of miles to Dressrosa to reach a long-term cooperation with Robin, who represents Kahn's will. Even before it opened, the Grantony New World, which has been dubbed the world's #1 entertainment city, has already had many companies come to decorate its stores, and this golden giant ship with a gold-plated surface officially set sail. Due to his status, he has not yet reached the level of the Emperor of the Sea, and the custom of cutting the ribbon for opening is not popular in this world. So, without any nonsense, Kahn directly contacted Morgans and asked him to help him publish the opening time of the 3 Grandine ships on Shijing Daily. These 3 giant ships will all start their business on the same day, see Circle Calendar August 8, 1509. Then Kahn contacted some of the largest nautical tool companies in the world through the black market and reached a long-term cooperation with them, allowing them to sell 3 Grandine Island ship versions in the nautical tool shops in the front and rear half of 4 Seas and Grand Line Eternity Pointer. The 3 Grandine Island ship versions will sail in the 3 sea areas of the West Blue and the front and rear half of the Grand Line, but they will not sail on the same channel. So there are only 2 ways to board the Grandine Island ship. One is to meet a passing island ship, and the other is to actively find the island ship through the Eternal Pointer. After asking Morgans to help publicize the opening time and reaching a cooperation with the largest sailing company 307, Kahn began to recruit talents from all over the world with the help of Morgan's Shijing newspaper and black market channels. As the recruitment news of the Cross family spread all over the world, the eyes of the major forces suddenly brightened, and they began to move. Except for the Capone family of West Blue, only those with excellent intelligence capabilities will know that the Cross family has also reached a long-term cooperation with the Dakihote family of North Blue and secretly controls Dressrosa, one of the member countries of the world government. In addition to these 2.5 subordinate forces, the Cross family has only one daughter island that outsiders cannot enter. Therefore, in addition to placing eyeliners in Dressrosa, the major forces sent undercover agents to the Capone family and the Dakihote family, which doesn't make any sense at all. Even if they set up eyeliners in Dressrosa, they can only collect superficial information, and they can't collect really useful information at all. And now, the 3 Grandine Island ships are officially recruiting. This is undoubtedly an opportunity to put undercover agents and eyeliners in and mix in with the high-level members of the Cross family. Especially the Grantine New World made of gold. This is definitely the second stronghold of the Cross family besides Daughter's Island. Once he can become a high-level executive of this island ship, he will definitely be able to know important information about the Cross family. As a result, the forces of all parties could not help but act. In particular, the world government, which has reached an in-depth cooperation with the Cross family, has dispatched the best and most suitable agents. The actions of various forces, as more and more talents came to apply, were all seen by Kahn. In this regard, Kahn sees through but does not say anything. At the same time, this is why Kahn secretly read people's hearts. Having the ability to see through people's hearts and read memories will have an absolute advantage at this time. MJU4 NDA2 NTC3 ODM1 NDMWMDC's Yajk smiley face. Those forces sent people here as undercover agents in order to become high-level executives of the enterprises under the Cross family. It is best to be the deputy of the top cadres, to be able to follow behind Robin and the girls, and to obtain important information about the Cross family. Therefore, they will definitely send the best talents to come over as undercover agents. Moreover, some of these talents are women. It may be an exaggeration to say that it is the whole world, but everyone in the New World knows that Khan's weakness is women. Except for women, no man can enter Daughter Island. Daughter Island is the stronghold of the Cross family. Even if you become the trusted deputy of the top cadres, if you are not a woman, you will not be able to enter Girl Island. Therefore, most of the outstanding talents sent by these forces to be undercover agents are young and beautiful women. They may not only want these undercover agents to become the deputy of the top cadres, but they may also want to see if these undercover agents have a chance to be spotted by Khan and become a member of the personal made group, that is, the top of the Cross family. Cadres and cadres. Once these undercover agents become the top cadres and cadres of the Cross family, they will be able to grasp all the decisions and movements of the Cross family in the future. Little did they know, they would only steal chickens without losing money, and gave Kahn the outstanding talents they had cultivated so hard to grow the Cross family in vain. Kahn will not deal with these undercover agents immediately, but wait until they help the 3 Grandine Island ship versions get on track, and let Monet take off their hearts once again, threatening them with their lives to continue to work for Grantony Ross family. And at some point, transmit some wrong information to their superiors in order to teach those forces. The interviewers responsible for interviewing talents are Robin and Sonia. But Kahn and Violet are secretly using their natural observation haki and paramecia, Jingguo, to see through people's hearts, to see how many undercover agents are among the talents who come to interview, and who are the undercover agents. For the next week, I was interviewing talents who kept coming to Dressrosa. Among these talents, Kahn saw 2 familiar figures. One is that the reason why he built the golden ship so quickly was for the lucky girl who attracted her, the Bacala who ate the paramecia lucky fruit. Kahn never tried to reach out to Bacala because he knew it wouldn't work. Paramecia lucky fruit is one of the abilities of rules. As long as the capable person stores luck, no matter what situation they encounter, they will turn bad luck into good fortune. For example, if Baccarat has enough luck, then even if she strays into the tsunami set off by Whitebeard, the islands dropped by Golden Lion, or the catastrophe scene created by Kahn, she will end up with no danger. If a bad person wants to find her, then Bacala will coincidentally leave for other reasons just before the other party finds her. Therefore, before the location of Bacala cannot be determined, even Kahn, who has the only perception, cannot find Bacala in New World and the whole world. There was only one way Kahn wanted to get Bacala. That is to use other things to attract Bacala. A life without worrying about food and clothing and under the protection of the strong is what Baccarat longs for. Following the Cross family's recruitment announcement, the 18-year-old Baccarat really took the bait. Before long, Kahn can start looking for the pure gold that is said to be able to buy the whole world. And another familiar figure is 14 years old this year. He is not yet an adult. He gives people a serious, capable, and very reliable feeling. He also has a resume that has worked in many companies. In fact, he is from agent of CP9 Khalifa. Obviously, Khalifa is a pawn inserted by the world government. Khalifa, whose father is a spy of CP9, is different from Spandam, whose son inherited her father's job. She joined CP9 by virtue of her qualifications and strength. For her loyalty and ability, world government trusts her very much. Kahn is equally trusting. So Kahn will not let Monet take away Khalifa's heart, but will make her one of the top executives of the Grantine New World. Hit the workers. After catching the lucky girl, causing a butterfly storm, and beheading Bingshan's secretary, Kahn was in a very happy mood. Therefore, he entrusted Violet with the task of finding an undercover agent, turned into a perfect body, Tianlong, picked up a normal version of the Grandine Island ship version with telekinetic power, and flew towards West Blue. Outside the windless zone on the left and right sides of New World are North Blue and West Blue respectively. So Kahn didn't need to spend a lot of time flying from New World back to the first half of the Grand Line, and then back to West Blue from the first half. In less than 2 days, Kahn returned to West Blue with the Grantine West Blue. Kahn then threw the Grandine West Blue to Capone Beach. Capone Beach in this life is undoubtedly a winner in life. As an exquisite egoist, Kahn will be very indifferent and cruel to people who can't bring him benefits, that is, useless people. But if he can bring benefits to himself, that is, people who are useful to him, Kahn will also be very generous. For example, Dai's Barreros, he brought himself paramecia op fruit. Even if Kahn has little savings, he is willing to give him 10 billion Baileys, and he will not go black and eat black. For example, after killing the celestial dragons, Kahn also remitted money to the owner of the auction house, Bailey, who bought 3 devil fruits. Even if he is so generous to outsiders, Kahn will naturally not be mean to his own people. Back then, Kahn promised to find a powerful devil fruit for Capone Beach, and then he asked the black market and Doflamingo to help him acquire a rare devil fruit. 2 years ago, Kahn got a familiar devil fruit. That is the paramecia explosion fruit eaten by Mr. Five. A senior agent of Baroque works in the original book, Mr. Five. This devil fruit is indeed a very rare and powerful devil fruit. Using it on Mr. Five's body is undoubtedly wasteful. So, Kahn bestowed it on Capone Beach. Not only that, Kahn also bestowed the training method of Marine 6 styles and a Haki manuscript to Ka Beach. And among the guards of Daughter's Island, 2 9-snake warriors who are rough in size but powerful in strength are selected to serve as bodyguards for Capone Beach. The current Capone Beach is the undisputed overlord of West Blue. Joining countries and non-joining countries to fight, both need to buy arms from him. Because of the banner of Cross, Good Money, Family, Marine of West Blue dare not trouble Capone Beach and the Capone family. The strongest franchise countries in the 4 seas and Marine dare not take action against the Capone family, and those West Blue pirates are even more disregarded by Capone Beach. Even without him making a move, the 9-snake warrior who served as his bodyguard can easily crush all enemies. In the waters of West Blue, probably only the 8 treasures navy of the Country of Flowers can threaten the status of Capone Beach. Therefore, Kahn handed over the Grantine West Blue to Capone Beach with confidence and let him become the head of the Grantine West Blue. Capone Beach, who originally controlled West Blue's largest gangster, arms and drug business, now controls West Blue's largest entertainment city, and his West Blue supremacy will become more stable. Dominating one of the 4 largest sea areas in the world and controlling the most profitable arms, pharmaceuticals, and entertainment industries, Capone Beach's annual blood transfusion to the Cross family will be astonishingly large. Just like what Doflamingo said, it didn't take long for Kahn to fully heal. After giving the Grantine West Blue to Capone Beach, Kahn explained some things to him and asked him to negotiate with the companies that lease the Grantine West Blue stores. After a while, Kahn will let Umit's transport fleet transport a group of talents, as well as 9 snake guards, to help manage and protect the Grantine West Blue. After the explanation, Kahn stayed to have a meal with Capone Beach, and then turned into a dragon and returned to New World. 2 days later, Kahn arrived at Kawashima. Then he called Sonia. Sonia, in the next few years, I will trouble you to stay in paradise. Looking at Sonia, who is more than 3 meters tall, Kahn said seriously, I don't feel comfortable handing over the Grantine Paradise to anyone else besides you, so I hope that you will be the master of the Grand South Star Paradise. Doorman. I see, master. For Kahn's arrangement, Sonia did not have any objection, but nodded obediently and assured her with a firm expression, leave it to me, I will definitely protect the Grantine Paradise. Thanks a lot. Kahn patted Sonia's arm, looked up and said, this trip to paradise, remember to take Margaret there and train her well. You can go home when she grows up. Yes, master. Since then, the heads of the 3 Grandine Island ships have been determined. The head of the Grantine West Blue is Capone Beach. The person in charge of Grantine 163 Paradise is Boa Sandersonia. The person in charge of Grantine New World is Boa Hancock. These 3 people have top-level strengths in their respective sea areas. Even if Kahn is not on the 3 island ships, they can easily deal with the enemy. On the island ship with all gold-plated appearances, Hancock's Logia Thunderfruit will also get amazing boosts. Even if the super strong invade the Grantine New World, Hancock is still fearless. Therefore, Kahn handed over the 3 island ships to them with confidence. As for himself, he began to change his career as a scientist, training Monet to become the world's #1 doctor. On the second day, Kahn reincarnated into the perfect body, Tianhu, and brought the Grantini Paradise, Sonia, Margarita, and members of the 9 Snake Pirates to the first half of the Grand Line. Part. After a while, he will ask Amit to transport a group of talents there. Sonia and the others can also continue to recruit in the Paradise. After sending 2 ordinary island ships to the West Blue and the first half of the Grand Line, Kahn returned to Daughter Island again and began to act as a hands-off shopkeeper, handing over the Dinglantajan Zinchian to Luo. He the Hancock girls dealt with it. He started to digest the memories of Vince M.O. Kajudge and Dr. Kureha. After digesting their memories, Kahn began to look at the research data of MADS, as well as the medical data accumulated by Dr. Kureha for several eras. A master of science and medicine is being born. That's when Kahn became an otaku, turning other people's knowledge into his own. The time soon came to August 8th of 1509 in the Sea Circle calendar. On this day, the front and rear sections of the Grand Line and the long-awaited 3 island ships from West Blue officially set sail. When Morgans announced the news on Shijingbao. During this period of time, those who had already bought the 3 sea areas of the Eternal Pointer set off for the Grandine Island ship version in the sea area. Among them, rich people, nobles, and even celestial dragons from all over the world have come to Grandine New World from a long distance. As Morgans concluded, on the Grandine New World, you can find all kinds of entertainment. As a popular entertainment arena, it is no exception. Moreover, there are more than one kind of arena in Grandine New World. In addition to human arenas, there are also arenas for beasts. For this reason, Kahn also specially took Koala to a windless area and used the ability of Paramecia Tuanzi fruit to control the beasts on Ruskena on 48 Season Island and bring them all back. Moreover, the strength of these ferocious beasts is a bit terrifying. Those Overlord-level ferocious beasts have a bounty of more than 300 million. So Kahn specially asked Morgans to help promote it and instantly made the Arena of Beasts one of the most popular entertainments on the Grandine Island Ship Edition. Many wealthy merchants, nobles, and celestial dragons came to watch the battle of these beasts. Not only that, the Beast Arena is also linked with the casino, allowing the audience to place bets. This arena will also become one of Kahn's biggest cash cows. Because these beasts are all glutinous rice dumplings that ate the fruit of Paramecia. They all follow Koala's orders. Koala only needs 1 sentence to make them play counterfeit matches. These beasts from Ruskena were sent to 3 island ships. Then every week, Koala will produce some glutinous rice balls, which will be sent to Meat's transport fleet to the first half of West Blue and Grand Line, to prevent these beasts from suddenly moving after the 1-month effect has passed. Incidentally, due to the in-depth cooperation between the Cross family and the world government, and the 3 Boya sisters and Koala did not become slaves of the celestial dragons. So for the arrival of the celestial dragons, N and his gang don't mind. And there was an incident of celestial dragons being killed that year. Those celestial dragons who came to play will be reminded to restrain their temper and know that the Grantini New World is not the Sabaody archipelago. Kahn wasn't going to let them down. With the arms and medicines of the Cross family becoming the giants and overlords in these 2 fields, the world government has gained too many benefits. These benefits are so great that unless the patriarchs or elders of the 19 royal families are killed, 1 or 2 celestial dragons will be lost, and the 5 elders are not willing to tear themselves apart with Kahn. Kahn's current privileges are so great that even the fleets of Marine Admiral and Vice Admiral can only see the sailing ships flying the Cross family flag. Even the jealous Akainu is the same. Because he is still Vice Admiral, he still dare not violate the orders given by Marshal Sora. If he sinks the Cross family ship and Kahn goes to make a small report to the world government, then he has offended the 5 elders. After offending 5 elders and leaving a bad impression, it will be difficult to be promoted to Admiral in the future, as well as the future Marine Marshal. That's the privilege Kahn now has. With the continuous influx of tourists into the 3 Grandine Island ships, the Golden City and 2 entertainment cities instantly became popular all over the world. Those who have visited the entertainment city's casinos, golf courses, racing tracks, arenas for warriors, arenas for beasts, opera houses, shopping streets, world specialty areas, etc., are all addicted and linger. Countless wealthy people immediately booked rooms in the Grandine Hotel, which was named the world's largest hotel by Morgans, and planned to spend some time here. Countless baileys, countless taxes, flowed into Kahn's hands from every corner of the 3 Grandine Island ships, every place where there were people. Kahn, who spent almost all his savings to build these 3 gadgets, also began to recover blood at an extremely fast speed. After the blood is recovered, the Cross family will skyrocket by 1 point every day. I believe that it won't be long before Kahn will become the richest person in the world, that is, the richest man in the world. After 3 years, the storm named Cross family once again swept the whole world. 6 years ago, the Cross family was just a West Blue king. Except for the high popularity in West Blue, few people have heard of this family in other sea areas and the front and rear half of the Grand Line. It wasn't until Cross Kahn marched into the Grand Line with the halo of the strongest supernova in history that the Cross family didn't begin to be known to the world. In the same year, Cross Kahn gained a firm foothold in New World, killed celestial dragons in Sabaody Archipelago, fought undefeated with Marine Admiral, and finally destroyed a small island, and revealed that the maid beside him was a Logia Thunder Fruit-capable user. Officially let the Cross family become famous all over the world, and everyone knows it. 3 years ago, thanks to the strongest Gemini and the only drug business, the Cross family became the first-class force in New World. The one arm of the Overlord has officially become the only existence of the first-class forces under the Overlord. And now, the Cross family, which has been settled for 3 years, seems to be announcing to the whole world that the 4th Maritime Overlord will soon be born. When the forces of all parties and the world look back on the past 6 years, they can't help but feel a burst of horror. In just 6 years, the Cross family, who made their fortune in West Blue, has become a first-class force in New World, and their business has spread all over the 4 sea areas of New World, Paradise, West Blue, and North Blue. Related to this family, as well as affiliated forces, there are North Blue's Don Quixote family, West Blue's Overlord Capone family, New World's Dressrosa, and the Amazon Lily Kingdom. 2 families, 2 kingdoms. The Cross family, with power spread across the 3 sea areas, now needs channels and channels, and requires troops to have troops. Therefore, the unique medicines produced by this family, as well as high-quality and high-tech thermal weapons, are among the top 5 best-selling items in the dark world. They heal the world, but make war. Countless people were saved by their medicines, but countless people died because of their arms. This family is a combination of angels and devils. In this era where wars are constantly raging and pirates are the mainstream, arms and medicines are undoubtedly one of the most profitable businesses. The Cross family, which has become a giant in these 2 fields, is undoubtedly the richest family in the world. Among the big forces in the New World, only the Charlotte family, with the most troops and territory, is probably richer than the Cross family at present. Because the Cross family is just a new family, and the Charlotte family is one of the 3 monsters. It has developed from the Rocks era to the present, and has accumulated decades of heritage. The Whitebeard pirates and Beasts pirates, both of which are the 3 major monsters, are not as rich as the Cross family. The former is a rough man, full of loyalty. The money he earns is either sent back to his hometown, or he doesn't charge protection fees, and his son's money is spent on drinking. The latter will make money, but not as much as the Cross family and Charlotte family. After comparison, you will find that the Cross family is not weaker than the 3 overlords, and even stronger than the 2 overlords in terms of making money. With the opening of 3 island boats, the Cross family has become a powerhouse in the entertainment field. It won't be long before the 3 overlords combined may not be as rich as the Cross family. As long as the patriarch of the Cross family, That is, the walking scourge cross Kahn proves his strength again. Morgans will definitely help him immediately, push him to the highest peak in the world, and declare the fourth sea overlord birth. It was a moment Morgans had been looking forward to. When that day comes, the situation in the New World will officially change from a tripartite confrontation to a pattern ruled by 4 emperors. And Shijingbeo, as well as his big news Morgans, is one of the protagonists who personally turned the page for this era. This is undoubtedly the dream of Morgans, very representative super big news. However, the emperor was not in a hurry and the eunuch was in a hurry. Morgans dreamed of waiting for that day to come, but Kahn, who was only one step away from the world's highest peak, was not in a hurry. 3 island ships were opened, and Kahn did not board the Granine New World to see how hot the gold ship business is. Instead, he stayed in the palace of Daughter's Island. While continuing to digest the 2 treasures, he took out his phone bug to contact the black market and entrusted the black market to help him buy a large amount of equipment and materials. Kahn will build a huge underground base under the palace for scientific research and medical experiments. After the underground base was built, Kahn produced a large number of replica soldiers, allowing the Cross family to surpass the other 3 overlords in strength. Then try to see if you can create the original Pacifist and Seraphim. If not, go to Vegapunk to have a good chat in the future. Vince Mo co-judge's memory, as well as the scientific research materials in the safe, have complete replica soldiers and design drawings of replica soldiers' machines. Kahn only needs to get equipment and materials, and he can immediately start manufacturing replica soldiers. But a 20-year-old replica soldier needs 5 years. Asking for flowers. In other words, it will take at least 5 years for the Cross family to surpass the 3 overlords in terms of ordinary military strength, including the Big Mom pirates, with the largest military strength. After just 5 years, Kahn can't wait. And 5 years later, New World will surely enter the era of Cross Kahn. So, after ordering the desired equipment and materials through the black market, Kahn continued to digest the memories of Vince Mo co-judge and Dr. Kureha while looking at the stolen materials of the 2 major fields. It wasn't until a week later, when the Granine New World made a small circle in front of New World and was about to pass Dressrosa to the rear, that Kahn asked Mary to put all the information into the castle. And then finally boarded the Grandizine New World. Several years ago, Kahn decided to build the Golden City. 0. Therefore, after he moved Daughter Island to New World, he did not renovate the island that outsiders could not enter and still let it retain its original culture. Few people know that in Kahn's Maid team, there is a Paramecia, strong city fruit ability user. All the valuable things, Kahn will be kept in Mary's castle, not in the palace on Daughter's Island, and in the villas belonging to the Cross family in the Golden City. And Mary, like Koala next to Robin, will always be by Hancock's side. With the protection of the Pirate Queen, not many people in this world can hurt Mary. In addition, the 9 Snake Pirates also followed Sonia to the first half of the Grand Line, and now there are only some Grandmaster Haki guards and ordinary citizens left on Daughter Island. Even if someone can avoid the observation Haki of the guards and sneak into the Daughter Island, there will be no gain. Moreover, in the 4 areas of the island, the southeast, the north, and the west, Kahn also left behind 4 Beast Kings who ate glutinous rice dumplings. These Beast Kings are all supernova existences from Ruskana with a strength of at least 300 million Baileys. If the eyeliner and undercover agent placed in Dressrosa thought that after Kahn and his gang left Daughter Island, they could easily sneak into Daughter Island, it would be a big mistake. Finally, Kahn even asked Violet to use clairvoyance from time to time to see if there were any intruders on Daughter Island. If there are any, let Scarlet deal with them. And Kahn will not stay on the Granine New World for a long time. The reason why I boarded the Golden City this time was because the underground base hadn't been built yet, and I wanted to go out to relax and gain the goodwill of the lucky girl by the way. As long as he gets Baccarat's favor, Kahn can start looking for pure gold. It is extremely difficult to find the pure gold that is said to be able to buy the whole world in the vast sea. Even if you know that the pure gold is in the body of a lanternfish, and that lanternfish is as big as an island, it's still the same. The legend of pure gold has been passed down to the present 200 years ago. In the past 200 years, countless people have tried to find cagefish. But in the end, no one succeeded, including the world government with its 800-year heritage. So if you want to find the lanternfish, you have to rely on luck. There is a theory of luck and fate in this world. Luffy met the legendary lanternfish by relying on the luck of the Destiny's Son. Kahn wants to find the lanternfish. There are only two ways. One is to wait for Luffy to grow up and go out to sea. After the Straw Hat Pirates entered the New World in Sea Circle Calendar 1522, they followed or monitored him all the way until they encountered lanternfish. The second is to also mention 563 to improve your luck so that you can become the husband of the goddess of luck. You are so lucky that you can find money when you go out, buy fruits, and find the top devil fruit, and fly at low altitude over the sea with a lantern at night. Just to the extent that the lanternfish is attracted. Starting this year, Kahn will use the second method. If the lanternfish is not found until Sea Circle Calendar 1522, Kahn will use the first method, with the help of Luffy's unparalleled luck, to help him find the lanternfish. Eh? Make me a maid, is it true or not? On this day, it was built next to the rockery behind the Grandine Hotel. Like Daughter Island, only members of the Cross family and 9 snake fighters can enter the villa. Baccarat, who was brought in front of Kahn, couldn't help pointing at herself and asked with surprise and astonishment. Yes, surprise. Being invited to be his maid, if the person who said this was someone else, Inkara would definitely feel insulted. But when the words came from Kahn, Baccarat was pleasantly surprised. Who in the world does not know that Cross family except for the patriarch Cross Kahn? The cadres and top cadres of the family are all his maids. To be Cross Khan's handmaid means, at worst, to be an ordinary Cross family one. Khan's invitation is undoubtedly telling Bacala, do you want to join the Cross family and become a cadre of the Cross family? How could this kind of pie in the sky not surprise Bacala? Wait, why me? Immediately, Bacala seemed to think of something, suddenly woke up, and looked at Kahn suspiciously. From applying in July to the current August 15th, it has only been more than a month since Bacala joined the Grandine New World. In more than a month, Gakara also met the head of the Cross family for the first time. If he didn't know the big man in front of him, if he wanted to attack him, no matter how much he resisted, it would be useless. Faced with such a sudden loss of Pai, Bacala has long been wary of Kahn. Because of your ability. My ability? Bacala raised her finger again and pointed at herself. Seeing Baccarat's puzzled face, Kahn smiled and said, it seems that your recognition of your fruit ability is not clear enough. My ability, isn't it luck? Bacala tilted her head and asked curiously, aside from making myself lucky and making others unlucky, is there any other purpose for my devil fruit? It's just this usage, it's scary enough, and it's also the reason why I'm sending you an invitation. Kahn said unhurriedly, your understanding of this world is not deep enough, because your strength is too weak, and you only stay in the world of the weak. And after you ate the Paramecia lucky fruit, you only use this ability to make small troubles. With luck, you have been safe and have not been targeted by anyone with a heart. In fact, when you enter the world of the strong, you will discover the truth of the world and realize how terrifying your fruit ability is. After finishing speaking, Kahn didn't wait for Bacala to continue asking with doubts, and then said, Bacala, do you know pure gold? Pure gold. The question that just came to her throat stopped slightly, and Bacala seemed to think of something. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Kahn, and said in surprise, could it be said that it is said that the pure gold that can buy the whole world is real? Good. Kahn nodded and said, the pure gold is not only real, but also hidden in a giant sea king, but the location of the sea king is hard to find. So that's why you want to use my fruit ability to help you find the sea kings? Baccarat suddenly understood why Kahn invited her. Yes. Kahn nodded again and promised, the location of pure gold is one of the biggest secrets that our Cross family holds, and we can only know this secret if we become our own. And pure gold will also be the third benefit of our family members. As long as you become my maid and use your ability to help me find pure gold, then you also have a share of pure gold. After observing Bakara, Kahn knew that it was difficult for him to coax Bakara, who was already an adult and a weak girl, but could survive in New World. Therefore, Kahn decisively changed his mind and used the method of trading to get Bakala to willingly find lanternfish for him. Only by making Baccarat willing, the ability of Paramecia Lucky Fruit can exert its effect. If Bakala is forced to help him find lanternfish, then Bakala's luck will never allow Kahn to get his wish. Do I have the option to say no? Baccarat asked jokingly suddenly. Kahn's reaction made Bakala feel out of the garden. I saw Kahn chuckled and said, "We have already planned to search for pure gold. Your appearance just surprised us. Maybe it will shorten the time. If you refuse, I will not embarrass you, let alone worry that I will imprison or kill you." Kahn's words are full of sincerity, because he really won't embarrass Bakara. If it weren't for the fact that Bakala is a great beauty, and her abilities are what Kahn urgently needs, Kahn would not have invited her to be his maid. If Bakala refuses, Kahn will still let her serve as the top executive of the Grantini New World, with no worries about food and clothing. But after Monet is familiar with the ability of Paramecia, Op Fruit, and can use the mind transfer technique, Kahn will ask someone in the family to temporarily exchange bodies with Bakala. Borrow her 1.3 Paramecia Lucky Fruit. Therefore, Baccarat's promise is the best. Kahn will regard her as one of the closest people, and after getting the pure gold, she will definitely have her share. It doesn't matter if you refuse, just borrow her ability forcibly when the time comes. Looking at Kahn with a sincere face, not lying, Bakala felt that what he said was true. And once I refuse, I will really miss the hope of reaching the sky and getting pure gold. Then my choice is yes. Bakala trusted her feelings very much, so she showed her charming, innocent, and mischievous smile, winked at Kahn, and said with a smile, "Please teach me more in the future, master." Please give me more advice, Bakala. Kahn also laughed back. Since then, Cross family has added a new member, and she is also a lucky girl who will bring luck to the family. Pure gold, what is this? It's a lie. The pure gold legend 200 years ago is actually true? As soon as the family added members, Kahn called the Hancock daughters who were busy and let them get to know Bakara again. This behavior made Bakala feel the respect of Kahn. The reason why Kahn invited Bakala was to make the girls of Hancock look puzzled and puzzled. Only the knowledgeable Robin and Koala, who has been trained by Robin since she was a child, is now a qualified assistant. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. Robin even showed a rare look of shock. Robin. Seeing Robin, who has always been calm, showing such an expression, Hancock and Mary, as well as the two sisters, Monet and Sugar, and Violet and Shelley, who came to visit the Golden City, couldn't help but throw at her curious glances. Robin calmed down and popularized the legend of pure gold to the girls. It is said that 200 years ago, a scientist refined a brand new metal called pure gold. This metal has only one effect, and that is to slow down the aging rate of the human body, that is, to prolong life. It is said that this metal can keep people alive for hundreds of years, so it is also known as a treasure that can buy the whole world. But, after a slight pause, Robin stared at the smiling Kahn and asked curiously, "Master, isn't this a 25 legend?" Kahn did not explain in detail, but asked rhetorically, "Isn't the Golden Country also a legend, and isn't Rolando the Big Tail also a fairy tale?" "I see." Robin was stunned for a while, and then exclaimed, "I didn't expect that in this world there is really something that can prolong life. Master, where is that pure gold?" Hancock, who finally understood the conversation between the two, immediately looked at Kahn with beautiful eyes, excited, as if Kahn said a location, and she would immediately turn into lightning and rush over there by teleportation. Taking the legendary pure the gold back is average. If anyone in the family cares about age changes the most, it must be Hancock. Next to Daughter's Island, Queen Scarlet of Dressrosa. The former is known as the world's most beautiful woman, with the world's most beautiful face, figure, and temperament. The latter is known as the most beautiful queen in the history of allied countries. When Shirahoshi was a 3-year-old child, if one were to choose the world's #1 beauty and the world's second beauty, then the people on the list would definitely be Hancock and Scarlet. Crucially, they also believe that their beauty is second to none. So beauties are afraid of getting old, both Hancock and Scarlet have it, and they are bigger than any other women. Fortunately, Hancock's biological age is only 24 years old this year, and Scarlet is only 22 years old. In another 10 or 20 years, when they are almost 40 years old, if they can't freeze their age like Xiachi, they will definitely be very anxious. But now, Hancock learned that in this world, there is actually a metal that can slow down the aging speed of the human body and preserve the youth of the human body for hundreds of years. How could he not be surprised and excited? So, when Hancock learned from the master that pure gold is hidden in a lanternfish, that lanternfish likes to stay in the deep sea and occasionally appears in the light-transmitting layer, but most of the time, it will only becomes active at night. The way for the master to find pure gold is to use Baccarat's paramecia lucky fruit to increase the possibility of them encountering lanternfish, and then use Violet's paramecia staring fruit to cover clairvoyance and clairvoyance with a radius of 4,000 kilometers eyes after looking for lanternfish in the sea area of the light-transmitting layer. Immediately, Hancock held Violet and Bacala, who were not as tall as her, into his arms one at a time. His attitude changed from his usual arrogance, and he said enthusiastically, "Violet, Bacala, I will leave my concubine's youth to you." "I see, my lord." The small face is attached to Hancock's self-torturing greatness, and Violet calls Hancock the same as sugar. "I will do my best, my sis." Seeing Violet call Hancock that way, the 18-year-old Baccarat, who is only 1.8 meters tall, is Kaido in the same way. Due to pure gold, Bacala, who joined the maid group with paramecia lucky fruit, not only was not rejected by the girls of Hancock, but quickly became the favorite of the group. In Kahn's personal maid group, except for Sonia, there is no one who is not beautiful and peerless. Not only Hancock and Scarlet are afraid of old age, but even Robin and the others are very concerned about their youth. Therefore, Violet and Bacala, who are most likely to help them find pure gold, are naturally group favorites. Accepting Kahn's invitation and becoming a personal maid, Baccarat also instantly got the undercover agents inserted by various forces, and the coveted cadre status directly soared to the sky. That night, Kahn and his gang held a welcome banquet for Bacala in the villa. In the Grand Tianhu world, where the number of tourists has exceeded 6 figures, or even close to 7 figures, the news that Baccarat became Kahn's personal maid could not be concealed at all, and was quickly covered by all parties. The eyeliners and undercover agents inserted by the forces knew about it. Seeing that Bacala, who has only been employed for a month and a half and even only worked for a week, has changed from an ordinary employee to a cadre or one of the top cadres of the Cross family so quickly, those undercover agents who are also employees, immediately filled with hope and motivation. If they behaved well, they might soon become Kahn's personal maids and successfully break into the Cross family. As everyone knows, their efforts have no return at all except for making money for Kahn. Not only that, but when Monet completed the training of the maids and the Grand Tianhu world was on track, it was the moment when they lost their hearts and their lives were controlled by Kahn. After the banquet, Kahn also put on a simple disguise, being an ordinary tourist on the Grand Tianhu world for a few days. As the only gold version among the 3 island ships, Grand Tianhu world is undoubtedly special. It belongs to the mothership just like the mothership and the daughtership. And its whole body is gold-plated, giving people a sense of luxury made of gold, and it also makes those very rich businessmen, nobles and world nobles who would rather travel thousands of miles from the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line to New World than willing to go to the other 2 island boats for vacation. Because only such a golden giant ship is worthy of their identity and status. Where there are people, there are benefits, and where there are many rich people, the benefits are even greater. Therefore, Even if Grantinine New World has only opened for a week, the number of tourists has already exceeded 6 figures, and it is infinitely close to 7 figures. And among these hundreds of thousands of people, there are only a handful of rich people, and the rest are criminals who come to play and gamble or do some illegal business. After the opening of the Golden City, Kahn did not prohibit the sale of slaves, the trading of illegal drugs and arms, and the prohibition of fighting in the street, except for the reasons of the 3 Boya sisters and Koala. Even fights can be handled by themselves in the duel field specially prepared for them. Therefore, the current Golden City is like the lawless area of the Sabaody archipelago, a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Among them, there are still many rebellious guys who ignored the rules of the Golden Ship and were arrested by the 9 Snake Warriors. If the 9 Snake Warriors can't beat them, then they will be out of luck. The invisible electric field, which can cover the entire island ship, will appear in front of them in less than a second. After subduing it, it will be sent to the shooting range, where it will be shot by some shooting enthusiasts like a target. Kill. The method of execution was extremely cruel. In order to warn those outsiders, Kahn also specially built the shooting range next to the Golden Port, giving those guys who came to the Golden Ship for the first time a warning. Kahn played on the Golden City for half a month. Under Robin's greedy gaze, he paid half a month's rations to Hancock before returning to Daughter Island. She is the queen, so she must stay in the country and watch over Dressrosa and Scarlet on Daughter Island. This time, Kahn took Marie and Monet away from Hancock and Robin. The secret to receiving equipment and materials is to use Mary's paramecia, chenching fruit. After more than a month of training, Monet, who is also a rational type, has completed the training on maid etiquette and is now a very good maid. Therefore, Kahn began to keep Monet by his side and passed on all the medical knowledge of Dr. Kureha and the doctors of the Drum Kingdom to her. And not by word of mouth. Among the doctors whose memories were read by Kahn, there are many excellent mentors who have taught a large number of outstanding students. Digesting their memories, Kahn, who has become a medical expert, also has a lot of experience in teaching and is a great teacher of action and language. And the ability of paramecia op fruit can turn a quack doctor into a world-famous doctor. In the field of surgery, Monet, like Kahn who releases telekinetic power, is like a god. Her eyes and senses can spot viruses that other people cannot see with their naked eyes. Her baton can not only manipulate all objects to float, but even viruses can be extracted. In the same way that Bartholomew Kuma ejects pain, Monet, who has no medical knowledge, can extract viruses and destroy them with a laser. For example, the body transformation done by the genius surgeon Hobak, which allows people to have the jaws of a lion, the skin of an elephant, and the strength of a bear or an orangutan. Monet can also do it easily, without even needing anesthesia, because being injured the body cut open by op fruit will not feel the slightest pain. Monet only needs to cut the human body apart, and then use the splicing ability to splice the animal limbs together, so that person can gain the power of animals. Monet, who is in the field of surgery, is equivalent to a player who has opened a cheating device, holding B&B. So when Kahn began to teach Monet, Monet suddenly grew up at a jaw-dropping speed. And in terms of action, Monet, who has the field of surgery, can do things that Kahn cannot. According to this growth rate, Monet can become the world's #1 doctor in just a few years. In other words, Monet is now at the level of a famous doctor. She is like Kahn, who has a natural observation haki. She only needs to digest the knowledge of Dr. Kureha and the doctors. In the field of surgery, cutting the human body will not cause casualties, so that Monet can perform surgery even with zero experience. Right. Therefore, Kahn, who originally took half of his time to teach Monet, soon simply let Monet read the book by himself, and then asked him if he didn't understand. Kahn himself, on the other hand, began to build the underground foundations. Blue. Just when Kahn used telekinesis and was ready to do it himself, the phone bug that he carried with him suddenly rang out. Doflamingo. When Kahn answered the phone bug instantly imitated Doflamingo and asked, "Kahn, are you on board the Grandi New World, or are you in the girls section?" "I'm in Daughter Island, what's wrong?" Since Observation Haki was born unable to read his heart through phone bugs, Kahn rarely showed doubts. "Is your paramecia op fruit eaten?" Doflamingo continued. "Have you found the right one?" "Found it. My maid has eaten the paramecia op fruit." Kahn vaguely guessed something, and after answering Doflamingo's question, he joked, "Why, are you going to introduce a suitable candidate to me?" Zixixi originally had this idea. The phone bug imitated Doflamingo's movements, nodded, and explained, "In my family, there is an excellent kid who has been infected with lead disease. His days are numbered, and he was born in a medical family. I think he is like this. It would be a pity to die. I originally wanted to give him to you, but now it seems that he should die. Send him to Dressrosa." Comprehending the meaning of Doflamingo's last words, Kahn said so without waiting for him to ask. "Zixixi, we will pass now." Doflamingo's answer made Kahn a little surprised. "You also came to New World? Could it be that you got the identity of Shichibukai?" "Not yet, but soon." Doflamingo Kaido, as if he didn't want to say more. Kahn, who knew his plan was to take the gold from the sky, didn't bother to ask. Let Doflamingo take Luo to Dressrosa, and after calling him again, Kahn hung up the phone and continued to work. Butterfly storm fanned again. At this time period in the original book, Corazon should have died. But because Kahn cut paramecia op fruit in advance, Corazon got his life back, and at the same time, Don Quixote family escaped unharmed again. In the original book, when Marine traded paramecia op fruit with Dai's Barreros, it was also the time when he was preparing to close the net to capture Doflamingo. But because Corazon came to Mignon Island to snatch paramecia op fruit in order to save Luo, Corazon was injured on the way and had to ask Luo to help him hand over the collected information to Marine. Unexpectedly, the Marine that Luo handed over the information to was precisely Virgo, who Doflamingo arranged to be an undercover agent in the Marine. As a result, Corazon was exposed as an undercover agent and was finally shot dead by Doflamingo. And now, because Kahn cut off paramecia op fruit in advance, Corazon did not take Luo to Mignon Island, but went to all the hospitals in North Blue and did not return to Don Quixote family for a long time. Without the information and location provided by Corazon, Marine could not collect the net at all. This phone call from Doflamingo, it is obvious that Corazon brought the dying Luo back to the Quixote family. In the hearts of brothers Doflamingo and Corazon, Luo holds a special place. Before being rescued by Corazon, Luo's eyes were the same as Doflamingo's, wishing to destroy the world. It was this look that made Doflamingo develop a love for Luo and adopted and raised this kid who had only 3 years left to live. The reason why Corazon treats Luo so well is because he has the same eyes as Doflamingo. As a child, he was incapable of saving his big brother. Now that he's grown up and capable, Corazon doesn't want Luo-chung to be the second Doflamingo. It was this special feeling that made the two brothers not want Luo to die just like that. If Kahn didn't let Monet eat the paramecia op fruit, Doflamingo might really open the mouth and give Luo to Kahn, hoping that Kahn would give the paramecia op fruit to Luo. If Kahn is unwilling, he will tell Kahn the ultimate secret of paramecia op fruit and let Luo eat paramecia op fruit and then give his heart to Kahn. Live for decades, in exchange for helping a person for decades, and finally use your own life to perform immortality surgery for Kahn. In the eyes of Doflamingo, this is definitely a deal that can't be more cost-effective for Luo. 3 days later. The Numancia flamingo of the Don Quixote family has arrived at Dressrosa on the east side of Daughters Island. Looking at the town that is no longer crowded with people, but everyone is going to the Grandi New World, which is a bit deserted compared to before, the eyes of Doflamingo's sunglasses are a little regretful. Originally, he had been eyeing this country for a long time, and after he was going to obtain the status of Shichibukai, he came to take back the territory that his ancestors once ruled. It's a pity that Kahn occupied this place before he could act. Although Kahn did not publicize it, The whole world knows that Dressrosa is an affiliated force of the Cross family. Including the world government, they also turned a blind eye to Kahn's behavior of occupying the member countries of the world government. In addition, Dressrosa pays a lot of money every year, and the world government has not kicked it out of the ranks of the franchise countries. As for why Kahn let Scarlet continue to pay the skyrocketing money, it's very simple, because the joining countries have many privileges. Kahn doesn't pay attention to a little bit of gold, and it's definitely earned by them to buy privileges. In the original Dressrosa, Marine Admiral Fujitora came to Dressrosa with a smile and must collect evidence of Doflamingo's crimes before he can be arrested. Doflamingo made 803 shots against him, and Fujitora, who has the strength to crush Doflamingo, can only endure Doflamingo's provocation and cannot solve Doflamingo himself. Even if Dressrosa is full of pirates, Marine can't catch them. This is one of the privileges of the Confederate States. The most desired site was taken away, and Doflamingo has no intention of taking it back except for regrets. Because compared to Kahn's friendship and flag, a mere Dressrosa is not worth mentioning at all. But Doflamingo has an idea, that is, he is going to find an uninhabited island as the base camp of the Don Quixote family in New World. Then he asked Kahn to help him move the uninhabited island to Dressrosa, to be precise, the waters near Daughter Island, and be neighbors with Kahn. In this way, relying on the status of an ally, the Don Quixote family, with the banner of the Cross family, can develop without interruption. As long as Kahn does not collapse, the Don Quixote family will not need many years to become the New World, and even one of the Dark Kings in the whole world. As for whether Kahn will fall, Brother Doflaming, CFFB, who is well aware of the worldwide influence of the Cross family and how deep the cooperation with the world government is, does not think that the three monsters can bring Kahn down. Unless their three monsters unite. But this is obviously impossible. Just as Morgans has been looking forward to the moment when Kahn will reach the top, Doflamingo is also very clear that the Cross family will become the new maritime supremacy, which is definitely a matter of the next few years. Once Kahn becomes the Emperor of the Sea, those who are labeled as the Cross family will be like the affiliated pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, and they will almost do whatever they want in New World. That's why Doflamingo worked so hard to help Kahn make money. After going to the island, Doflamingo did not take his family members to visit Dressrosa, but called Kahn, who was waiting for Kahn's arrival on the coast facing Daughter Island. After a while, two afterimages flew over from Daughter's Island at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Kahn and Monet, who used telekinesis to eliminate the air barrier, landed in front of Doflamingo and others. "Dover, is this the man you want to heal?" After landing, Kahn did not greet Doflamingo either. Instead, he looked behind Doflamingo, who was held in Corazon's arms, Luo, who didn't even have the strength to walk now, and asked knowingly, Hey, yes, his name is Trafalgar Law. He is a survivor of the White Town tragedy, and he is also one of the tragedies." Doflamingo said meaningfully, "Monet, he will leave it to you." Kahn nodded, and said to Monet, who was wearing a black and white maid outfit beside him, "Yes, master." Monet responded with a serious face, then raised his hand to create a hemispherical transparent white mask, turning it into an invisible field, covering Kahn and everyone in the Don Quixote family. In the next second, Monet pulled out a scalpel hidden behind him and divided a piece of mushroom-shaped rock not far away into two, then lifted one of them with a baton and floated not far away, forming an operating table. Immediately, Luo in Corazon's arms disappeared out of thin air and appeared on top of the operating table. Looking at the back of Monet walking towards the operating table, Doflamingo exclaimed slightly, "Zixixi." These are the three foundations of cutting, directing, and transfer of op-op fruitability. What a handy yet powerful force. Yes, Monet is the third most powerful member of the Cross family, and the fourth highest cadre, Kahn said with a smile. "Monet?" Doflamingo read the name for a while, and then sighed. "I'm afraid it won't take long for this name to spread all over the world." "Dover, do you want to make money?" While Monet was treating Luo, Kahn suddenly asked Doflamingo, I want to, of course I want to. Although he didn't know why Kahn asked, Doflamingo answered without hesitation. At the same time, his heart was full of expectations. Kahn just gave him the right to sell ammunition and medicines, the intermediary fee given by the buyer, and a little share from the Cross family as the seller, and the Don Quixote family has already made a lot of money. And now, Kahn seems to have a new way to make money for him. How could Doflamingo not look forward to it? The world saw Kahn's money-making prowess as the Cross family became a titan of arms, drugs, and entertainment. In particular, Doflamingo, who helped Kahn find Paramecia, golden fruit, admires Kahn's mobile entertainment city creativity and ability to make money. Whatever Kahn throws at him is enough to make them puke. The Capone family, who first boarded the giant ship Cross family, is the most typical example. After seeing Doflamingo take the bait, Kahn smiled and said his plan: I'm going to make the name of Monet Paramecia op fruit capable, just like hyping the Golden City, and make her the world's #1 doctor. Then, with the help of Monet's reputation, open a hospital on the Golden City to make the hospital famous. It is best to take away the world's #1 hospital in the Drum Kingdom and strive to open the hospital all over the world within 10 years and sell medicines from the dark world to the bright. I want to hand over the work of building the hospital to you. I will pay for it and you will contribute. You will have a certain share of the profits of each hospital. 666i. This kind of proposal has only benefits but nothing. I am afraid that only a fool would refuse. Hearing Kahn's last words, Doflamingo immediately grinned back and said with an evil smile, No problem, leave it to me. Glancing at Corazon, who was standing not far from Monet, who was comforting Luo, Kahn suddenly said meaningfully to Doflamingo, Don't worry about the doctor, I will send someone there after the hospital is completed. Learn. Doflamingo was a little confused, but he didn't ask. As a result, the Cross family and the Don Quixote family once again established a long-term cooperation, and the relationship between the allies has deepened. The virus in his body has been completely cleared, and he will be like a normal person after a few days of rest. That's when Kahn and Doflamingo finalized a new long-term collaboration. Monet had already completed the operation and said calmly to Corazon, who was crying with joy, Thanks, thanks. Corazon thanked Luo repeatedly with a choked voice, then hugged Luo, who was still weak, and shouted excitedly, Great, Luo, you are fine. Monsieur Corazon. Luo, whose complexion had returned to normal, also had tears in his eyes and hugged Corazon's neck excitedly. At this moment, the butterfly flapped its wings again. The butterfly storm triggered this time. I don't know if there will be another member missing in the era of evil in the future, or Luo will become a cadre of the Don Quixote family, or will betray the Don Quixote family with Corazon and become a marine, or finally eat a powerful devil fruit, embark on a path against Doflamingo, or even the Cross family. But what is certain is that Luo wants to be the same as the original book, becoming the Huang Luo, who has a bounty of 3 billion Baileys, and even Marine owes him 2 billion. Finalizing a new cooperation with Doflamingo and giving Luo a new life, by the way, is just an episode for Kahn. After asking Doflamingo to have a meal at King's Heights in Dressrosa, Kahn stays in Scarlet's room for the night and pays the rations by the way. The next day, after Kahn watched the Don Quixote family leave, he returned to Daughter Island to build his own underground base. It was not until March of 1510 that the large underground base that Kahn personally built was completed. And during this time, many things happened on the sea. For example, at North Blue, Vince Mo Judge, whose fifth child and fourth son Vince Mo Sanji was stolen by Kahn, has disappeared. In fact, it was Sanji who fled the family and even prepared to flee North Blue, which was ruled by Germa 66. Then there is the addition of 7 warlords of the sea affiliated to the world government. The new members originally developed in North Blue, but due to being labeled as the Cross family, the head of the Don Quixote family, which is very famous in the dark world, is called Heavenly Yiksha and Darkness. Don Quixote Doflamingo of Junker Joker. As for how he became the 7 warlords of the sea, No one knows except Kahn and some people with strong intelligence capabilities. If a person with no record suddenly becomes 7 warlords of the sea, then there will definitely be many pirates who will not be convinced. However, since the Don Quixote family is one of the sellers who help the Cross family sell arms and medicines, whether it is a member country or a non-member country, or pirates and gangsters, nearly half, or even more than half, are illegal. Molecules all buy arms in the hands of Doflamingo. Except for some weak pirates, basically no pirates will challenge Doflamingo. Therefore, Doflamingo not only obtained the status of a legal pirate earlier than the original work, but also quickly gained a foothold, preparing to move the Don Quixote family into New World and seek asylum with Kahn as a neighbor. However, just as Doflamingo was about to move, something happened that made him furious and frightened. That is, Corazon took Luo again and left the family. And this time I left, not to go out for adventure or do other things, but to join Marine. No, it should return Marine. If Virgo hadn't discovered Corazon, brought Luo to naval headquarters, and exposed Sengoku Admiral's adopted son identity, Doflamingo would not have known that Corazon could speak. And returning to the family is to be a spy. This is the reason for Doflamingo's rage and fear. If he didn't hug Kahn's thigh, wouldn't he be in danger? Thinking of this, Doflamingo wished Virgo could find a chance to tie Corazon out. But in the end, Doflamingo calmed down and told Virgo not to reveal his identity. Luo, who was brought back to naval headquarters by Corazon, was also arranged by Sengoku to enter the Marine School. If nothing else happens, Luo will be a Marine in the future. In addition, during the voyage of more than half a year, the 3 Grandine Island ships have also established the status of the world's #1 entertainment city. In particular, the Grandine New World has been dubbed the Golden City, the city that never sleeps, the entertainment capital of the world, and so on. At the same time, it is also recognized as the biggest cash cow in the world. Just over half a year after its opening, with the help of Bacala using Paramecia lucky fruit, the consumption of the Cross family to build 3 island ships has recovered more than half of its blood. Counting the proceeds of the other 2 island ships, Ian has completely healed in just over half a year. Every day after that, Kahn's personal money will increase by an astronomical amount. This is just the profit of the Golden City. In addition to the Golden City, there are 2 other island ships as well as arms and medicines. Although it is necessary to allocate funds to Doflamingo every year to allow him to build hospitals all over the world, this expenditure is just a drop in the bucket. Ask for flowers. I believe that today next year, Bailey will really be just a set of numbers in Kahn's eyes. New World suddenly grew the world's largest cash cow, so it was naturally impossible not to be coveted by others. If Kahn hadn't cut off one of Kaido's arms a few years ago, deterring all forces below the Overlord, no one would have dared to offend the Sea Emperor who was about to prove his strength and would immediately ascend to the highest peak in the world. But this does not include the king of nothing in this era, Whitebeard pirates. Of course, Whitebeard can't do this kind of thing of robbing the younger generation, and the members of the Whitebeard pirate group can't do this kind of thing because the base camp is the Moby D***K, and there is an old man watching them. However, Whitebeard not only shelters weak islands and towns, but also shelters a double-digit affiliated pirate group. These pirate groups are a mixed bag. Although they were all conquered by Whitebeard's arrogance, they were still not convinced by anyone other than Whitebeard. Even because it is backed by the strongest man in the world, and there is a saying in the Whitebeard pirates that the whole world knows. That is, in this sea, no one dares to bully the members of the Whitebeard pirates, and they will be safe. Then this sentence was misinterpreted by some idiots as, even if they caused trouble, others would not dare to bully themselves. Once they bullied themselves, the Whitebeard pirates would stand up for themselves. Therefore, there are really many affiliated pirate groups doing evil, and no one dares to offend them. After trying the sweetness of Whitebeard's prestige, more and more idiots will do whatever they want in New World, relying on their identity as the affiliated pirates of Whitebeard pirates. In Kahn's Golden City, there was such an idiot who was subdued by Hancock in an instant because of trouble in the casino. Due to the fact that he did not commit a major crime, and due to the reasons of the world, Robin just cut off the hands of the clamoring pirates and then asked for a call from the Whitebeard pirates. A few days later, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Phoenix Marco, came to pick up that idiot in person and left a sum of compensation. This way of calming down the matter once again made all parties in New World affirm that Kahn is only one step away from being the Emperor of the Sea. Even the world's strongest pirate group chose to give in, unwilling to choose to go to war with the Cross family for a fool. It can be seen from this that the Cross family is only one thing away from rectifying its name, and it is one of the overlord forces. Unknowingly, it has been 22 years since Kahn came to this world. He started to take over the family business at the age of 5, and became the head of the family at the age of 9. In just a dozen years, Kahn turned the unknown Cross family in West Blue into one of the top forces in the world. Compared with those overlord forces, there is only one name difference. Even in terms of background, the Cross family is stronger than some overlord forces. Even if it is the strongest pirate group in the world, they need to choose to back down if it is unreasonable, and they dare not start a full-scale war with the Cross family. The current Kahn has undoubtedly jumped out of the chessboard and become a chess player. If you want to become the strongest chess player, you must master powerful chess pieces. These chess pieces can be eaten by other chess players, or they can be cultivated by themselves. When one's own chessboard, the number of chess pieces, the 2, 3 individual strength and comprehensive strength of the chess pieces are all better than other chess players, Kahn is naturally the strongest chess player. This process is also called accumulation. The original Summit War and Battle of Onijima, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin all said that to Sengoku and Kaido. That sentence is, I haven't seen you for decades. It is not difficult to see from these words that since the end of the Rocks era and the Roger era, Whitebeard and Sengoku, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, the entire era of great pirates have not met each other. This is not only the balance deliberately maintained by the chess players, but also because they are all accumulating knowledge and waiting for the opportunity to kill with one blow. It is for this reason that Marine chose to attack the Whitebeard pirates. Ace's identity is worth their trouble to do so. Even if the Whitebeard pirates don't come, they can cut off the blood of One Piece in this world. If the Whitebeard pirates come, it will be at naval headquarters, where they have absolute home court advantage. And at that time, Whitebeard was already old, and it was almost a war that must be won. The fact is true, Marine killed Ace and Whitebeard in that Summit War. If there was no such anomaly as Blackbeard, even if the Red Hair pirates intervened in the end and failed to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates, it would still be a complete victory for Marine. Unless you find a chance to kill with one blow, there will be a deliberate balance between chess players and chess players. Under this kind of balance, it depends on whether one side is reasonable and whether the other side chooses to calm down or start a small-scale war. As long as there is a war, there will be losses. The most typical example is that Kaido was eyeing Kahn's cake back then, but in the end he stole the chicken and lost money, and was cut off by Kahn's arm, and he still hasn't recovered. Perhaps it was his ignorance, and Kahn cutting off one of Kaido's arms, which helped him get angry about Kazuki Oden's killing. The shameless Whitebeard did not choose to go to war, but chose to calm down, losing his reputation as the uncrowned king and lifting the Cross family to the status of a pseudo-hegemonic force. The same is true for Kahn's side. Robin chose to give Whitebeard a face by not pulling his pirate captain to shoot him. These chess players are all accumulating background information while waiting for the opportunity to kill with one blow. Now the three big monsters and Kahn's fourth monster recognized by more and more people are all hiding cards, waiting for the moment when all the cards will be played and the winner will be determined. At the age of 22, he became the pseudo-overlord. It is inevitable for Kahn to surpass Shanks in the original book and become the youngest emperor of the sea. Above is the career achievement of Kahn. In addition to his career, Kahn is also a winner in life among winners in life. Daughter's Island, which is as famous as the Fish Men Island, and the Amazon Lily Kingdom, known as the Holy Land of Men, has been completely owned by the Cross family. If it weren't for the flag representing the 9 snakes, which is still hanging on the palace of the Girl Island, and the 9 snake pirates are still active in the first half of the Grand Line, everyone would have forgotten this country and the pirates. Now when it comes to Girl Island, everyone subconsciously thinks that it is the territory of Kahn, the territory of the Cross family. As the only male in Daughter Island, the master above the Empress, Kahn was backstabbed many times by Morgans who had already obtained his friendship. In Shijingbao and some of its 8 trigrams magazines, some men's most envied people list, in the list of men women most want to marry, Shen En has occupied the top position of these lists for a long time. He is the richest man in the world. His maid is the most beautiful woman in the world. His lover is the most beautiful queen in the history of the franchise country. Kahn, who embraces 2 peerless beauties on the left and right, and a group of equally beautiful personal maids. The money, beauty, strength, and power that all men pursue, Kahn has, and they are all top-level existences. How can this not make people envious and jealous? Countless men dream of replacing Kahn. For this reason, there are countless men who go to sea with the dream of becoming the second Kahn. After entering the Grand Line for 7 years, Kahn has unknowingly become a senior who will influence the next generation. At the age of 22, he has a good career and a good life. Kahn is just like Blackbeard, who started to enjoy life after he became the 4 emperors in the original book. The time for cultivation is gradually decreasing, while the time for leisure is increasing. Since the construction of the underground base is all done by themselves, Robin and Hancock need to watch the biggest cash cow in the world. The last one, Scarlet, who has a close relationship with Kahn, moves to the Golden City because of her sister and joins forces with Bacala to find the lantern fish. Every day they all need to deal with the affairs of the country by themselves, and only at night can they get bored with Kahn. Sometimes I get too busy, and I don't even take the initiative to go to Daughter's Island to find Kahn to collect public food. So, at the beginning of 1510 in the Sea Circle calendar, Kahn made a mistake that every man makes. That is stealing, stretching out its claws to the 18-year-old Monet. To be precise, it is a matter of course. Living with the master for more than half a year, Kahn, who was doted on by Robin's daughters and forgot how to take a shower, is also served by Monet every day. Monet, who was originally attracted to Kahn because of the hero who saved the beauty, for point 4, after working as a personal maid for more than half a year, she is in the midst of a spring heart, and her heart has long been transformed into the shape of Kahn. Thus, Monet became Kahn's 3rd woman. When Robin, who is only half of him, learned of this, he looked at Kahn with bitter resentment. In this regard, when Kahn passed by Daughter Island for the first time on the Grand New World, he specially boarded the Golden City for a week to relax and pamper his first maid, who is also the longest time with him. The only Robin who became the top cadre without force. Robin, who is 25 years old biologically and 18 years old in real life, has become Kahn's 4th woman. Even though she was 1 step behind Scarlet and Hancock, she was surpassed by Monet as a latecomer. Robin's status is still recognized as the 2nd in command in the big sister family among the girls. Sea Circle Calendar, June 1510. Kahn's underground base has been renovated, and through the black market channels, as well as Mary's paramecia, Chinching fruitability, successfully transported the materials needed to manufacture replica soldiers to the underground base. Just short of the blood factor material of the replica soldiers, Kahn can start to manufacture replica soldiers in large quantities. It only takes 5 years for the clone soldiers to look like they are 20 years old. The principle of cloning soldiers is to transform the blood factor and then create clones. Just like in The Alchemist, the human body can be made with only a few materials. As long as some blood is taken, the factors in the blood are modified and then used as a template. Using machines and materials, a large number of clones of that blood can be produced. Vince M.O. Kojudge just started to make replica soldiers, which was transformed with the blood of babies. By the time Kahn approached him, the clones had already leveled up many times. In addition, In addition to reading Vince M.O. Judge's memory, Kahn also indirectly read Quinn's memory through Sonya's phantom beast vampire form. The combination of the human transformation knowledge of the two great scientists allowed Kahn to directly attack those upgraded humans without taking the baby blood of normal or upgraded humans in the future. Transforming the upgraded human blood, the replica soldiers created by Kahn will be stronger than Vince M.O. Judge. Moreover, Kahn can also use the laser technology obtained from Quinn to turn these clone soldiers into modified humans. While possessing a strong physique, he can also change weapons from his body and release lasers. Yes, Kahn intends to mass-produce a weakened version of the pacifist. The reason why the pacifists in the original book are so powerful is because their template is Bartholomew Kuma with his special physique. Moreover, they are different from the replica soldiers. They have become real robots, and the machinery inside is extremely expensive. Even if it is a 300 million supernova, it needs to work together with the crew to defeat one. The price of building a pacifist is equivalent to building a warship. If Kahn could make a pacifist, even if it cost 100 million berries, he would mass-produce it without hesitation. After all, a pacifist is equivalent to a supernova with 300 million Baileys. Even such a machine is nothing to a strong Haki. But even in the Four Emperors pirate group, Haki powerhouses are only a minority. Once Kahn goes to war with the three monsters, he and his cadres, as well as the 9 snake warriors who master Haki, drag down the other party's captain, top cadres, and Haki powerhouses. Then the pacifists enter the arena. And those elite pirates and ordinary pirates are the existence of dimensionality reduction strikes. Unfortunately, Kahn is not yet capable of producing pacifists. Digesting the memories of the two great scientists, he can only create a weakened version of the pacifist. Even so, Kahn's replica soldiers will be elite soldiers second only to the strong Haki. Moreover, such elite soldiers can also be mass-produced and can be implanted with the concept of not fearing death and never betraying. Closer to home. Before the materials for making replica soldiers and laser devices arrived, Kahn had found an upgraded human corpse from the shooting range when the Golden Ship was handing over rations to Robin and Hancock and took a blood sample. Therefore, after the materials were transported to the underground base, Ian began to compare the stars to manufacture the future Cross Second Army factory. Just when Kahn produced the second legion of the Cross family, big news happened one after another in the sea. See Circle Calendar 1510. This year is destined to be recorded in history. In June of this year, 3 years ago, he climbed up to Mariewa with bare hands, freed thousands of slaves of different races, and was the culprit of the Mariewa arson. The Murloc Tiger, known as a hero, was declared dead. Sun Pirate the group was disbanded. Among them, the Murloc Dragon, one of the cadres of the Sun Pirates, was arrested by Marine Vice Admiral Poliusolino and sent to the deep-sea prison. The murderer of the Mariewa arson case was executed, and the lost face of the world government was finally recovered. Therefore, 5 elders, who had experienced the Fisher Tiger incident, decided to strengthen the defense level of the Holy Land, dismissed the former commander-in-chief of the 3 armies who had failed in duty, and then appointed Marshal Kong, the Marine Marshal, as the new commander-in-chief. As for Kong's promotion, the position of marshal that became vacant after moving to Mariewa was filled by Sengoku, the best candidate for the Buddha. And after Sengoku was promoted, a Marine Admiral position was vacated, and Zephyr, who had already sacrificed and was in retirement, represented the 3rd Admiral position with the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters, and was vacant again. Through the conversations between 5 elders, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and the new Marine Marshal, it was finally decided to promote the 3 monsters Vice Admiral among the 5 Admiral candidates to Marine Admiral. They are Sakazuki, Poliusolino, and Kazan. And their admiral code names are Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji. Since then, Marine has officially ushered in a new generation, from the era of Kong to the era of Sengoku. After Sengoku took office, the overall strength of Marine ushered in an instant enhancement visible to the naked eye. Because in Kong's era, the only admiral who really worked was Sengoku. Zephyr stayed at the Marine School and was responsible for cultivating Marine's future. 3 Admiral is not able to intervene in Admiral's position due to insufficient positions. So many things are done by Sengoku himself. If it wasn't for Garp, who guarded naval headquarters and the first half of the Grand Line, Sengoku would have to dye his hair every few days. Otherwise, 517's hair would have all turned white. But now, Akainu and others, who are already strong enough to be Admiral, finally took the position of Admiral, and Sengoku felt relaxed all of a sudden. He only needs to guard naval headquarters and let the 3 Admirals do the drama. As long as the monsters in New World don't make any big noises, they can be lazy at any time. It's really beautiful. Perhaps for this reason, Sengoku will look younger than Garp in the next decade. The renewal of Marine has had a great impact on the whole world, including the New World pirates. Because Marine has mobilized more admirals, they dare not provoke some weaker alliance countries at will. Only the 3 monsters and the Quasi-Sea Emperor will not be affected by the upgrade of Marine. It's still the same sentence unless Marine finds the opportunity to kill with one blow, otherwise he must work with the 4 monsters to check and balance the sea. Moreover, most of Marine's troops are scattered in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, and the troops in New World cannot be compared with the 4 monsters at all. That's why the world government came up with 7 warlords of the sea, recruiting 7 big pirates who can destroy a country, and assisting naval headquarters and the 4 monsters of New World to control and balance the sea. These are the 3 major forces that will check and balance the world under the future world government. After Sengoku took office, the most urgent task is to gather 7 FA high thieves together. See Circle Calendar, July 1510. East Blue, Shimatsuki Village. On this day, a medium-sized 2-masted sailing ship, which was extremely luxurious compared to other sailing ships and had been remodeled twice, was parked at a pier. Moreover, this extremely luxurious medium-sized sailboat has a Haki awe-inspiring blue dragon on the bow. On the flag and canvas, there are also painted the front and rear half of the Grand Line, and even the West Blue and North Blue, the Tianhu logo that everyone knows. This logo is the logo of Cross Family. Since East Blue is the weakest sea, the Cross Family has not yet developed a business here, so few people know about this symbol. Especially the villagers of Shimatsuki Village don't know what this sign represents. But when they saw the pier of the village, a luxury giant ship suddenly came, and they were still curiously watching from a distance, thinking that some nobleman had come to visit the Isen Taoist temple. As for why they are so sure, the people from this sailboat are here to visit the Isen Dojo? Because the most famous place in Shimatsuki Village, there is only Yishin Dojo. If the noble lord didn't come to the Isen Dojo, did he still come to find their village chief? The village head Hida, how can he? Under the gaze of the villagers, a man and a woman suddenly got off the boat. The man is 1.97 meters tall, wears shoes that reach about 2 meters, has short blue hair, and wears a white suit with a blue tie. Because beside him, there was a maid wearing high heels, about 1.95 meters tall, with long grass green wavy hair, and wearing a black and white maid outfit. Such a combination is obviously the noble young master who is out for fun, and his personal maid. Master, is the Logia Mera fruit we are looking for in this village? Half a body behind Kahn, Monet looked at the handsome profile of his master and asked curiously. No, Logia Mera fruit is on an uninhabited island. Kahn shook his head, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. The reason why I came here is that when I passed by, I sensed a powerful aura here and stopped by to visit. After all, in the village of the weakest sea, there is such a powerful aura that makes people wonder about his identity. This is a lie. Kahn came here on purpose to Shimatsuki Village, looking for Logia Mera fruit just by the way. In this world where the theory of luck and fate exists, if Logia Mera fruit is not cut off by Kahn, it will definitely be cut off by pirates in 1517 on the Sea Circle Calendar. Sun eats it. Apart from Kahn and Ace, probably only Bacala and Luffy can cut them off in this world. But in New World, Baccarat is already a Paramecia lucky fruit capable user. As for Luffy, if there is no accident, he should also become a Paramecia rubber fruit ability user. People with greater luck and better luck than them have all become capable. Then it is even more impossible for other people to cut off Logia Maramara fruit in advance. Kahn originally planned to go to Sixus Island to take the Logia Maramara fruit when he came to recruit Nami. But when Kahn mass-produced the Second Legion and was about to wait for them to grow into 20 years old for 5 years, a flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind. That is, Kahn doesn't seem to need to wait 5 years. He can open a cheating device. And this cheating tool is from Wanakuni, Aran, who gave the three sisters Robin and Boya hooks. Although clone soldiers are not pure human beings, they are even less human beings after transformation. However, the ripening ability of Aranin's Paramecia ripe fruit will still take effect on clone soldiers. Because Aran can ripen not only humans, but other objects can also be ripened. Therefore, Kahn can go and bring Aran out, or ask Mary to take the replica soldiers into the castle and bring them to Wanakuni and ask Aran to ripen them. Since the age suspension for Robin's 4 daughters was purely because she entered the new world too early and needed helpers around her, Kahn had no choice but to think of this method. After giving Robin's 4 daughters age checks and the Cross family passed the most difficult stage, Kahn didn't think about helping other young maids with age checks, but wanted them to enjoy a good childhood. Therefore, 7 years have passed, and Kahn has forgotten that Ren is such a number 1 person. Thinking of Aran again after 7 years, Kahn also sorted out Wanakuni's memory by the way, and then had a flash of inspiration again, remembering a piece of information that he had ignored, forgetting that when he was young, he once wanted to recruit, but since the other party has not yet been born, so I put it aside for the time being, and I will forget about the choice of maid in a few years. The maid candidate was Kuina, who died in 1510 on the Sea Circle calendar. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, I was reminded of it again after more than 10 years, which made Kahn think that he had a relationship with Kuina. However, because of the year I remembered, it happened to be another year when Kuina died. It's the end of June again, and half of the year has passed. Kahn is not sure if Kuina died at this time period. So, Kahn came to Shimatsuki village in the weakest sea from New World at the fastest speed. If he came to Shimatsuki village, if Kuina is not dead, it means that Kuina and him are really destined to die. If Kuina is dead when he comes to Shimatsuki village, it means that this maid who he has forgotten for more than 10 years is destined to miss him. Before arriving at Shimatsuki village, Kahn's mood became cheerful, and only then did the scene of the Grandines stop at the pier. Because of Kahn's unique perception, the entire Shimatsuki village has been enveloped before his eyes even saw the island, and he got the answer he wanted. That is, Kuina has a destiny with him. Yes, the Kuina of this time period is not dead yet. If dead, Kahn would go straight to Sixus. Koshiro, who lives in seclusion in the village of Shimatsuki, is nothing in Kahn's eyes. This is just a strong man at the highest cadre level. I see. Monet didn't know that Kahn was lying. When receiving Robin's training, Monet already knew the abilities of the master and the sisters. In this world, even Violet's clairvoyance, which can see Wang Qianzhao with a radius of 4,000 kilometers exists, but the unique perception of Kahn and Hancock seems quite normal. What a strong breath. Just when Kahn and Monet landed on the island, Koshiro in Isin Dojo also opened his eyes that had been squinted all the time, showing a rare solemn look, and said slightly secretly, "Such a strong man suddenly appeared in the remote place of East Blue. Is it friend or foe?" Unlike Kahn and Hancock's unique perception, having a god's perspective is different from eavesdropping. Other people's observation haki can generally only perceive breath. The strong person's perception is that he can vaguely see a vague outline. Only those with strong perception who can predict the future can see the future picture and hear the other party's next words in advance. Koshiro was also only able to see a vague outline and did not discover Kahn's identity. But judging by his breath, he knew that an incredible guy had come to this island. "Father, are you going out?" 11 years old this year, Kuina, like Zoro, no longer trains in the dojo, but practices alone in the courtyard. Seeing his father in a formal suit with a samurai sword walking towards the door with a serious face, he couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Curious asked, "Well, a distinguished guest has come to the door." Koshiro responded without pausing. Seeing this, it was the first time Kuina saw her father showing such an attitude. She couldn't help but put down the bamboo knife in her hand and trotted to follow. When Kahn and Monet came to Isin Dojo, they saw Koshiro father and daughter waiting for them at the door. "Patriarch Kahn, welcome to Isin Dojo." Seeing the honored guest was Kahn, Koshiro's eyes obviously flashed a hint of surprise and fear. Apparently, Koshiro never expected that the fourth largest monster in the New World would appear in the weakest sea, and by coincidence, he also came to Shimatsuki village where he was. Is this really just a coincidence? But the fear is that the youngest monster in the New World in front of him is an existence that can destroy the island. This is his home again. If he fights with the other party, his daughter and disciples, and even all the villagers on the island, may be affected by their fighting. Thinking of this, Koshiro could only pray in his heart. The other party really just happened to pass by here, neither an enemy nor a friend. Koshiro, who lives in seclusion here, really doesn't want to have a relationship with Kahn. Kahn, who was born with Observation Haki and saw Koshiro's inner thoughts, couldn't help but secretly smiled and said with interest on the surface, "East Blue is indeed the place where One Piece and marine heroes were born, and the surface is the weakest sea. But actually Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I didn't expect such a remote place to hide someone as strong as you. You're insane, Patriarch Kahn." 210 Koshiro didn't feel complacent because of Kahn's words, but felt very troubled. Because the strong ones fighting for hegemony in New World, especially the monsters standing at the top of the food chain, all have a common problem. That is to like to recruit other strong people and let them work for themselves. When Kahn said this, Koshiro was afraid that his next sentence would burst out, "Would you like to be my companion?" Once he refuses, the other party will feel displeased, and if he has a bad temper, he may use force to force himself to work for him, and then a battle is necessary. So, after Koshiro humbled himself, he turned sideways and raised his hand to signal, "Patriarch Kahn, please sit in the humble house." "Excuse me." Kahn, who read Koshiro's inner thoughts again, did not expect this squinting eye to have so many dramas. After stepping into the Isin Dojo, Kahn suddenly paused when he passed by Kuina. He looked down at Kuina, who was 11 years old and 1.5 meters tall, and smiled meaningfully. "Girl, I will listen to your resentment." "Here we go." Question mark. Kuina, who was already looking at Kahn curiously, tilted her head slightly, and a big question appeared on her forehead. Koshiro, who heard this sentence, suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Soon, Koshiro's premonition came true. "Kuina, you step back." After bringing Kahn and Monet to the living room in the courtyard, Koshiro wanted Kuina to go out. Because next, it will be a conversation between adults. "No need, this little sister named Kuina, you can stay too." However, before Kuina was full of doubts, but did not dare to disobey his father's order, and was about to leave, Kahn said with a smile, "In that case, Kuina, you can sit beside me." Kahn's words made Koshiro feel uneasy. And his words also set off a storm in Kuina's heart. The usually majestic father backed down. Who the hell is this man and woman? At this moment, Kuina was full of curiosity towards Kahn. "Yes, my lord father." I saw Kuina nodded, then fetched a futon, knelt and sat behind Koshiro's right-hand side, and continued to look at Kahn, who sat cross-legged on the tatami instead of kneeling. As for Monet, because of his status and wearing a maid's short skirt, he didn't sit down, but stood behind Kahn. "Chief Kahn, I don't know why you came to Shimatsuki village." After patiently making a cup of tea for Kahn and following the basic etiquette, Koshiro finally asked. After taking a sip of tea, Kahn said slowly, "I came to East Blue to go to a certain island to find the legendary sea treasure. The reason why I came here was purely passing by and coincidence. Passing by an island, I suddenly sensed a powerful aura on it, so I couldn't help but come over curiously to have a look. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the country where a mission is practiced?" In the last sentence, Kahn didn't directly say that you are from Wanakuni, taking care of Koshiro's mood. As if to say, I understand you hermits and will not expose your origins in front of your daughter. Yes, my name is Koshiro. Koshiro nodded. Don't be so nervous, Mr. Koshiro, I mean no harm. Kahn finally got straight to the point and said, I came here because I just wanted to meet the strong men who live in seclusion here. Although I don't know why a strong person like you lives in seclusion in a remote place in this weakest sea, but everyone has their own way of life, and some people like to chase fame and fortune. Some people like to spend the rest of their lives quietly, and I will not disturb your peaceful life. Thank you for your understanding, Patriarch Kahn. Hearing this, Koshiro breathed a sigh of relief. Then he bowed slightly to Kahn and saluted. But in the next second, Kahn's words made his expression change slightly. I saw Kahn's gaze shifted, BHBJ, from Koshiro to Kuina, and he invited with a smile, Your name is Kuina, right? Do you want to be my maid? Kuina was slightly taken aback, and then subconsciously asked, Maid, is it the same as the big sister behind you? Patriarch Kahn, how can the little girl he to have this honor, please? Before Kahn could speak, Koshiro opened his mouth and wanted to ask Kuina to refuse. However, he didn't finish the whole sentence. Mr. Koshiro, don't worry, listen to what I have to say first. Kahn raised his hand to interrupt, and after calming Koshiro's mood, he said patiently and slowly, As I said just now, everyone has their own way of life. You may like a peaceful life, but you don't not on behalf of your daughter, either. After finishing speaking, Kahn stared at Kuina's beautiful eyes and smiled lightly. Kuina, is your dream to become the world's #1 swordsman? Yes, it is. Although she didn't know how Kahn knew about her dream, Kuina responded and nodded seriously. That's right, that's the belief. Kahn nodded appreciatively, and then said something that surprised Kuina. So, are you always very reconciled because girls' physical strength is not as good as boys'? How do you know? When the person she met for the first time uttered her dreams and unwillingness in one word, Kuina felt a burst of incredulity. Koshiro's heart sank. What a powerful haki is this? Whether it happened to eavesdrop on Kuina's unwillingness or see through Kuina's heart, it shows that the observation haki of this monster in front of him is unique. Kahn did not explain, but said another sentence that surprised Kuina. Girls' physical limitations can be broken. Really? This sentence is undoubtedly a fatal blow to Kuina. She looked excited and said, May I ask how girls should break through physical limitations? Oh? Didn't your father tell you? Hearing this, Kahn pretended to be surprised and glanced blankly, then narrowed his eyes again. Koshiro, who hadn't known what he was thinking, pretended to be surprised, nodded and said, I see. Pure swordsman? What is a pure swordsman? A pure swordsman refers to a swordsman who only needs a sword and does not rely on any external objects. Roger, Rayleigh, Shanks and Hawkeye, Zoro, are such pure swordsmen. Using only their sword skills and their own haki, they became the strongest handful in the world. And the samurai of Wanakuni are almost all of this kind of pure sword pressure. Sword god Ryoma, Kazuki Odin, and Koshiro are also such swordsmen. That's why Koshiro said to Kuina that girls' physical strength is not as good as that of boys, so they cannot become the #1 in the world. Obviously, as a pure swordsman, Koshiro never considered finding a devil fruit to help Kuina heaven-defying change his life. In other words, in his opinion, once he eats devil fruit, he is not a pure swordsman, not even a real swordsman. Since Koshiro isn't thinking of any of these right now, Kahn doesn't know which one. Therefore, he didn't say how devil fruit heaven-defying changed his life, but used another method. The way to break the physical limitations is very simple, that is, to do an operation. I saw Kahn pulled Monet behind him and introduced to Koshiro and Kuina father and daughter. This is one of my personal maids, and also the ship doctor of our cross family, Monet. She took Paramecia Op, ability user of Op fruit. It turned out to be an Op fruit capable user. Koshiro, who came from the backward Wanakuni and lived in the same backward Shimatsuki village, showed a startled face and told Kahn that he knew about this devil fruit. and also told Kahn that he had a very rich life before he lived in seclusion and became the owner of the museum. And wonderful adventures. Also on the way of this adventure, you should have read the Devil Fruit illustrated book and know the legendary sea treasure. It seems, Mr. Koshiro, you know this devil fruit. Seeing Koshiro also knew about Paramecia opop fruit, Kahn had a faint guess, so he asked tentatively, "So, Mr. Koshiro, do you know the bloodline factor?" "Bloodline factor, what is this?" This time, Koshiro showed doubts. Through the natural observation haki, Kahn knew that Koshiro's doubts were not fake, but real. Could it be that he really has nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army, or does it not have a deep relationship? Kahn secretly thought in his heart, but on the surface he explained, the bloodline factor is one of the research results discovered by the MADS Scientific Research Organization led by Vegapunk, who is 500 years ahead of mankind in wisdom. Among them, Vegapunk is a former colleague, Vince Moku, judge of North Blue's Germa Kingdom. He used the blood factor to create clones and modified humans. They have physiques that are far superior to ordinary people and even stronger than upgraded humans. The bloodline factor is the treasure and secret of the human body. We have also mastered the secret of the bloodline factor. Through the ability of Paramecia opop fruit and scientific methods, Kuino's body can be transformed into a body stronger than that of men. I see. Koshiro was slightly taken aback. What bloodline factors, what clones and modified people, what treasures and secrets of the human body. Koshiro couldn't understand a word. But he understood the last sentence. That is, Kahn can use the ability of Paramecia, opop fruit, as well as the secret of the bloodline factor discovered by science, to perform surgery on Kuino's body, making her physically stronger than men, and even stronger than upgraded humans. I would love to have this surgery. Don't wait for Koshiro to ask about the risks and drawbacks of the surgery, or even give him time to think. Kuina, who also did not understand blood factors, clones, and human transformation, also understood the last sentence. I heard that as long as I have an operation, my body will become stronger than a man. Kuina, who hated herself for being a girl since childhood and envied Zoro for being a boy, said without hesitation. Kuina. Hearing this, Koshiro frowned suddenly and was about to say something to her when he turned his head. However, Kuina seemed to know what her father said, and said resolutely, "Father, please don't stop me. Even if there is only a 1 in a million possibility, I still want to have this surgery. Otherwise, I will regret it for the rest of my life." It seems that Kuina's emotions are full of firmness. Coming from Wanakuni, Koshiro, who had a more serious concept of male superiority than Kahn, fell silent. Immediately, he suddenly asked Kahn, "Patriarch Kahn, is this operation safe?" "Father." Hearing this, Kuina looked at Koshiro with a look of emotion. The father's words undoubtedly chose to support her decision. Kahn also smiled slightly. "Mr. Koshiro, since you know Paramecia opop fruit, you should know that the reason why this devil fruit is called the ultimate devil fruit, the ability that countless doctors dream of, is because of in the field of surgery. Not only will the patient's life not be safe, they don't even need anesthesia, and they won't feel any pain, since the virus has already been eliminated. The implication is that if the operation fails, there will be no life safety." So Koshiro bowed to Kahn again and said, "Then, please help Kuina with this operation." "Wait a minute, I need to ask Kuina for advice." Kahn didn't agree immediately, but stared at Kuina and extended the invitation again. "This physique-altering operation is our cross-family's biggest secret and the day of the trump card. At the same time, this is also one of the exclusive benefits for members of our cross-family." "Girl, would you like to be my maid?" "I do." Kuina looked firm and answered without any hesitation. Just like Zoro in the original book, in order to become the world's #1 swordsman, it doesn't matter whether he is a pirate or a bounty hunter. As a dream-chasing girl, Kuina, as long as she doesn't let her give up her dream of becoming the world's #1 swordsman and can help her break through the physical limitations of a girl, it doesn't matter if she becomes a stranger's subordinate or the other party's maid. "So, Mr. Koshiro, what do you mean?" Seeing that Kuina agreed, Kahn's eyes returned to Koshiro's body. Koshiro, who had silently supported his daughter, did not hesitate this time and bowed again. "Then I will take care of you, Chief Kahn." The corner of Kahn's mouth slightly raised, and he assured with a smile, "Don't worry, as long as I become a member of the Cross family, I will not let others bully my family." Thus, the Cross family added another member. Kuina, who had a relationship with Kahn, also changed the fate of dying young. I have to say that Wanakuni's Bushido spirit is still somewhat useful. After deciding to support his daughter in pursuing her dream, Koshiro really handed over Kuina to Kahn with confidence. In fact, Koshiro figured it out. With Kahn's strength, if he wanted to take Kuina by force, even he couldn't stop it. Because he is just a pure swordsman, without the ability to fly. And Cross, Kahn has the power to control everything. Obviously possessing the power to plunder, but wasted a lot of talking about the family's whole cards and benefits in order to invite an 11-year-old, extremely weak girl. Kahn, who is one of the biggest monsters in the New World, not only gives him, but also Kuina a lot of respect. It is also this respect that made Koshiro agree. If Kuina can really change her life by heaven-defying and break the physical limitations of girls, Koshiro will be delighted instead. In particular, Kahn asked Monet to return to the ship to bring a material, make a life card for Kuina, tear off half of it and give it to Koshiro, so that his father can check his daughter's status through the life card at any time. Asking for flowers. Then he gave Koshiro a phone bug so that he had a way to contact Kuina, and Koshiro was more at ease. Kuina left quickly. He didn't even stay to say goodbye to the juniors and left with Kahn and Monet. Not that Kahn was in a hurry to leave. Kahn is very patient with helpful people. Even if he lived in Shimatsuki village, a backward village, for 2 days and gave Kuina 2 days to say goodbye to his juniors and villagers, Kahn could afford to wait. But the point is, Koshiro drove them away without buying him a single meal. And the reason for doing this is for his most outstanding disciple. What? Kuina left. When did this happen? When night came, Zoro, who was doing physical training outside, came back covered in stinky sweat. After learning from Koshiro that Kuina had left, his eyes widened and he said anxiously, "Where did she go? What did she do? Time to come back." She went chasing her dream. Koshiro squinted his eyes, making it impossible for people to see his inner thoughts through the window of the soul. On the surface, he said lightly, maybe a few years later, maybe 10 years later, maybe decades later, or not in the future came back. Why didn't she tell me before she left? Zoro said angrily. This feeling of being ignored made him feel very wronged, and his eyes were foggy. Didn't Kuina see himself as an opponent until now? It was Kuina who deliberately didn't say goodbye to you. At this moment, Koshiro suddenly smiled and said, "Before she leaves, let me bring you a word. Today's leaving without saying goodbye is for a better reunion in the future. She is looking forward to meeting you on the sea one day in the future. Let's see if it is her 2,000 wins and 0 losses, or you alone 1,999 wins." Really? Hearing this, Zoro, who was about to shed tears of grievance, suddenly lit up and looked at Koshiro excitedly. Kuina, did she really say that? Koshiro nodded with a smile and encouraged Zoro. Kuina left with a super powerful big shot. When you see her again in the future, she may have broken through the physical limitations of girls and become a super powerful female swordsman. If you don't practice hard, you may not even have the chance to fight her in the future. Hey, I will never lose. Zoro grinned and said, full of fighting spirit, "One day in the future, I will definitely find Kuina on the sea and defeat her with my own hands. I accept the promise of the 2000th duel." Then, come on. Koshiro also said expectantly. That's why he didn't keep his daughter and immediately drive her away. The daughter has the opportunity to change her life in heaven-defying, and the disciple is also full of fighting spirit and has long-term motivation. Today is really his lucky day. Kahn considers himself very macho. But compared to Koshiro, he is still too weak. This guy, as expected of a Wanakuni, is just like the islanders in his previous life in terms of male superiority and female inferiority. Just to bring motivation to my favorite disciple, I just drive my daughter away, and I didn't even ask the distinguished guest to come down for a meal, and I didn't do anything nice to my daughter. Kuina was not even allowed to go to Zoro to say goodbye, not even to leave a letter. However, Koshiro's education method is cheaper than Kahn's. Kuina, who was born in this kind of family, does not need training. She is a very obedient and polite girl who understands dignity. Just to ask Monet, what should a maid do? After Kuina boarded the boat, she immediately changed her name to Kahn as master. When the time came to see circle calendar 1510 September, Kahn, who got the Logia Mera fruit in July, took Kuina into the first half of the Grand Line just like Scarlet, Violet, Manxueli, and the two sisters Monet and Sugar. Experience. But this time, Kahn did not repeat his own adventure completely, but took Monet and Kuina, two daughters, to some islands that appeared in the original book, but he had not been to the island. For example, the original Usopp was filmed, and he also practiced on it for 2 years, Boeing Islands. The Boeing Islands are one of the archipelagos of the Grand Line, and like the Sabaody Archipelago, which is formed by the world's largest mangrove, it is a very special archipelago. This archipelago is actually formed by several carnivorous plants with the scientific name stomach baron. These carnivorous plants are the size of islands, and if you look down from the top, you will find that they're the same as flower petals. After zooming in, these petals are covered with all kinds of delicacies, and even the spring water is drinks or wine, and it will grow out soon after eating them all. The whole island is the petals of food, and it also exudes a tempting aroma, attracting sea beasts and sea kings from the sea. However, it is such a gourmet paradise, but in the Grand Line, it is a forbidden place that no one dares to enter. Because the island eats. The way of eating is to close up the entire opened petals. And no one knows when these carnivorous plants eat. Once it strays into it, and it happens to be the eating time of these carnivorous plants, then unless it escapes to another island at an extremely fast speed, it will basically be close to death. It was the first time for Kuina to see this kind of island, and his worldview was refreshed again. In order to help Kuina broaden her horizons, Kahn patiently took her to the island for a while, and then turned back to the route where Alabasta was located, and let Kuina see the super-large island that looks like a mainland. Then there are Sky Island above 10,000 meters, Rainbow Island, the capital of 7 waters like a fountain, etc. Just after the three of Kahn arrived at the capital of 7 waters, a piece of news from Shijingbeo suddenly caused a sensation all over the world. This news is also the third world-class news since the death of the hero Tiger, the replacement of the Marine, and the Sea Circle calendar in 1510. And the headline of this news is impressively, "Who the hell made this man lose an arm in East Blue?" The cover is a candid photo. The owner of the photo is the protagonist who caused a sensation in the world. He is the intern of the original Roger Pirates. Since the execution of Roger the Pirate King, he has disappeared like other crew members. He only entered New World a few years ago, but he became the one with a bounty exceeding 10 figures at a very fast speed. Big pirate red-haired Shanks. Yes, Shanks and his red hair pirates have actually entered the New World. Not only that, but this fleet also showed amazing strength and quickly became a first-class force in New World. Although among the first-class forces, it is completely incomparable with the only Cross family, and it is only one of the best. But red-haired Shanks was evaluated by Morgans as one of the red and black twin stars, second only to the strongest twin star. Yes, one of the red and black twin stars. And another twin star who is as famous as red-haired Shanks is Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, who has not yet become the world's #1 swordsman. When the Cross family settled down, New World did not die because of the loss of Kahn and Hancock. On the contrary, this strongest sea is still exciting and lively. Under the Overlord and False Overlord, new stars from all over the world are constantly pouring in to get through the first half of the Grand Line. Because they lost the way to find the final island, they began to fight for hegemony. Some of these new stars are as dim as fireflies. They were big pirates in the first half of the Four Seas and the Grand Line. When they came to this sea area, they were quickly swallowed up by other pirates who had established a firm foothold, or they were driven out of New World and died, or become a subsidiary force of the big pirate group, etc. And some new stars are as dazzling as the bright moon. They are just like Ace in the original book. Relying on their great talent or strength, they entered the New World and quickly gained a foothold, and quickly became the most dazzling newcomers in the New World. Among them, there is a pair of new stars who are even more exaggerated than Ace in the original book. They are almost the same as Kahn and Hancock. Not only did they quickly gain a foothold in New World, but they also passed the super rookie period very quickly and became world-renowned big pirates. They are Red Hair Shanks and Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, who Morgan's called Red and Black Gemini next to Strongest Gemini. These two young people are already the existence of top swordsmen. After entering the New World, they met on a certain island, and a battle of swordsmen broke out that even the three overlords and even Kahn paid attention to. In this battle in the original book, Red Hair Shanks became the youngest emperor of the sea, and Eagle Eye Dracul Mihawk became the world's #1 swordsman. Whitebeard commented that the battle was like yesterday. After this battle, the bounty of Red and Black twin stars quickly broke through 10 figures. Although they haven't caught up with Kahn and Hancock's 1.5 billion level, their Red and Black twin stars have indeed been recognized by the world and are worthy of the name. Just when everyone thought that these two newly promoted superstars would soon challenge the three monsters, as well as cross Kahn, the behavior of Shanks and Mihawk surprised the whole world. Because after they became 10-figure pirates, they didn't even challenge the world's highest peak, but suddenly quit 047 New World with their own red hair pirates, and started to venture into other sea areas. And another guy with the title of Sea Soldier Hunter, who has full hatred with Marine, accepted the invitation of the world government and became a member of 7 Warlords of the Sea, and became a colleague with Marine. Their stoppage also made their status as a pair of twin stars still far from the strongest twin stars of Cross, Kahn, and Boa Hancock. Especially after the Cross family has become a giant in the entertainment field after the second precipitation, the gap between the twin stars and the strongest twin stars is even greater. Even so, Shanks and Mihawk are still one of the brightest pirates in the New World. And now, such a great pirate has actually lost an arm in the weakest sea. It is no wonder that this news will cause a sensation in the world. It's really astounding. The sea area with the weakest overall strength, but where One Piece and Marine heroes were born, is there still an extremely terrifying monster hidden? Everyone wants to know who cut off Shanks' arm. However, only members of the Red Hair Pirates know how their captain's arm fell off. But they're full of loyalty, they will definitely not speak out. Apart from telling a few people, Shanks didn't explain himself. Thus, the great pirate red-haired Shanks lost an arm in the weakest sea, which became one of the most mysterious events in New World. In addition to Mr. Koshiro, East Blue actually has such a strong person? The big news that Shanks broke an arm in the weakest sea caused a sensation all over the world. When Monet saw today's news, he also had a look of disbelief. She has been Kahn's maid for a long time. As a rational existence, Monet is the smartest assistant Robin has ever taught and graduated the fastest. By Robin's side, Monet also understood that the reason why this Robin sister was the only one in the family who did not rely on force to become the top cadre was not only because she was the first maid of the master, but also because of her brain and profound knowledge. As a rational being, Monet does not worship Hancock, who is powerful and the second in command of the family outside, but Robin, who can't beat her now, but is the undoubted big sister of the family. Monet, who received Robin's maid training and read books with Robin, did not throw away his books after graduation. On the contrary, Monet now not only reads medical books and materials collected by D. Kaleha for several eras, but also reads other types of books, and has been paying attention to the big and small news of the sea. Monet is no stranger to Shanks, one of the red and black twin stars, who has a bounty of 10 figures and is known as second only to Master and Hancock's sister. Monet will feel unbelievable only after formal understanding. In the weakest sea of East Blue, there is actually a strong man who can cut off the arms of 10 big pirates. And such a strong man, like Kuina's father, hides in the weakest sea area. In this world, there are really people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Kahn also didn't tell Monet that the one who broke Shank's arm was not a hidden powerhouse at all, but a very ordinary sea kings. This kind of sea kings living in the light-transmitting layer is not even qualified to carry shoes for sea kings in windless areas and deep seas. Seeing today's news, Kahn was also deeply moved. The Guide of the Son of Destiny has finished his work. In another 10 years, it will be the countdown to the beginning of the troubled times. This is also the accumulation of Kahn's background, becoming one of the strongest chess players, and having a development period that can control the troubled times or not be affected by the troubled times. But before the Son of Destiny goes to sea, his father and guide will pave the way for him. This decade is not just Kahn's developmental period. At the same time, it is also the time period when Monkey D. Dragon and Shanks take off. Before they can be the Overlord, Kahn has to be the Overlord first, occupying one of the biggest pies in the New World. Thinking of this, Kahn couldn't help but become more determined because of the thought that came from thinking of Aran. Therefore, Kahn ended his tour of the capital of Seven Waters ahead of schedule and took Monet and Kuina to the last leg of the voyage. And the last stop is not the Sabaody archipelago at the end of the Seven Waterways. Rather, the Devil's Triangle. To be precise, it is an island ship located in the Devil's Triangle, Thriller Bark. As mentioned earlier, the time when Gecko Moria moved into the Devil's Triangle was 10 years before the start of the plot, that is, in 1510 of the Highway Calendar. Therefore, Kahn passed through the Devil's Triangle so many times, but didn't stay in it, because the Thriller Bark hadn't entered the Devil's Triangle yet. But now, the reason why Kahn turned from the Broadcasting Islands and returned to the waterway where Alabasta was located was not only to help Kuina broaden her horizons, but also to recruit her 10th personal maid along the way. And this personal maid is Perona, who ate the Paramecia rule-type ghost fruit ability, known as Princess Mononoke. At the same time, Perona is also the existence that Kahn tried to look for when he was very young, but couldn't find it. Because Perona and Gecko Moria, like Kahn, are West Blue. Perona is also Kahn's must-have family member. Because her Paramecia, ghost fruit is really too powerful. Especially beside Kahn, there is also Mary, who has the ability of Paramecia Fortress Fruit, who can help Perona make up for the biggest shortcoming of Paramecia Ghost Fruit. That is, when Perona's soul came out, Mary put Perona's body into the castle. When the enemy didn't know that Mary was the fruit of Paramecia, they couldn't find Perona's body even if they dug 3 feet into the ground and searched the entire island. This way, they can ignore passive attacks from passive ghosts unless they have a powerful haki or are very passive themselves. Otherwise, anyone who is pierced by Perona's negative ghost will instantly lose the will to fight and be slaughtered. This ability is definitely a big killer in war. Once he gets Perona's help, Kahn will have more confidence to win the battle for supremacy that he plans to take the initiative to set off next. Therefore, Kahn used telekinesis to control the wind to speed up, and it took only 1 day to enter the Devil's Triangle from the capital of Seven Waters. Gecko Moria is a big pirate and one of the only 7 legal big pirates in the future. The news that he moved into the Devil's Triangle was unknown to others. But in the big forces with excellent intelligence capabilities, as well as the intelligence organizations of the Dark World, there is no secret at all. As the overlord of the Dark World, the existence above the King of Darkness. Of course, Kahn knew the news too. If he is not sure, he will not stop by. After entering the Devil's Triangle, Kahn's unique perception quickly found the position of the Thriller Bark. So, Kahn directly used his telekinetic power to lift the Grandine, flew over the Thriller Bark, and landed on the roof of the castle. Poochie. The moment the sailboat landed, there was a sound of a sharp weapon entering the body in a certain room in the castle. I saw that Absalom, who had not yet received Hobak's surgery, turned into an animal-reformed human. His body was covered with a layer of faint blue light, and he was deprived of control of his body. and he didn't even have the ability to open his mouth to speak. Immediately, a knife in the room, also covered with a layer of faint blue light, floated up. Under the air barrier eliminated by the telekinetic force, the knife shot out like a sniper bullet and instantly penetrated Absalom's neck. The ability user who ate the paramecia, transparent fruit, died just like that. Monet, you and Kuina are waiting for me on the boat. I will be back soon. After killing Absalom in an instant, Kahn left a command to Monet and Kuina, and his figure disappeared on the deck. After disappearing from the roof of the castle, Kahn did not go directly to Perona and Gecko Moria, but first found Hobak, read his memory, and stored all his medical memories. Known as the genius surgeon, although Hogback cannot compare with Monet, who ate the paramecia op fruit in terms of ability, his surgical experience and knowledge are obviously better than Monet, who relies on the ability of the fruitni is even stronger. Just so, the memory of Hogback is also a huge treasure for Monet. As long as Hobak's knowledge is digested, Monet's development of paramecia op fruit will definitely make rapid progress. After reading Hobak's memory, Kahn walked in the direction of Gecko Moria. On the way, Kahn shook his head, slightly disappointed. Although the Grandine did not pass through the main gate, it rose directly into the sky, and because of the telekinetic force, it did not cause a huge movement when it landed. But Gecko Moria, who was in the castle, did not find his two cadres at all. One was killed, and the other was knocked out, and he was still sleeping in the living room of the castle. Obviously, Gecko Moria has already been beaten by Kaido and lost Haki during this period of time. Instead of relying on personal strength, Gecko Moria is preparing to hide here and form his own zombie army. Gecko Moria, who has lost Haki and lost his desire to fight for hegemony, is no longer the beginning of the era of great pirates. He has attracted the attention of the whole world. Even the world government didn't mind his defeat and annihilation of the whole army, and sent him an invitation to 7 warlords of the Sea West Blue Hero 2. The current Gecko Moria is a lost dog. Fortunately, there are still 10 years before the plot begins, and Gecko Moria's current figure has not yet deformed. In Kahn's eyes, this falls into the category of salvation. It can be recycled. Boom. Kahn used telekinesis to push open the door of the living room and walked in. Hey, what's going on? Why doesn't my body like 480 control? At the same time, in a princess room full of ghostly paintings, the 13-year-old Perona suddenly screamed in panic. I saw that her body was covered with a layer of blue light film at some point, which is the thought force wave formed by the materialization of thought power. Perona, whose whole body was covered by Nyen Libo, floated uncontrollably and then flew towards the door that opened automatically. However, Perona was only deprived of body control and did not deprive her of the ability to speak. So after she panicked, she seemed to think of something and shouted angrily, "Absalom, are you playing tricks on me? You dare to break into my room? I will make you look good later." It's a pity that no matter how much Perona yelled, her body was still unable to move, but kept turning in the corridor and soon came to the living room of the castle. Lord Moria. Immediately, Perona saw 10,000 incredible pictures. I saw that Mr. Gecko Moria, who had adopted her since she was a child and was extremely powerful in Perona's heart, was lying on the ground at this time, and her whole body was covered with a layer of blue light emitting waves of thought force, just like her. In addition, there is another person's body surface on the field, which is also covered with Nyen Libo. That person is sitting on the couch opposite Gecko Moria, BHBJ, a handsome young man wearing a white suit with a blue tie and elegant legs. Damn kid, if you have the guts, let me go and fight with me openly. At this time, Gecko Moria looked particularly embarrassed. He was lying on the ground, and he could only look up at Kahn, who was sitting across from him, who used his fruit ability to push him to the ground as soon as he came in, and said with sharp teeth, "You've let me down, Gecko Moria." Kahn shook his head in disappointment. Then, with a slight movement of his fingers, after depriving Perona of his ability to speak, he used telekinetic power to control the floating Perona and landed beside him. Putting his hand on Perona's fragrant shoulders in a princess dress, Kahn looked down at Gecko Moria, who could only lie on the ground, looking up at him, and said lightly, "Obviously only need to use Haki. You can easily break free from the shackles of my telekinesis, but now why can't you even use Haki? Could it be that you were not only kicked out of New World by Kaido back then, but also shattered by him?" Cross Kahn. Gecko Moria, who was stabbed in the heart, suddenly stared open and shouted out of control, "You can either let Lousy go and fight Lousy fairly, or kill me. What's the point of humiliating me? Oh? You still have the courage not to fear death. It seems that you can still be saved." Hearing this, Kahn did not further humiliate him, but instead smiled appreciatively. "In this case, you and your Moonlight Pirates are qualified to become my affiliated pirates." "You're talking nonsense." Gecko Moria, whose hatred towards Kahn was almost full at the moment, sneered and said, "Even if I die, I will not become your subordinate." "Then before you die, do you want to avenge Kaido?" Kahn asked with a smile. Kahn's words were like pouring a basin of cold water on his head, making the angry Gecko Moria regain his composure instantly. As if he was afraid that he might get the wrong meaning, Yongguang Moria asked in a daze, What do you mean?" Seeing that Gecko Moria regained his composure, Kahn, who made him recognize his strength and status with absolute crushing strength, slowly released the telekinetic force on Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria, who regained control of his body, did not shoot Kahn, nor stood up, but continued to lie on the ground, staring at Kahn closely. Kaido is Gecko Moria's nightmare. Just the mention of the name can change Gecko Moria's mood dramatically. At the same time, Gecko Moria never wants to take revenge on Kaido. But as a lost dog who was kicked out of New World by Kaido, Gecko Moria knows Kaido's strength better than anyone else. If the person who asked him this was not Kahn, but someone else, Gecko Moria would have sneered and mocked. But it's Kahn who said that, and that's quite a different story. Back then, Kaido stole chickens and lost money, but Kahn cut off an arm, exposing the second Phantom Beast ability user of the Cross family, which caused a sensation all over the world. Seeing that news, Gecko Moria is definitely one of the most laughing people in the world. The Cross family is also a pseudo-hegemonic force recognized by New World. All it takes is for the captain to prove his own strength, and this fake word will be removed in an instant. Could it be that the brat, Cross Kahn, is about to officially challenge the highest mountain in the world? And Kaido and Beast's pirates is his goal to reach the top of the world? Kahn's next words made Gecko Moria look ecstatic. "Just as you think." I saw the corner of Kahn's mouth slightly raised, and said with a light smile, "The Cross family is ready to go to war with the Beast's pirates. Do you want to be my support?" "It is good." This time, Gecko Moria replied without the slightest hesitation, "I am willing to be your subordinate, and my Moonlight Pirates are also willing to be your subordinate force. It doesn't matter if the world government finds out, deprives me of the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. As long as you take me with you when the battle starts, my life is yours." When he said the last sentence, Gecko Moria stood up slowly, with a firm expression on his face. At this moment, the guts that had been shattered by Kaido healed up again. The power named Haki gradually returns. The reason why Gecko Moria lost Haki was that he found that the gap between himself and Kaido was getting bigger and bigger, and he couldn't find any hope of revenge, so he felt desperate and depraved, hiding in the Devil's Triangle to deceive himself and others. And now, Kaido is not the future world's strongest creature and one-on-one strongest. Once he becomes Kahn's subordinate and the Moonlight Pirates become affiliated pirates of the Cross family, then he can justifiably participate in this war and avenge his dead companions. When the hope of vengeance was greater than ever, Haki, lost by Gecko Moria, returned naturally. Then, well, where are you taking me? When the Grandine left the Devil's Triangle, Perona, who had not seen the sun for a long time, reappeared in the sun. Holding a small puppet, Perona, who has no future zombie doll bear, looks timidly at the three of Kahn. Kahn recruited Gecko Moria and asked him to take the Moonlight Pirates to become a subsidiary pirate group of the Cross family in exchange for the qualification to participate in the next big battle. He did not stop at the thriller bark, but took Perona away. I left the Devil's Triangle that day. For Kahn to take Perona away and make her his personal female pie. Knowing exactly what Kahn's maid meant, Gecko Moria did not refuse. Then he will put all his eggs in one basket to avenge his dead companion, even if he dies in this great battle. For revenge, Gecko Moria is not afraid to die. But he didn't want to implicate the daughter-like Pei Luana, who had been adopted since childhood. Unlike Absalom and Hobak, who joined the crew 2 years ago and this year. The former was killed by Kahn, and Gecko Moria, in order to get a chance to avenge Kaido, was as willing as her own dignity to be trampled on and didn't care. Only Perona is the witness of Gecko Moria's passion. She was adopted by Gecko Moria since she was a child, and she was the only real companion before Gecko Moria bonded with Absalom and Hobak. That's why Gecko Moria doesn't want to hurt Perona. It is undoubtedly safer for Perona to follow Kahn than to stay by her side. So, with the acquiescence of Gecko Moria, Perona, who was still young, did not even have the right to object and was taken away by Kahn. As a bystander, he already knew that this young man's strength and status were far better than Perona, who was Moria. At this time, he was not only in awe of Kahn, but also Grasti and Kuina. Don't be afraid, we have no ill intentions towards you. Seeming to see Perona's inner fear, Kahn took advantage of his height and smacked Perona, who was only 1.4 meters tall, and said with a smile, "You're Moria, you will go to recruit troops and buy horses to prepare for the next big battle. The next Moonlight Pirates will rapidly expand their army. Apart from men and special guys, there shouldn't be a single woman. That kind of pirate group is no longer suitable for a girl like you, so Moria adopted you to the Cross family. From now on, you are my personal maid, my family, and the bridge between the Cross family and the Moonlight Pirates." I see. Not knowing whether she heard that Kahn had no ill intentions towards her or felt Kahn's kindness released, Perona was relieved and nodded obediently on the surface. It can be seen from this that Perona's fear of Kahn and the others has not diminished. Because Perona's character is not this kind of obedient, but she was favored by Moria, and Absalom and Hobak were afraid of being our **********, so the little princess was born. But I have to say that Moria has nothing to say about her crew. Perona, who joined the Moonlight Pirates at a young age, is still a pure-hearted little girl, obviously well protected. In particular, Gecko Moria only recruited Hobak this year and moved into the Devil's Triangle. It has not yet started to capture other people's shadows and build its own zombie army. Perona, who has never attacked outsiders, is a little girl like a blank sheet of paper. Kahn is too experienced to deal with such a little girl. I believe it won't take long for Kahn to paint Perona's white paper with his own color, making her willing to become his personal maid. But before that, Kahn had to eliminate Perot's fear and vigilance towards him. And Kahn's way of eliminating is to treat people with sincerity as always. For a little girl with a pure heart, if she behaves coldly, it will only make the other party more fearful and vigilant. Only Asahi can quickly gain the favor of the other party. This is why in the second dimension of the previous life, there were always so many treasure girls around the male protagonist of the Asahi type. Being cold can only attract nympho. In order to gain Perona's favor, Kahn took the initiative to take her and Kuina to experience all the entertainment on the Grandine. When he came to the arena, Kahn played 1v3 in person, dealing with Monet, Perona, and Kuina alone. Kahn and Monet cooperate silently. The former keeps feeding the ball, while the latter tells Perona the rules of playing while hitting back. As for Kuina, I have already played with these. And Kuina prefers the shooting range to volleyball. Archery has become Kuina's hobby. After returning to the new world with the master, Kuina plans to learn the archery skills of 9 snakes from Mary and others whom she met through the phone bug. When Monet finished teaching, Kahn fed the ball to Perona in an unobvious way, asking for flowers. With Perona, who has never played sports and likes to play out of her body, after a helpless fight back. In a cooperative battle with Kahn and Monet controlling the field, Perona quickly played happily, forgot fear and vigilance, and devoted himself to the joy of the game. Even Kuina, who rarely played cooperative battles, quickly sank into it. Especially after Kahn released the seawater from all over the world to allow Perona to score a point, this girl, who was sweating profusely after playing for a while, cheered profusely. No matter which world you're in, sports competitions, especially team competitions that require cooperation, are the easiest way to get closer and enhance the bond of friendship. It's just a game where you come and go, regardless of the outcome. Let Perona, who has been with Gecko Moria since she was a child, and has no peers besides adults, not even a woman to play with her, soon got a good impression. In this atmosphere different from Thriller Bark, Perona quickly fell into the gentleness of Kahn and Monet, and the friendship of her peer Kuina. The white paper in my heart quickly emerged the color belonging to Kahn. In less than 2 days, Perona, like the simple Kuina, naturally changed her tune and called Kahn master. At this speed, I believe it won't be long before Perona's heart will change into the shape of Kahn. When Gecko Moria finishes recruiting troops and buys horses, he meets Perona again. Although Perona's feelings for him will still not change, Perona will definitely choose to stay by Kahn's side and be a happy little maid instead of returning to the gloomy Thriller Bark life, where no one plays with her. The time comes to October of 1510 in the Sea Circle calendar. Take Kuina and Perona to play from the first half of the Grand Line to the second half. During the period, I also went to the Grantony Paradise, introduced Kuina and Perona to Sonia who guards the paradise, and asked Sonia Kahn did not return to Daughter Island immediately, but came to the Grantine New World first. I will take Mary away tomorrow, and you will control the sailing range of the Grantine New World to prevent it from being too far away from Daughter's Island, and prepare for war. On the night of arriving at the Grantine New World, Kahn handed over the rations to Hancock, Robin, and Monet at one time. After paying the rations, Kahn hugged Hancock and Robin from left to right, with Monet lying on his chest, and suddenly said, "I'm going to snatch the ancient weapon." As mentioned earlier, after Kahn entered the Grand Line, he focused on 3 countries. These 3 countries are the Kingdom of Darice Rosa located in the New World, where there are treasures that Kahn wants. There is also the Amazon Lily Kingdom located in the Windless Zone. This powerful Haki country like Wanakuni can make up for the lack of troops of the Cross family. But the 3rd country is not the Dong Tata Kingdom located in the Kingdom of Darice Rosa. The Little People are one of the treasures that Kahn chose the Kingdom of Darice Rosa as the tentative base camp. The other treasure is Violet who ate Paramecia, dark fruit. The 3rd country that Kahn is eyeing is actually Wanakuni, a powerful Haki country like the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Yes, the 3rd country that Kahn is eyeing is Wanakuni. Wanakuni is a treasure land that was coveted by the world hundreds of years ago. If 887 hadn't been protected by the natural environment, even if there were sword gods and horses, this country would have been broken and occupied. For hundreds of years, this country has been closed to the outside world and has not traded with the outside world, so it is still a treasure land. Even after 20 years of blood sucked by Kaido, this country has not been drained dry. In this life, because Kaido failed to get the help of Doflamingo, Quinn, who was good at inventing weapons, was killed by Sonia. Kaido, who lost a lot of help, can only sell cold weapons and sea stone now. Therefore, the speed at which he sucks blood from Wanakuni is far worse than in the original book. Now Wanakuni is still a treasure land, the country of gold. As long as Wanakuni and Kahn are occupied, the minerals that can only be purchased at high prices on the black market because Moorlake's island has been hollowed out will become inexhaustible in an instant. And he will also occupy the largest resource of sea stone. When the most high-quality hot and cold weapons on the market, as well as the sea stone related to research and the world government all have to be purchased from Kahn, Kahn's right to speak will become unprecedentedly large. At that time, Kahn wants to meet Vegapunk, read the memory of the other party, and seize the research materials of the pacifists. It will be a breeze. Certainly. Kahn's occupation of Wanakuni's resources is only a secondary reason for preparing for an all-out war with Kaido. The main reason is what Kahn said to the 3 daughters of Hancock. He wants to snatch the ancient weapon. The reason why Luffy is the son of destiny is the key to the troubled times. Not only because he ate paramecia rubber fruit, but also because his father is Monkey D. Dragon, his guide is Shanks, and his grandfather is Monkey D. Garp. These three people are not only the superpowers who stand on the highest peak in the world, but also represent the apex of the three forces. When Luffy also becomes a superpower, or even the existence of the ceiling of the world, then these three forces will become his support. There are also some forces that he made friends with during his adventures, and they will follow behind the liberation fighters one after another. Just like Uzumaki Naruto in the Hokage world next door, the whole ninja world stands behind him. The Son of Destiny defeats the final villain, representing the whole world, transforming himself into a dragon slayer to destroy the evil dragon. Uzumaki Naruto is like this, Kurosaki Ichigo is like this, and so must Luffy. The reason why they, the protagonists of Migrant Workers, can change the world is that their blood and talent must be able to reach the ceiling of the world, or even surpass the ceiling of the world. The second is that they only need to improve their strength. In other respects, someone has already paved the way for him. Shanks and Monkey D. Dragon are the people who paved the way for Luffy. As one of the biggest boosters for the Son of Destiny in the future, they will definitely take off in strength before the Son of Destiny goes to sea. Becoming the Overlord is almost a certainty. Kahn just has a certain chance that he can break through the ceiling of the world and become a strong man in another dimension. But before breaking through the ceiling of the world, no matter how strong Kahn is, he can only open a small distance away from other overlords. One-on-one, one side may be able to win the other side. But if it's 1-2, it must be that one's own side is at a disadvantage. Therefore, Kahn wants to sit firmly on the Dio Utai in the chaotic world 12 years later. Then he has only two methods. One is to break through the ceiling of the world and become a powerhouse of a different dimension. With the 6 Paths level powerhouse in the Hokage world next door, you can easily abuse multiple Super Kage level powerhouses representing the ceiling of the world. The second is that, like the world government, it has the trump card that will not panic even if there are many overlords in the new world. The trump card of the world government is undoubtedly the mysterious and the secret weapon that can easily destroy an island. If there is no accident, the secret weapon in the hands of the world government should be Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons, or it is not an ancient weapon, but it is comparable to the existence of an ancient weapon. But what is certain is that the 3 major weapons named as gods are definitely existences that can affect the world situation. Therefore, as long as Kahn masters the ancient weapon, it means that he has the power to sit firmly on the Dio Utai even in troubled times. Among the 3 ancient weapons, Kahn knows the location of 2 ancient weapons. One is Shirahoshi, who is 4 years old this year, and she is Poseidon. The second is Wanakuni, where Pluto is hidden. These 2 ancient weapons, Kahn will not let go. After becoming one of the overlords of the New World and possessing the strength of Whitebeard, Kahn will personally visit the Fishmen Island. But now, Kahn's goal is Kaido, whose arm has been severed and who has not yet recovered. So, after hiding the matter of the ancient weapon and explaining the purpose of the war to the 3 daughters of Hancock, on the next day, Kahn handed Kuina and Perona to Robin for training, then took Mary and Monet, left the Grantony New World, and returned to the underground base of Daughter Island. Next, Kahn transferred all the 2,500 weakened pacifists who were still in their infancy in the training cabin to Mary's castle, and then began to create a new batch of replica soldiers. After Kahn made a round trip to Wanakuni, the second batch of replicants should be formed. In this way, after Gecko Moria has finished recruiting and rushing to New World from the first half of the Grand Line, the number of members of 4.3 Kahn's Cross Legion should be able to exceed 10,000. 10,000 dead soldiers equipped with laser and weapon devices also possessed a strong physique and were not afraid of death. With such a low-end combat power, there is also the mid-range combat power of Daughter Island and the high-end combat power of Hancock and others. The Cross family, with these combat powers, except for the world government and naval headquarters, has the power to fight no matter what forces they face. At that time, the Cross family will no longer be a false overlord, but a veritable overlord force. After taking the first batch of juvenile replica soldiers into the castle, Kahn took Monet and Marie and drove the Grandine straight to Wanakuni. A few days later, the three of Kahn quietly entered the Golden Kingdom wearing Wanakuni kimonos as before. After several years, Kahn came to Wanakuni again. Due to Quinn's death, Wanakuni hasn't changed much now, and it doesn't have the industrial smell of the experimental base everywhere in the original book. Instead, it's still like Geniki's Xanadu. Of course, this is just the ecological environment. Over the past few years, the citizens of this country, like living in a purgatory on Earth, are in dire straits every day. In the villages outside the big cities, there was even a famine, and the villagers couldn't eat enough. And the strong men are pulled down by Korizumi Orochi's men to mine. Only those elders were not affected at all, and many people who took refuge in the Korizumi snake even took the opportunity to eat their mouths full of oil. Over the past few years, the wealth of Wanakuni has become very obvious. And this situation, if no one comes to defeat Kaido and Korizumi Orochi, will continue for 12 years. At that point, Wanakuni will really be no different from purgatory. Arriving at Wanakuni, Kahn first took Monet and Mary to the Gioli area, released his unique perception, and searched for the trace of Aran. After a while, Yane put away his perception. Having met a few years ago, Kahn has long remembered the fluctuation and intensity of Aran's aura. If Aran is in the Gioli area, Kahn no longer needs to search for and eliminate one by one among the handful of powerful auras like he did back then. Just as Kahn expected, Anan is no longer in the Gioli area. When I came here to tell Robin and Boya, three sisters, about their age, En once revealed an important information to Ren. That is the trail of Kazuki Hiyori, who is in the Flower City area. If there is no accident, the current ninja should be protecting their Highness the Princess, just like Denjiro, one of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath. So, Kahn took Monet and Mary straight to the capital of flowers. Before arriving in the capital of flowers, Kahn's unique perception has found the breath and position of Rin. At this time, Shinobi did not guard Kazuki Hiyori, but stayed in the capital of flowers, living like an ordinary person. By the way, it may be to find the goal of struggle. 37 years old this year, Aren, who is in the best years of a woman, has not become the short, fat, and ugly girl in the original book, but still has a slender and hot figure, exuding a mature temperament. Instead of going through the main entrance, he successfully sneaked into the Flower City with the help of Monet's transfer of the surgical field. Kahn took Monet and Mary to the area where Aran was, in an uninhabited alley, and asked Monet to use the surgical field to transfer Aran from a certain building in front of them. Nin, long time no see. Looking at the mature woman in front of him, Kahn raised his hand with a smile and greeted Atu. Your Excellency Kahn. Looking at the 22-year-old young man who has not only completely faded away from his innocence, but also grew to a height of 1.97 meters, Ren couldn't help but widen his beautiful eyes. He felt a burst of astonishment at first, and then soon revealed surprise and said, "It's really His Excellency Kahn. Why are you here?" "I'm here to ask you for help again." Kahn explained with a smile and was not in a hurry to ask Renan to help him ripen the batch of replica soldiers immediately, but asked knowingly, "How have you been these past few years? Have you found your Highness Kilometer?" "I have found Hiyori-sama." Hearing this, Rin immediately expressed gratitude and said, "Your Excellency Kahn, I really appreciate the information and gifts you brought over back then. It's just a little effort." Through the natural observation Haki and Aran's reaction, Kahn knew his lie, and Aran has not discovered it until now. So, Kahn turned his head and gave Mary a wink, and then said to Aran, "By the way, this time I want to entrust you to help me ripen something. As a reward, I will give you a batch of gold." "Please don't say that, Mr. Kahn." And Rin quickly shook his head and said, "You are a friend of Lord Izong and also my benefactor. Compared with the information and gifts you brought back then, my energy consumption is not worth mentioning at all. It's different. Back then it was entrusted by a friend, but now it's a private entrustment. Kahn said with a smile, and the amount of things I need to ripen this time is really too large. If you don't get paid, I will feel sorry. Anyway, don't resist later, just let Mary take you in and you'll know. As Kahn's words fell, Mary came to Aron's side, put her hand on Aron's fragrant shoulders that she had not seen for several years, and greeted with a smile, "Miss Aron. Long time no see, you are still as beautiful as before." After finishing speaking, Ren's whole body was wrapped in a transparent white mask and shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, and flew into the city doctor through a thumb-sized door on Mary's body. Immediately, Mary took Kahn into the castle again. But she and Monet stayed in the outside world, using the transfer of the surgical field, and quickly left the capital of flowers. "Your Excellency Kahn, what is going on here?" Inside the castle, Mary looked at the rows of training pods and the identical-looking replica soldiers in the training pods. Her beautiful eyes widened again. She looked at Kahn in horror and asked epileptically, Are these all human?" "No, these are robots." Kahn shook his head and explained with a smile, "How could there be 2,500 identical human beings in this world? Made of special materials." Aron was stunned for a moment, and then sighed with a complicated expression. "The outside world is really incredible. Mean, please ripen them for 20 years. Kahn patted Aron's shoulders and said, "This is just the first batch. In the next 2 months, I will bring a few more batches of these robots over. This is a big project, so I hope you will accept my reward, which will not only make me feel at ease, but also make your Royal Highness's life better." "I see. Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Kahn." Originally, because of this batch of robots, Ninja, who was curious about Kahn's identity, was suddenly distracted by Kahn's words and gave Kahn a slap in the face with emotion. No matter what Lord Kahn's identity is in the outside world, there is no doubt that he is a super nice person. As everyone knows, Kahn is only good to those he is useful to. In the whole Wano Kuni, only Aron is useful to Kahn. This is why Kahn didn't come here to invite Aron to the Daughter Island, but spent several days back and forth, preparing to bring the replica soldiers over batch by batch and pay a lot of rewards. If Ninja knew, Kahn would use these replica soldiers to start a full-scale war with Kaido. If he wins, Kahn will become the second Kaido and continue to fight against the Kazuki family. What will he think? 37 years old, whether it is a man or a woman, is the best time. At this age, a woman is like a ripe peach, exuding a mature temperament. And a man at this age is also a mature uncle. Apart from appearance, physical fitness at this age, perhaps in Kahn's previous life, is no longer at its peak. But in this pirate world, 37 is still the peak of the Golden Age. Shanks in the original book is at this age. Blackbeard, on the other hand, is only a year older than Shanks. That said, the 4 emperors, Shanks and Blackbeard 2 years after the original, along with Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, are representatives of the old and the new before Luffy became the 4 emperors. This year's Rin is also 37 years old. Therefore, compared to a few years ago, her strength has not weakened at all, but has become stronger. A few years ago, she matured the 3 sisters Robin and Boya to 18 years old, and it only consumed a small amount of physical energy. You know, among the people she ripens, there is Sonia, an upgraded human being, and Hancock, who looks normal on the surface, but is actually not a simple super genius. Back then, the ripening of Robin's 4 daughters only consumed a small amount of physical energy. The current Aron has matured 300 clone soldiers in one breath before exhausting his physical energy. So, Kahn let Mary and Monet, who had already left the capital of flowers, enter the castle and prepared a sumptuous meal for Aron so that she could recover her physical strength. When Aron looked at the delicious food on the table, his stomach suddenly let out a gurgling sound, and his saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Under Kahn's hospitality, Aron, who hadn't eaten this kind of food for many years, couldn't help but gobble it up. Kahn, who has a natural observation haki, has secretly read her memory and learned about her experiences in the past few years when he patted Aron's fragrant shoulder. As a loyal servant of the Kazuki family, Ninja is as stupid as the Red Sheath 9 heroes. It is clear that Kahn gave Aren a huge piece of gold in the name of Tibet. But after learning of Kazuki Hyore's whereabouts from Kahn, Aren found her princess and handed over the gold. Then Kazuki Hyore saw that the people of Wonokuni were living in dire straits, so he melted that piece of gold and secretly used it to relieve those people. In addition, Aren is just a ninja and doesn't know how to make money in business at all. So these years, she actually lived very poorly. Food like this has only been eaten in dreams these years. With such a standard of living, Aren's strength in the past few years has not decreased, but increased. This shows how hard Aren has worked all these years. Perhaps it was this hard work that prevented her from becoming the pudgy and ugly girl in the original book. Your Excellency Kahn, please, may I ask how Izong is doing now? While gobbling it up, Aren didn't forget to inquire about Izong's information. Izo is doing well now. He has become the captain of the 16th division of the world's strongest pirate group. Kahn lied and said without blinking, but we haven't seen each other for several years, because with the improvement of our strength and status, we all have our own power and territory to take care of. It turns out, that's how it is. Because his mouth was stuffed with food, both sides of Aren's small faces swelled into buns, and his tone became blurred. Kahn's kindness to useful people makes his character and reputation in the eyes of Aren and those in the black market simply not good. For Kahn's words, Aren didn't have the slightest doubt. After eating, Ahu rested for a while. After recovering his physical fitness, Aren continued to help Kahn mature the replica soldiers. 300 at a time, Aren ripened 3 times a day. In just 1 day, Aren matured 900 clone soldiers. In just 3 days, the 2,500 clone soldiers brought by Kahn were matured to the stage of 20 years old. As a reward, Kahn gave Nin a piece of gold that was 1 size bigger than before, and moved Nin with tears in his eyes, and once again performed a dojo to Kahn. With this piece of gold, not only will Master Rai's life become better, they can even secretly cultivate private soldiers. Just consuming 3 days of physical energy, you get such a huge reward. In Ren's heart, Kahn has become the best benefactor in the world. Kahn, who saw all her inner thoughts in her eyes, also took Monet and Mary to leave Wonokuni with satisfaction, and planned to wait for the second batch of replica soldiers to be formed, and then bring them over and ask Aren to ripen them. This bit of gold is not even a drop in the bucket for Kahn. The Straw Hat crew in the original book brought a sack of gold, and it was only exchanged for hundreds of millions of Baileys. The piece of gold gifted by Kahn may be only 2 to 3 billion yuan if it is converted into Pele. With 2 or 300 million Baileys, you can save yourself 5 years of waiting and directly get more than 2,000 weakened pacifist troops. This can no longer be described as earning money. After the war was over, Kahn decided to try to recruit Aren. Being able to ripen the weakened version of the pacifist to the stage of 20 years old, the value of Arenin's fruitability in Kahn's eyes has become a strategic level awakening that is no less than the ancient Lejing. Paramecia ripe fruit. Since you can't take the ability of devil fruit, you must let the other party work for you. If the other party is not willing to work for him, then force her to become one of his own. Coincidentally, Kahn has such ability by his side. After returning to Daughter's Island, Kahn announced the Cross family is in a state of war preparation. Of course, this announcement is not an external announcement, but an internal announcement. With his natural observation Haki and Violet, the Paramecia staring fruit, it is impossible for any undercover agent to enter Kahn's base camp. Even those undercover agents stationed on the Kingdom of Darice Rosa and the Grantine New World were able to stay with Kahn's tacit approval. Even so, it's time for Kahn to cook these guys. Wang's Jiao Dao family is in the state of preparation. Only the 9 snake pirates scattered in the front and rear half of the Grand Line, the Daughters of Robin, the 9 snake warriors on Daughter Island, and Ska from the Kingdom of Darice Rosa next door. Right. After receiving the news, Sonia handed over the command of the Grantiny Paradise to Margaret, who ate the Logia snow fruit and then used the unique Haki fused with ultrasonic waves to bring following the members of the 9 snake pirates. They boarded an ordinary ship and quietly left the paradise. and Grantai New World turned around and returned to the area where Daughter Island is located. In the future, the range of navigation will also be controlled so that the Golden City can reach the Big Daughter Island in one day. At the same time, Gecko Moria, who regained the power of Haki, frantically hunted pirates in the first half of the Grand Line and captured shadow-making zombies, also received a call from Kahn, ready to go to the New World. The stormy atmosphere quietly enveloped the entire New World without anyone noticing it. See Circle Calendar January 1st, 1511. The state of preparation for the Cross family lasted for 1.5 months. During this month and a half, Kahn went to Wanakuni 5 more times. Every time Kahn goes there, he takes 2,005 weakened pacifists. Counting the first time, Renan helped Kahn cook 15,000 weakened versions of pacifism. The strength of the Cross Legion also skyrocketed to 15,000. Counting the members of the Kusnake Pirates from Daughter Island, as well as the Kingdom Guards and ordinary soldiers, the total strength of the Cross family reached 17,000. Add to that Gecko Moria's frenzied hunt along the way, capturing shadow-created zombies and forcing those who have lost their shadows to serve him temporarily. The total strength of the Cross family is at least 20,000 people. This force, perhaps, is nothing to the naval headquarters, who can easily summon 100,000 Marines, and they are all elite soldiers. But this force is placed in the New World, whether it is in the franchise country or the pirate world. It is a hegemony-level existence. You must know that among the 20,000 people, at least 2,000 people are Haki masters who either master two-color Haki or master one type of Haki. There are also 15,000 people who have laser technology installed in their bodies, as well as weapon technology that can be transformed into various cold weapons, and their physique is far superior to that of ordinary people. Such a duplicating and transforming person is only the damage caused by releasing laser 477, and his threat is at the level of a 50 million Bailey bounty. Not to mention the powerful physique and weaponry, the strength of these clones is definitely at the bounty level of 80 million Baileys. That is to say, such a cloner is already as good as an intern in the original book, Red Hair Pirates. Even without Haki, the cyborgs are no match for the Red Hair Pirates interns. But there are only so many members of Red Hair Pirates. Pirates with 80 million Baileys can all be trainees on their ships. But the Legion of the Cross family has 15,000 such interns. Such a force will definitely become a nightmare for the low-end combat power of all forces. After Kahn creates pacifists in the future, the low-end and mid-end combat capabilities of the Cross family will become the strongest existence in the hegemony. Once he creates Seraphim, the Cross family will be the unsolvable existence of low-end combat power, mid-range combat power, and high-end combat power. Even in the face of the world government with its 800-year heritage, the Cross family still has the strength to fight. At that time, the Cross family will be the well-deserved super overlords. See Circle Calendar January 1st, 1511 at 9 o'clock in the evening. On this day, dark clouds gathered over Wanakuni and Oni Island. Heavy black clouds covered the moon and stars. There is also a faint white electric light surging continuously in the thundercloud, and it makes a dull sound. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped the sky and the earth. But the brightly lit Oni Island is protected by the natural environment. Members of Beast's Pirates, who haven't fought against other forces for a long time, after a busy day in Wanakuni and Oni Island, are holding a banquet, singing and dancing as usual. Many people were very drunk. No one noticed at all that a huge shadow gradually emerged from the dark clouds above the island, and it was slowly descending. If someone has farsightedness and night vision, they will find this huge shadow, which is an island ship. And this island ship is the car of Gecko Moria, known as the world's largest pirate ship, one of the 7 warlords of the sea thriller bark. Boom! Under the control of Kahn's telekinetic force, the thriller bark landed on the Ghost Island at a speed neither fast nor slow. Ghost Island is just a small island, and the volume of thriller bark is 1/3 of its size. However, Kahn did not control the thriller bark and fell to the center of the Ghost Island. The strong have a kind of super vigilance, especially this world also has the ability called Observation Haki. If the thriller bark aimed at the center and fell, it might have been blown away by Kaido's heat before it fell. Therefore, Kahn did not use the island ship to blow the horn of war, but used his unique perception to select the most suitable landing site and put the thriller bark on it to increase the weight of the Ghost Island. If Kaido uses the flame cloud to support the Oni Island, it will definitely consume more stamina. BHBH, yep, Kahn was already counting Kaido's stamina before the fight started. Roar. The loud noise and vibration of the island ship landing on the island hadn't awakened the members of the Beast's pirates from their drunken or deep sleep state. A dragon's roar that shocked all spirits resounded through the sky like thunder. Not only did it spread throughout the Ghost Island, even Wanakuni not far away could hear this deafening roar. Numerous Wanakuni civilians, noble lords, and even Kurozumi Orochi all retreated from the state of deep sleep or entertainment and looked in the direction of Oni Island, showing expressions of fear, hatred, or horror. They all thought that Wanakuni's protector of the country, King Ming, had gone insane again in the Ghost Island next door. As everyone knows, this dragon's roar does not come from Kaido at all, but from another dragon from New World. The roar of the dragon that resounded through the two islands was simply loud. The terrifying sound waves turned into a substantial gust of wind, blowing away a large number of dark clouds, blasting a huge circle of light in the sky above the Ghost Island. This halo is formed by the moonlight behind the dark clouds. If you look up at this aperture, you can see the moon and the stars and a blue sky dragon with a length of 180 meters, a pair of huge wings and 4 legs. I saw the blue sky dragon blowing away the dark clouds, with its huge mouth wide open, condensing a transparent white light cluster. Endless wind power gathered and compressed to form a huge energy ball in front of Tianlong's mouth. The blue Tianlong suddenly closed his mouth and swallowed the energy ball into his mouth. Boom dash. When Tianlong opened his mouth again, a huge column of transparent white light suddenly roared down towards Goeikai Island below. Just when the transparent white beam of light just fell down, an orange-red beam of light also rose from the sky from the inside of the Ghost Island skull. 2 beams of light with different colors collided up and down. The deafening loud noise once again spread throughout the entire Ghost Island and Wanakuni. And after this loud noise, a huge firework suddenly tore up the night. The white and orange flames illuminated the entire sky of Oni Island. Even the cities and villages near the coast of Wanakuni can see the flames in the sky. When the flames dissipated, the last brilliance slipped past the blue sky dragon suspended in the sky, and also past the green dragon hovering above the skull. 2 demons dragons of different types looked at each other. Kaido, it's my turn this time. At this time, the blue Tianlong suddenly grinned, and his voice spread throughout the Ghost Island. Let's have a war that takes everything. Oh, LOL, LOL. Although he was the one being attacked, Kaido was not angry at all. Instead, he showed an excited smile and responded loudly, "Come here, Kahn." Although this war came very suddenly. But like Kahn said, just hook everything up. Only war can determine the value of human beings. Now is the time for everyone to prove their worth. Strength comes first, and the strong are respected. Haboom! With Kahn's declaration of war falls, a golden laser light brought up a moderately large mushroom cloud, officially sounding the horn of war. It fell on the thriller bark on the east coast of Ghost Island, and from the huge monster mouth that opened, rows of neat and orderly figures came out. The figure and appearance of these figures, even the clothes are exactly the same. They are wearing blue one-piece combat uniforms with the Cross Family Tianlong logo printed on the left chest. The average person is over 2.5 meters tall, and their eyes are shining with dazzling scarlet light. They are the 2nd Legion of the Cross Family Replicator Legion. When these duplicators walked out of the thriller bark, their right hands made the sound of machine assembly. Then their arms turned into fine steel long knives. Then he raised his other hand. The hole in the barrel of the palm condensed dazzling golden light, turned into a beam of laser light, and shot out towards the pirates who were attracted by the loud noise because of the falling island ship. Blossoming mushroom clouds containing flames bloomed above the island of ghosts at night. Behind the Copy Transformer Legion, there are 9 snake warriors who are no longer wearing revealing clothes, but wearing the same female combat uniforms as the Copy Transformers. There are snakes of different types and sizes wrapped around their bodies, and 1 or more quiver bags filled with arrows. Behind the replicators and the 9 snake warriors are the bandaged zombies, as well as the strong and the weak who have lost their shadows. They are all cannon fodder for this war. After the cannon fodder, soldiers and warriors were all dispatched, the high-end combat power of the Cross family appeared on the stage. Hee hee. Kaido, I will repay you twice the pain you gave me back then. The first to appear is Gecko Moria, a pirate group affiliated to the Cross family, and one of the captains of the Moonlight Pirates, who participated in the battle besides the 9 snake pirates. Looking up at the Sanjiang who had already fought in the sky, Gecko Moria first showed unwillingness, and then said with hatred and madness, I will kill all your subordinates, so that you can experience the pain of losing all your companions. After finishing speaking, Gecko Moria emitted a large number of bats, and then used the ability of Paramecia, Shadow Fruit, to switch positions with his own shadow and realize space teleportation. But his bat is really too small and too weak. Compared with the huge bat behind him, it is simply the gap between ordinary animals and phantom beasts. I saw a huge dark purple bat flying out of the thriller bark at an extremely fast speed, and soon flew over the 1st and 2nd legions of the Cross family, heading towards the Ghost Island. The skull flew away. But Sonia is fast, and Hancock is faster than her. Obviously Sonia flew in the front, but when she arrived at the skull, she saw 2 figures fighting on the roof of Ghost Island. And these 2 figures are Hancock and Flame Calamity Ember, who were not able to tell the winner back then. If you pull the time back to a minute ago, you will see Hancock, who is still in the thriller bark. Through the invisible electric field, a few teleportation appeared on the roof of Ghost Island. Because of the loud noise, he quickly came to in front of Jin, who was looking at the roof. There was no nonsense, just a lightning kick. Glancing at the 2 people who were fighting from a distance, Sonia did not go to help, but changed from a full body to a human beast form, and then disappeared into the night sky out of thin air. This is not space teleportation, but simply too fast. Choose to fight Kaido at night, not that Kahn wants to pay tribute to the original Sun God versus Qinglong. Likewise, it's not for Gecko Moria's hordes of zombies and shadowless cannon fodder. Kahn chose to fight at night in order to defeat the Beast's pirates with minimal casualties. Sonia, during the day, her strength is only the highest cadre level. But at night, she just takes the sub-level. If the bounty is used to judge the strength, it is Sonia in the daytime, and the strength is at most guaranteed to be a minimum of 1 billion, less than 1.5 billion. As for Sonia at night, the minimum guarantee is 1 billion, less than 2 billion. Yes, that's an exaggeration. Because night is the home of vampires. The current Beast's pirates are the weakest existence among the 3 overlords. Originally, the gap was not that big, but after being cut off by Kahn, the gap between the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates and Whitebeard pirates is not even a tiny bit. What is the strength of the current Beast's pirates? In addition to Kaido and Jin, Jack, one of the 3 major disasters in the original book, is only a 17-year-old boy now. Foz Fu, whose strength is close to that of the Big Kanban, is still being imprisoned in the deep sea prison. Quinn, the 2nd largest Kanban, was killed a few years ago. In other words, 2 of the 4 major powers in the original Beast's pirates have disappeared, and 1 has not yet grown up. After Jin was held back by Hancock, Sonia's opponents were ordinary cadres like Sasaki and Jack, as well as a few barbarians composed of failed products of the ancient titans bought from Punk Hazard by Kaido using the privilege of cooperating with the World Government Legion. Seeking flowers. 0. Their strength is very strong, and they are definitely at the captain level in New World. But that's all. In front of the Emperor's deputy, whose strength is second only to the super strong, even if their strength is New World monsters, they are not worth mentioning. In the face of the power of concept, those who are not strong in Haki, all beings are equal. Thriller Bark only walked out of Gecko Moria, Sonia, and Hancock, the 3 silver medalists in Shichibukai and Huangfu class. Then no top cadres and cadres came out. The screen zooms to Wanakuni next door to Oni Island. A mahogany sailboat that landed early before the Thriller Bark landed was pulled by 2 snakes and arrived at the coast of Wanakuni. This sailing ship is Hancock's Empress Car, Perfume Snake. After the sailboat docked, a group of people stepped off it, headed by the top cadres and cadres of the Cross family. They are the big sister in the family, son of the devil Nico Robin. There is also the 4th highest cadre, the ship doctor of the Shiros family, Monet, as well as Mary, Perona, and Sugar of ordinary cadres. Yes, only these 5 girls. Counting the 2 strongest top cadres on Onishima, in this war, Kahn only brought 7 personal maids to fight. Like Kuina and Koala and Bakala, they all stayed on Daughter Island, and Scarlet protected them. Moreover, the 7 maids were divided into 2 groups. Hancock led Sonia and most of the 9 snake fighters on the main battlefield of Oni Island. And Robin led Monet and other women, as well as a small group of 9 snake warriors, preparing to attack Korizumi Orochi of Wanakuni and others. By the way, Perona following Robin is actually just a spirit body. Her body has already stayed in Mary's castle. The current Perona is the strongest existence in the team. The second place is Monet and her younger sister, Granos, who is 11 years old this year. Monet as the older sister is extremely good, and Sugar as the younger sister did not disappoint Kahn. I just received 2 years of 9 snake training, and I have an outstanding peer like Koala beside me. Granu, who has high hopes, has not yet awakened Haki, but after receiving warrior training, her mind has reached a level that satisfies Kahn. Therefore, in order to win the war, Kahn gave Paramecia, childlike fruit, to Sugar in advance. The current Cross family is a bit scary with its mid-range combat power and high-end combat power. This is a war of equals and not equals. Kahn, who is a time traveler, cannot fight an unsure war. He is familiar with the plot, and he knows that Beast's pirates are the most bullying existences in the current Overlord forces. Just like what I said back then. If Kaido is super unlucky, then Kahn, who is a time traveler, is super lucky. Before the Sea Circle calendar 1510, the Cross family, compared with the Beast's pirates, and in terms of high-end combat power, it has already achieved the overtake of the Beast's pirates. Sea Circle calendar at the end of 1510, the low-end combat power of the Cross family overtook the Beast's pirates again. Counting the Hydra fighters who mastered Haki, the current Cross family, whether it is low-end combat power, mid-range combat power, or high-end combat power, surpasses the Beast's pirates who are not strong but weak compared with previous years. Above. Therefore, when this so-called snow that hits everything is actually after the outbreak of the war where Kaido hits everything, the situation quickly turned one-sided. Night is the home ground of vampires, and it is also the home ground of duplicating and transforming people. Their eyes that shone with scarlet light were not just for decoration, to add a little deterrence. Just like the automatic scanning of pacifists, it is the same as accurately finding wanted criminals who are worried about bounties among the crowd. When Kahn created these cloned humans, in addition to implanting them with the setting of not fearing death and never betraying, he also installed a device that could scan the enemy at night. In this way, those pirates who do not have Haki will suffer visually when faced with the attack of cloned humans. Whoosh! There are duplicators opening the way ahead. Knowing for a long time that these soldiers are not real human beings, the 9 snake warriors used them as a cover and used Kahn's previous life's tank advancing tactics to hide behind them, pull out their arrows to gather Haki, and sneak attack those thus losing balance, or being a pirate covered in smoke. The arrows entwined around Haki, like a bomb, set off an explosion sound in the dust and mist. With the cooperation of the Copy and Transformer Legion and the 9 snake warriors, those pirates who heard the sound were quickly wiped out. Yet the 1st and 2nd Corps continued to advance steadily. On the way, the zombie legions behind them, as well as the pirates who had lost their shadows, bypassed the first and second legions from the left and right, and headed towards the skeletons in front of them like zombies coming out of cages. Head bolted away. Originally, the second legion, the replicators, walked in the front. The first legion, the 9 snake warriors, followed closely, and the zombie army and all kinds of pirates walked in the last formation. Now it has turned into an army of zombies and pirates from all walks of life rushing to the front. The army of cloned and transformed people walks behind, and the 9 snake warriors walk at the end. When the army arrived at the haunted house, tactics that were enough to make all forces fearful were immediately presented to the king of the haunted house at night. I saw the pirates who woke up from drunkenness or sleep rushed out of the haunted house with weapons in hand, preparing to fight the enemy. What caught their eyes was a large number of unarmed zombies covered in bandages. These zombies are like face huggers, tightly hugging the pirate in front of them. Haboom! Before the pirate broke free, he didn't even realize what kind of creature it was. A golden laser shot out of the night like a shooting star, hitting the zombies and pirates precisely. Like a cannonball exploding, a mushroom cloud containing flames bloomed. When the mushroom cloud dissipated, the zombies and pirates were lying on the ground, covered with scorched black marks, exuding a faint white mist. The pirate's eyes turned white, his mouth was wide open. Just like his body, there was a trace of white mist, and his life and death were unknown. The zombie lay on the ground for a while, then slowly got up and quickly returned to its original shape and continued to run towards the nearby pirates. Like this zombie, there is an entire army of zombies. After they hugged the pirates, they were either hit by lasers shot by the cloners behind them, or they were killed by the pirates who lost their shadows with the weapons in their hands, or the pirates written by the servants. After a while, the pirates who rushed out of the gate of the haunted house were eliminated again. Then 20,000 soldiers from the 3 legions poured into the haunted house. A 3-way battle between humans, cloned humans, and zombies immediately unfolded in the haunted house. The situation was still caught off guard by Beast's pirates who didn't even have time to prepare and react. The low-end combat power was replaced by an army of undead zombies by sacrificing themselves. The middle-end fighters, that is, those who mastered 1 or 2 kinds of haki, were Gecko Moria, who was sneaked into the haunted house by using shadow teleportation and was found out with haki, and he was fighting crazily. Facing Shichibukai, who regained haki, these mid-range combat powers are just like low-end combat powers, and they have no resistance at all. As for senior cadres like Jack and Sasaki, they were found by Sonia, who has a unique perception. An unprecedented crisis also quietly enveloped their heads. On Ghost Island tonight, a lot of people will die, a lot of blood will be shed, but it will be Beast's pirates. A one-sided war broke out under the roof. On the roof, the king versus the king, generals against generals, and generals against generals also appeared one-sided. The warm-up is over. With only one perception, Hancock was completely relieved after seeing the 3 legions use the tactics formulated by the master to play a one-sided situation. Then, with 1 mind and 2 minds, she turned all her attention back to Jin. On the most beautiful cheek in the world, she showed a cold and beautiful smile and said, "If you haven't made any progress in the past few years, then this one fight will be over. It's easy." After the words fell, the electric snake lingering around Hancock suddenly became violent. The number of electric snakes increases, the volume of the arc increases, and the sound of the current becomes harsher. After a while, Hancock's whole body was shining with blazing blue and white lightning. Immediately, Jin seemed to see some unbelievable picture, and the pupils under the black helmet suddenly shrank. A ray of purple light suddenly tore through the pitch-black night. That ray of light was like an electric arc. Looking at Hancock from Jin's perspective, I saw that Hancock at this time was still shining with blazing electric light all over his body. But the color of the electric light is no longer blue and white, but a purple color that contains an aura of destruction and domineering. 5 billion volts. Lightning kick 4.1. The electric light on his body turned into purple Hancock. he did not use the electric field teleport to appear behind Jin as before and then launched a sneak attack. Instead, he used physical skills to move at a high speed and ran towards Jin. Taking a step forward, Hancock's specially made gold high-heeled shoes, like a huge physique expert, smashed the ground under his feet and turned into a dazzling purple light rushing towards Jin. This way of moving is very similar to Kizaru's speed of light movement. In the blink of an eye, Hancock appeared in front of Jin. Then run up the lightning kick with accumulated power and kick it out in a sweeping way. In this regard, since Jin is taller than Hancock, Jin doesn't need to make any big moves. He just gathers Haki on his feet and lifts it lightly, just like the previous passive defense, blocking Hancock's kick. But in the next second, Jin's face under the helmet suddenly changed drastically. Boom! Second only to the explosion of the collision of the breaths of the two dragons just now, it resounded from the roof of Guidao. The dazzling purple light even more attracted the eyes of Shuanglong fighting in the sky. The mighty Observation Haki, as if seeing something, Kaido suddenly widened his eyes. I saw a huge figure flying out of the huge explosion and the dust and mist raised by the explosion. That figure is Jin, who has entered the form of a human and a beast and is also in full power mode. If you can see through, you can find that the face that Jin is peeping at is full of pain. And his foot that resisted Hancock's kick exudes a faint white mist. At first glance, it looks like it was just being knocked into the air. But when Jin hit a rocky mountain standing on the roof of Ghost Island, he could only grit his teeth, flap his wings, and fly into the air, looking at Hancock, who was shining with purple lightning all over his body. There is still no expression on the outside, but the fear in his heart is completely exposed in front of Observation Haki. If there were no wings, the current Jin would probably only be able to stick to the rocky mountain wall. Or reluctantly go to the ground, can only stand still. Because Jin's foot is now completely numb. And Jin can feel that if he doesn't go to a doctor for treatment right now, then he might not be able to lift his foot in the future. Because the cells in his foot are rapidly dying. To be precise, it was destroyed. The power of Hancock's kick just now is not great, but in terms of realm, it is the gap between ordinary Haki and Conqueror's entanglement, which belongs to the power of another dimension. The power of this different dimension is called destruction. In front of the thunder of destruction, which contains high-level armament Haki, Jin's Zoan ancient species defense, the Lunaria race's talent, and the powerful Haki are all easily broken by Hancock like thin paper. When the destruction pierced through the defenses of Haki, fruit, and racial talent, all the cells of Jin's foot were destroyed by the destruction thunder that penetrated into it. There is no doubt that Hancock's purple electricity is already a power of another dimension. Facing Hancock, who has this power, Yen has no chance of winning. Because the power of another dimension is the symbol of the super strong, and it is the ticket to enter the world's highest peak. Swish! After destroying Jin's foot with one move, Hancock, whose body was shining with purple electric light, suddenly disappeared. Having lost a foot, and the fear in his heart affected Observation Haki's prediction, Melting's reaction was a beat slower than before. Although he sensed the movement of Hancock's breath, Jin's body couldn't keep up. It was almost when he turned around, not daring to use his body anymore, but preparing to meet Hancock with his huge katana. Hancock, who used the electric field to teleport, suddenly changed his position and appeared behind Jin. This time, Hancock didn't use the lightning kick to Sentai kick out. Instead, he grabbed Jin's big black wings with both hands, slightly hooked the corners of his lips, and said with a cold smile, 500 million volts. Discharge. This easy. Although the super strong are also divided into strengths and weaknesses, it does not prevent them from being the strongest group in the world. Just like social circles are also divided into levels. If you can't enter the circle of the super strong, then even the weakest in this circle will have no solution in other circles. The same is true in the world of pirates. He is also a super strong, later Marine Admiral Green Bull. If Kaido hadn't been defeated, he wouldn't even have the courage to enter the Ghost Island. Because he is not Kaido's opponent at all. Among the superpowers, the strength of the Green Bull is undoubtedly weaker than the 4 emperors and the original 3 admirals. But even the weakest superpower, his strength can easily kill Jin and Quinn in seconds. Although Jin and Quinn were severely injured in the previous battle with the Straw Hat Pirates. After these years of fruit development, Hancock not only increased the volts of lightning from 300 million to 500 million, but also discovered and mastered the characteristics of lightning. This feature, just like the dryness of Clocadar's Logia sand fruit, is destruction. The strongest ability of Clocadar is the power to dry up all living things, even turning them into sand. And Hancock's Logia thunder fruit, it is destruction. After mastering the thunder of destruction, Hancock's strength has changed from being a deputy like Jin and Margao to being a deputy like Ben Beckman. Although he hasn't played yet, Hancock doesn't think he's any weaker than Naval Headquarters' 3 admirals. On the contrary, as the strongest thunder fruit-capable user in Logia, Hancock thinks that he is stronger than them. And Kahn is also very clear, Hancock and 3 admirals one-on-one can only end in a tie. In other words, Hancock's current strength is undoubtedly at the admiral level. Facing Hancock, who is more powerful, the current Jin is just like facing the Green Bull in the original book, not at the same level at all. Jin, who was covered by purple lightning, could no longer maintain a calm and composed appearance, but let out a miserable cry. Yes, Jin also lost consciousness to the big black wings. Even the whole person lost consciousness on the spot and fell into a coma under the unprecedentedly powerful electric shock. After a while, the big billboard of Beast's Pirates exited. Ember. Sensing the change of Jin's aura, Kaido's face in the air changed suddenly again, and he was about to fly down immediately. Do you have time to distract yourself? At this time, the voice of 520 Kahn entered the ears. I saw the huge sky dragon, who was always looking for opportunities, hugged Kaido as before, and then repeated the scene of the year, clenched his fist and smashed towards Kaido's dragon head. But this time, Kahn's huge dragon fist fell through. Because Kaido, who had suffered a huge loss back then, did not hesitate to release the complete body this time, broke free from the embrace of Tianlong, and fell towards the roof of the ghost island below. Hancock, follow the plan. Kahn flapped his wings and followed. However, during the flight, Kahn played a riddle with Hancock below. Yes, master. Hancock, who knocked Jin unconscious, nodded obediently, and then dragged Jin's big black wings, turning into purple lightning and disappearing. B****************** D quickly put Jin down. In the face of Hancock's teleportation, Kaido can't do anything but impotent rage. After 1 person and 1 dragon landed on the roof of the Ghost Island, this one-sided war finally ushered in a decisive battle between the boss and the boss. This decisive battle is the only equal place in this war. A few years ago, it was also because he did not have the same strength as Kaido, so after cutting off one of Kaido's arms, Kahn did not fight back against Beast's pirates immediately. Now, this battle will be Kahn's battle to win. In the battle situation on Oni Island, except for the final duel between the captain and the captain, the Cross family completely crushed the Beast's pirates. For outsiders, this may be incredible. But for Kahn, it's a matter of course. How long has Kahn prepared for this battle? Since entering the Grand Line, Kahn has been eyeing the 3 countries of the Rice Rosa Kingdom, Amazon Lily Kingdom, and Wanakuni. In other words, Kahn has been preparing for today's battle since 1503. To this end, it took Kahn 8 years to achieve low-end combat power, mid-range combat power, and high-end combat power to overtake Beast's pirates. Years ago, the Cross family had the ability to go to war with the Beast's pirates. But Kahn didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue it, which made Kaido breathe a sigh of relief. Because at that time, Kahn couldn't beat Kaido. The super strong is the power of the strategic level. Even if all troops are gone and all subordinates are defeated, once one's own superpower wins and the enemy has no power to stop the superpower, it is one's own victory. In the original book, if Luffy hadn't turned on the 5th gear at the last moment, he would have defeated Kaido. then Wanakuni's forces, as well as the alliance of the extremely evil generation, will all be wiped out by Kaido. Similarly, the final battle now is Kaido's only comeback point. If he can't defeat Kahn, then New World will still not be the four emperors, but will continue to maintain the situation where the three monsters rule New World. But the three big monsters are no longer Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido, but Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Cross Kahn. Kaido, who has lost everything, is no longer qualified to be called the Emperor of the Sea. The dust and mist dissipated, and the sky was overcast with the roof of the Ghost Island. At this moment, Kahn has changed from a full-bodied giant dragon to a normal human being. On the opposite side of him is the newly promoted Emperor of the Sea, who is 7 meters tall, covered with blue scales, with a tail on his back, holding a mace called Bajijia and exuding an amazing evil spirit. Known as the governor who rules the beasts, Kaido. Boy, where are you taking Jin? Unable to catch up with Hancock, who used electric field teleportation, Kaido's eyes full of evil spirits could only stare at Kahn and asked in a deep voice. I'll give him 2 options. Kahn didn't hide anything and said with a light smile, one is to serve me obediently, and the other is to become the experimental subject of our scientific team. You really know Jin's origin. Kaido's tone became even lower, and suddenly dark red lightning began to swirl around the mace in his hand. Of course, there is also a third result, that is. Kahn's red eyes narrowed slightly, and he continued to prod, you beat me, or kill me. You don't need to tell me, Lousy will do the same, boom. As Kaido's murderous voice fell, his 7-meter-high body weighing hundreds of kilograms suddenly crushed the ground and turned into a huge afterimage, rushing towards Kahn. In this regard, Kahn also rushed towards Duo. In just a few blinks, 2 figures, one tall and one short, one big and one small, suddenly collided head-on. Boom! A deafening, thrilling, violent sound resounded from the roof of Ghost Island. I saw Kahn's fists and Kaido ate fast at each other's fields. But the punch and the club didn't coincide with each other at all. They really collided together. When the distance between the two was more than 10 centimeters, an invisible substance emerged from between their fists and maces and released energy of a different dimension, isolating their fists and weapons. At the same time, this invisible substance, like a magnet, exudes amazing suction, absorbing all the haki of Kahn and Kaido. After sucking away haki, the invisible matter transformed it into a powerful wind, turning it into rows of astonishing air waves, centered on Kahn and Kaido, spreading out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, this air wave covered the entire roof of Ghost Island. It's easy. Not only that, when Kahn and Kaido continued to increase the output of haki, making the invisible material in the middle change from big to small. A similarly invisible energy rose into the sky like a pillar of air. Along with the dark red arc, it continuously rubbed out in the air. In the sky that was already shrouded in clouds, a huge moat appeared at some point. The vision of tearing the sky spread over the entire Ghost Island and Wanakuni. Seeing this scene, the citizens of Wanakuni were all terrified and sat on the ground. But those who mastered haki were dumbfounded and full of horror. They felt the astonishing emission aura inside this moat. What kind of powerful emission confrontation is it that can cause such a vision? Wanakuni no. What the hell happened on the Oni Island? Is this what the master said about airstrikes, the conqueror's entanglement that the super strong must master? Except for the army fighting in the haunted house, the Robin girls in Wanakuni, and Hancock, who was holding Jin and teleporting towards Wanakuni, all looked at the huge moat in the sky. Hancock said with a firm expression, I will definitely master this kind of power and help master remove all obstacles. The reason why super strong people are divided into strong and weak is because of the gap in overall strength. Very simple reason. Those who master the advanced use of 2-color haki are definitely stronger than those who only master the advanced use of one kind of haki. Likewise, a person who has mastered the advanced use of Conqueror's haki is certainly only stronger than someone who has mastered the advanced use of the 2-color haki. Without Conqueror's haki, a super strong man who has mastered Conqueror's entanglement cannot be mastered. In the face of a super strong man who has mastered Conqueror's entanglement, he must, like Hancock, master a different dimensional power that is not weaker than Haki's advanced use, in order to be equal to the opponent in terms of comprehensive strength. Or even win. The Hancock who mastered the Thunder of Destruction is now the superpower of the three admirals who did not master the Conqueror's winding, but mastered the power of two different dimensions. Once she comprehends Observation Haki's future sight and Conqueror's Conqueror, Hancock is the first tier of Super Lu Nua's powerhouse. The future will also be the strongest deputy like Pluton Rayleigh. In this regard, Hancock, whose biological age is only 26 years old this year, is full of confidence. The vision of tearing the sky lasted for a long time before dissipating. On the rooftop of Onijima, Kahn and Kaido's air fight only lasted for a minute or two. Looking at Kahn, who was also surrounded by dark red lightning, Kaido's murderous intent and anger suddenly faded, and that face covered with dragon scales suddenly showed a ferocious and excited smile. You really have mastered this power. Thanks to your teaching, I was able to master this power, Emperor, so quickly. Kahn also grinned and said, if it wasn't for your attack back then, I wouldn't have known that Conqueror's Haki could also entangle Yom. Is this how confident you are that you dare to fight with me? That's right, that's right. Then come and fight to your heart's content, Kahn. I will accompany you to the end. Bang, 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 bang. Kahn and Kaido collide violently again. This time, though, they didn't use an extra-dimensional attack like Conqueror's Coil. Conqueror's Entanglement is certainly a power of another dimension. If one party has this power and the other party does not have this power, then the party that has it will have an absolute advantage. But if both sides have this kind of power, then this power of another dimension needs to be used with caution. Because the capacity of Haki is limited. The stronger the Haki used, the greater the consumption. This is why the battle between Akiji and Akainu lasted 10 days and nights. The battle between Whitebeard and Roger lasted 3 days and 3 nights, but the battle between Luffy and Kaido ended in just a few hours. In the battle of Logia ability users, Haki is basically useless. Unless it can cover the opponent's whole body, it is easy to be avoided by elementalization in advance. Therefore, in battles between Logia ability users, whichever side's stamina is exhausted will fall into a disadvantage or be defeated. The battle between Whitebeard and Roger is just an ordinary exchange, not serious. After the Conqueror's Entanglement said hello, it is basically a contest of swordsmanship, body art, and Haki, and rarely uses the fruit ability and advanced use of Haki. Only the life and death battle between Kaido and Luffy is the constant use of 653's ability to predict the future, internal destruction, Conqueror's Entanglement, and fruit. Therefore, the former can fight for a long time, while the latter will quickly decide the outcome. But now, the battle between Kahn and Kaido is between a duel and a battle of life and death. The duel back then was just a duel between Sanjiang. Kahn only understands the strength of Kaido's blue dragon form, but not his beast form. Similarly, Kaido only understands the strength of Kahn's dragon form, not the strength of Kahn's normal form. This strength refers to the fighting style. So, both Kahn and Kaido are now familiarizing themselves with each other's fighting styles and using the advanced use of Observation Haki to try to find each other's openings before using Conquerors to deal massive amounts of damage. Kaido uses to predict the future and Kahn uses to read people's hearts. As a result, fists and maces kept colliding together. Sometimes the strong wind generated by the power whizzes out, and sometimes the Haki fluctuations of the armament Haki collision turn into large or small Uzumaki cyclones, tearing the air and tearing the ground. One after another is like a tornado's vigor, whirling and roaring continuously, bursting and sweeping in all directions. Boom, beach BG. As the strength increased, Haki fluctuated more and more, and the entire Skull Island was affected and began to shake. It's a horrible atmosphere, what happened on the Ghost Island. Even Wanakuni on the next door island, those experts who have mastered the high-level application of emission, have sensed the direction of the Ghost Island, and there are two hot auras like the sun, constantly colliding. In front of these two breaths, They are like the light of fireflies. Just when these powerhouses rushed to the coast one after another, sensing the decisive battle on Ghost Island from a long distance. Little did they know that a group of outsiders had arrived in the flower capital and started to attack Korizumi Orochi. And the first person to arrive was still Hancock, not Robin and his daughters, who were divided into two groups and were in charge of the battlefield on Wanakuni's side. This shows how fast Hancock is. Throw Jin to Mary. Let the 9 snake warriors handcuff Jin with sea-stone handcuffs, and Mary put him in the cell of the castle. Then Hancock, who was eager to go back to help the master and Sonia, turned into a purple lightning and disappeared again, ready to deal with the Korizumi snake. After the superpower enters the arena, the situation on Wanakuni's side is destined to be crushed like that on Oni's island. You guy, are you looking down on me? The war between Haunted Mansion and Wanakuni, Kahn and Kaido, who have already thrown themselves into the world's top battle, don't pay any attention. Regardless of whether it is an advantage or a disadvantage, the final victory of the war is still determined by the two of them. But when he was hitting, the surrounding air was constantly rippling, and there was faintly dark red lightning around, and Kaido, who had not yet dissipated the aftermath of the power of another dimension, suddenly looked at Kahn and asked in a deep voice, "Why don't you use the human beast form?" As we all know, in the animal devil fruit, except for human fruit and human fruit phantom beast, there are only normal and perfect forms, and there is no human animal form. Other Zoan devil fruits, no matter they are common species, ancient species, or phantom beast species, are divided into normal, human beast form, and full body, that is, beast form. Kaido's Zoanyu fruit phantom beast blue dragon form has perfect body and human beast form. Kahn's Zoan dragon fruit phantom beast dragon form naturally also has perfect body and human beast form. However, since Kahn became famous all over the world, whether it is the world government, Marine, or Shijingbeo, they have only collected photos of Cross Kahn in normal and complete form. It seems that no one in this world has seen Cross Kahn's human beast form. And it is true. I saw Kahn said with disgust on his face, "I don't want to use it, that form is too ugly." Yes, that's how willful it is. I don't want to use it because it's too ugly. Kahn transformed for the first time after eating the phantasmal beast dragon form. In fact, it was not a perfect body, but a human beast form. But after seeing his human beast form, Kahn immediately sealed this form. Just like Kaido's dragon form and human beast form, Kahn's dragon form is full of haki, full of intimidation, and is a walking natural disaster. But the human beast form is a monster with no aesthetics at all. Kahn might not have cared about the image if he hadn't been a born destroyer. But Kahn, who has the body of a natural destroyer, the increase in human beast form is far less than that of a full body, so he chose the latter between becoming a little stronger and being handsome. And his answer made Kaido furious. B*******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่The third generation, In Naraku. Kaido, feeling that he was being scorned, resorted to Conqueror's Coil again. He jumped into the air, twirled the 8 commandments in his hand, turned into a dark red lightning, and fell towards Kahn below. In this regard, Kahn just raised his hand to face upwards, and then his body surface was covered with a layer of blue thoughts. Under the control of the telekinetic power, the power of the wind quickly gathered and condensed to form a white light wave. In the next second, the light wave suddenly turned into a dark red color as if it were dyed, and there were faintly the same dark red lightning surging inside. Boom! Just like the Qigong wave in the Dragon Ball world, a dark red light beam shot out from Kahn's hand, colliding with the falling dark red lightning. With the deafening explosion, a dark red mushroom cloud suddenly rose up. The terrifying air wave ravaged the earth again, sweeping towards all directions. The air, the earth, and the sky were once again torn apart by the power of another dimension. Boom, 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 boom. The battle between Kahn and Kaido was extremely fierce. What's even more frightening is that such a fierce battle lasted for an hour. The surging airwaves generated by the collision of power and haki continued to surge out, ravaging the entire roof of Onigami Island and destroying everything on the roof. The terrifying vibration made the haunted house shake continuously. During this period, none of them was hit by the opponent even once. As a price, they are stronger than Kahn and Kaido, and their stamina and haki consumption are also amazing. UB******************** D. Kaido, who had felt extremely disobedient, stared at Kahn and said in a deep voice, it turned out to be the same natural knowledge as Rider Color Haki owner. Oh? Finally found out dash. Kahn wasn't surprised either. Although the effects of reading people's hearts and predicting the future are similar, they are completely different. One is to see the picture of the future, and the other is to know what the other party will do in advance, which is an absolute prediction. Kaido can use future prediction to find Kahn's flaws, but when he is about to attack Kahn's flaws, his thoughts will be seen by Kahn in advance, and then Kahn's reaction will instantly make up for this flaw. At first, Kaido would think that Kahn also predicted the future, so he could make up for his own flaws. But gradually, Kaido found that Kahn didn't consume much haki, and he was still defusing his attacks with ease, as if he knew what tricks he was going to use and where to attack. Others might think that Kahn's ability to predict the future has reached a very high level. Even Kaido, a senior, is far behind in this respect. But Kaido is not uninformed. On the contrary, he has been an intern on the Rocks Pirates since the last era. Like Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, he experienced the Rocks era and the Roger era, and finally became one of the overlords of the Great Pirates era. For one of the 4 legends of the last era, the Red Earl, Baloric Redfield, who sits on an equal footing with Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the pirate Wang Ping, is no stranger to the Kaido team. In the last era, the reason why these 4 pirates were called the 4 legends is because they all have the ability to be as strong as Ultimate. For example, both Whitebeard and Golden Lion have the fruit ability to destroy the world, while One Piece and Red Earl have Haki, which is unique to the Chosen Ones. One Piece has the ability to listen to the voice of all things, while the Red Earl has a natural observation Haki, who can see through people's hearts. In addition to these abilities, the 4 of them also have the world's top swordsmanship and physical skills. Even among the superpowers, they are also the strongest group. Even Charlotte Linlin, who has the body of a natural destroyer, is not qualified to be one of the protagonists of the previous era because of wasting talent. Physical and sword skills, and even devil fruit are far inferior to them. But now, only one of Charlotte Linlin and the Red Earl appeared in those eras, and there is no one in a billion physique and ability, unexpectedly appearing in one person at the same time. And this person, like himself, also ate devil fruit, a phantom beast rarer than Logia. Even Kaido couldn't help being in a trance for this kind of treatment that only a son of heaven, or even a father of heaven, could have. Looking down at Kahn, Kaido seemed to think of something and muttered to himself, "You guy, you must be Joey Poi." Joey Bowie? Kahn was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect such a name to come out of Kaido's mouth. Immediately, Kahn grinned and said, "I have no interest in saving the world or anything." Hey, you really know a lot. Seeing Kahn and knowing the meaning of the name, Kaido couldn't help showing a ferocious smile. "Boy, I recognize your strength, and then I will go all out to kill you." Is the warm-up finally over? Kahn, who has a natural observation haki, knows exactly what Kaido is going to do next. I saw that his body surface was slowly covered with a layer of blue thoughts, and a large amount of blue brilliance emanated from his body. Even those eyes, which were as crystal clear as rubies, turned red and blue at this time. Looking up at the 7-meter-high Kaido, Kahn said lightly, "In this case, I will go all out. You don't even need the form of a human or a beast, but you are just bragging about it. Wine Dragon 8 trigrams." Hearing Kahn's words, Kaido, who was holding a mace in one hand and the wine gourd on his waist with the other, swigged a few sips of spirits, suddenly angrily smashed the gourd in his hand, and then held the 8 fasts just hit it on the head. Asking for flowers. The reason why Kaido gives people a moody feeling is because he often drinks alcohol and becomes insane. And Kaido's alcoholism, but it's not just the quality of his hair. Just like Kahn's drunken fist in his previous life, Kaido's strength will increase when he is drunk. However, his emotions will also vary. This move is obviously Kaido's self-created state technique. Wine Dragon 8 trigrams, get angry after drinking. An angry blow made Kaido swing faster. However, in the face of Kaido's blow, which has increased in speed and strength, Kahn did not meet it this time, nor did he choose to dodge. Boom! I saw that Kaido's mace, like conquerors entangled and collided with each other, was blocked by a transparent blue shield that seemed invisible but not invisible. This shield is obviously the psychic shield. After playing for an hour, Kahn finally stopped using telekinetics to control the wind, but turned on the magic warrior mode of magic and martial arts, just like Kaido's Jiolong 8 trigrams mode. After blocking Kaido's mace with the psychic shield without moving, a large amount of rubble suddenly rose into the air from the raging messy land around Kahn. These gravels, like Kahn's, are covered with blue waves of force. Under the acceleration of the telekinetic power to eliminate the air barrier, the endless rubble floated up and immediately turned into endless afterimages and shot towards Kaido at the speed of a sniper bullet. In this regard, Kaido swung the mace and spun around in place, immediately creating a large tornado, blocking all the gravel and smashing it into pieces. However, Kahn, who was inside the tornado, did not use telekinetic power to control the wind and prevent Kaido from creating a tornado. Instead, he used telekinetic power to eliminate the air barrier while Kaido was creating a tornado and slammed into Kaido at an incredible speed. At this time, the benefits of small size come. Even though Kaido has an astonishing speed that doesn't match his size, his speed is still not as fast as that of Kahn, who also uses telekinetic power to cheat. The collision lasted for an hour, and Kahn, who turned on the magic warrior mode, successfully hit Kaido in the second round. Vomit. Kahn's fists are powerful. The strange power and defensive power of the natural destroyer are the top existence in the world. Kaido must become a Phantom Beast-capable user and use the strongest characteristics of Phantom Beast to train his physical fitness to ultimate so that he can be compared with the physical fitness of the unborn destroyer. And now, when the speed and strength of the natural destroyer have been improved again, Kaido will feel pain even if Kahn's fist does not wrap around Haki. Not to mention, Kahn's punch also wrapped around armament Haki's advanced use. A shockwave different from the hero's spear burst out from behind Kaido. Kaido, who was pierced by the shockwave, also woke up from the drunken state instantly, with a pained expression and blood spitting out of his mouth. Drunken Thunder, Naluo. Enduring the long-lost pain, Kaido jumped into the air again, and then 210 wrapped Conqueror's Haki and lightning around the 8 fasts and slammed down towards Kahn. Boom! Faced with Kaido's blow from another dimension, Kahn still didn't choose to fight or dodge, but put on a posture of accumulating power and punching on the spot. Then a transparent blue shield in the shape of a hemisphere, surrounded by dark red lightning, appeared on top of Kahn's head out of thin air, helping Kahn block Kaido's move, whether it was the New World Monster or Jin and Charlotte Kotaku. If an Emperor's deputy likely gets hit, he will be instantly killed by the trick. If he hadn't been born with Observation Haki to read minds, or used telekinetics to defend himself an hour ago, Kahn might have been beaten mercilessly by Kaido. Because the defense of telekinetic power is limited. This psychic shield was also transformed from Kahn's physical strength. No matter how much stamina Kahn consumes, the defense power of this shield is so strong. If Kahn's physical strength and the defensive power of the psychic shield are digitized, then Kahn consumes 50 stamina to transform into a psychic shield. Its defense power is 50, and it can resist the attack of 50 damage. Once the damage of the attack exceeds 50, then this shield will definitely shatter. So if you don't know the data of Kaido's ultimate move, Kahn can't use the psychic shield. Otherwise his behavior will be as stupid as those agents of the CP organization who use Iron Body in the face of strong people. After an hour of warm-up, Kahn has collected the basic data of Kaido's human beast form, as well as the data of Conqueror's entanglement. Therefore, even in the face of Kaido's other dimensional moves, Kahn is still very confident in defending with the psychic shield. Although it would be very uneconomical to consume physical energy to resist Kaido's extra-dimensional attack, it is far better to use the body of a natural destroyer and Haki to resist. But Kahn did it anyway, and his psychic shield did successfully block Kaido's other-dimensional big move. So, through the invisible substance formed by the Conqueror's entanglement and telekinetic collision, Kahn blasted out his normal and magic warrior mode full blow to the wide-eyed Kaido. Hero's gun boom. With one punch from Kahn, the entire Ghost Island trembled suddenly. A backflowing shock wave formed an airwave that seemed to sweep in all directions, and finally shattered and collapsed the already messy roof of Ghost Island. Then a huge and incomparable transparent white beam of light, far above the breath of the dragon, soared into the sky from the middle of the skull. This beam of light can be seen even in Wano Kuni. The beam of light is like the soaring current of Gaia Island, rushing into the sky covered with dark clouds, shaking the heavy sky, as well as the huge scourge that keeps disappearing and reappearing. Just like Whitebeard and Roger's Conqueror's entanglement collision. The dark clouds in the sky were all erased by the shock waves that erupted over an unknown number of kilometers, like an eraser. As the dark clouds disappeared, the hidden moon and stars reappeared in the night sky. Haha. Above the roof of the collapsed Ghost Island, Kahn, covered with Nien Libo, flew out of the haunted house, floating under the night sky, looking at the starry night sky, sweating and panting as if he was perceiving something. Immediately, the corner of Kahn's mouth slightly raised. It looks like I won. Kahn's combo just now is the strongest shield and the strongest spear in the Magic Warrior mode. The strongest shield blocks everything and dissolves all the power of the enemy, and then the strongest spear, which is charged, defeats everything. Both the shield and the spear consume Kahn's great strength. An hour of fighting is far less expensive than this set of combo skills. When the Natural Destroyer uses the strongest moves of the Albaf Titans with all its strength, how amazing will the power be? The shockwave that runs through the world is the best explanation. Kahn's punch not only changed the weather, but also made the cloud-covered night sky cloudless. If it hits down, the entire Ghost Island will be torn apart. At the same time, Kahn's punch also pays tribute to the original Sun God. In the original novel, Nika, the Sun God, drove Kaido from the sky into the magma chamber under Wano Kuni. And Kahn hit Kaido from the ground to the Bye-Bye Sea above 10,000 meters. However, neither the original Sun God Nika nor Kahn's punch could kill Kaido. Comparing the two, it is obvious that Kahn's fist is better. Because Kahn successfully overshadowed Kaido, he didn't give him all his whole cards and beat him unconscious with one defense and one attack. After taking a few deep breaths, the blue thought force and brilliance on Kahn's body suddenly became dazzling. After a while, a huge black shadow suddenly floated down under the night sky. A closer look reveals that it is Kaido who has lost consciousness. He was hit head-on by the shockwave that penetrated the world, and it was a direct hit without any defense. If it weren't for Kaido's tenacious vitality, he would have been killed by a single punch. There is a very exaggerated rumor in the original Fist of the King, that is, the 4 emperors will die instantly if they get hit by the Fist of the King. Whether the 4 emperors will die after eating King's Fist, Kahn doesn't know. But Kahn knew that if Shanks, the only normal person in the original book, and Blackbeard 4.1, who had to suffer double the pain, were hit by his hero gun, they would surely die. Although Kaido didn't die, he suffered a more serious internal injury than the original Charlotte Linlin when he was hit by the hero's gun that can also ignore external defenses. It would be impossible to wake up as quickly as in the original book. With the defeat of Kaido, the Kahn had been planning a battle for supremacy for several years, and also won the battle with the Cross family. When this news spreads, it will definitely shock the whole world. Since then, the Kingdom of Darice Rosa, the Kingdom of Amazon Lily, and Wano Kuni, the 3 countries that Kahn has been eyeing since entering the Grand Line, have basically all fallen into the hands of Kahn. The Cross family that controls these 3 countries has also officially become one of the dominant forces in the New World from being the dominant force in West Blue. The first stage of Cross family Road to Overlord has been successfully completed. The strongest governor and the largest signboard in Beast's pirates were defeated by the strongest Gemini one after another. The remaining ordinary cadres, captains of affiliated pirates, and elite members will naturally not be at night. The strength is Sonia at the level of the Emperor's deputy and the opponent of the 7 warlords of the sea who took back Haki. There was no need for Kahn to come down and help. By the time he followed Sonia to find Sonia in human beast form had already dealt with Jack, Sasaki, and other cadres. Of course, this solution is not to kill, but to take away their lifespan, turning them into old men who don't even have the strength to stand still. Letting Hancock and Sonia, one of them who fought to kill Jin and Quinn, was a helpless choice. Only in this way, the full-fledged Kaido will feel pain in the flesh and will be honest for a few years, not daring to provoke Kahn. If Kaido hadn't provoked Kahn back then, even if Kahn's low-end, mid-end, and high-end combat power crushed Kaido, he would treat Jin and Jack the same way and would never kill Ian. Just as he only read the memory of Vince Emoko Judge and took away his scientific research results, but did not take his life. A living Quinn is definitely more valuable than a dead Quinn. Similarly, the 17 value of Jack, the ordinary cadres and captains alive, is definitely more valuable than dead. If Kahn doesn't have the ability to control them, then killing them is undoubtedly the best choice. However, Kahn has the ability to control them. Therefore, Kahn did not let Sonia kill them and prepared to maximize their use value. I'll take them to Wanakuni, and you help Gecko Moria. Kahn, who was supporting Kaido with telekinesis behind him, told Sonia, "Weak people kill themselves at will. If you find a guy with good strength or someone with the ability to eat devil fruit, remember to leave them alone." "I'll watch him, master." Sonia nodded slightly, and then the tall figure disappeared like a teleportation in space. "Go to sleep, and when you wake up, nothing will happen." Looking at the wrinkled and aged Madara, with extremely snow-white hair, looking in horror at Jack and others floating behind his own boss and the governor, Kahn only shrunk his pupils. Releasing the Conqueror's Haki will kill them who are no longer able to resist, all of them stunned in the past. Immediately, Kahn used telekinesis to lift them up and flew towards Wanakuni. "Hey, wait for me." However, that's when Kahn flew out of the haunted house and flew under the night sky. Below him, the sound of shouting suddenly sounded. Looking down, I saw a girl who was more than 2.5 meters tall, wearing a white kimono and a red dress, with a pair of red devil horns on the top of her head, and white long hair that gradually faded one day. She looked about 17 or 18 years old. He was chasing Kahn down there, holding a mace in his hand, and shouted excitedly, "The guy who defeated the old man, take me with you." This girl, apparently Kaido's daughter, ate Yamato in the form of Zoan, dog fruit, phantasmal beast, Oguchi Shigad. "If you don't want to be bombed to death, stay here obediently." Kahn lowered his height and said lightly, "I will come back here. If there is anything, I will talk about it when I come back." After speaking, Kahn removed the air barrier and disappeared from Yamato's eyes in a few blinks. It is not difficult to see from his tone that Kahn's attitude towards Yamato is very cold. Because Yamato was infected with Kazuki Oden's virus when he was 8 years old. Now she is 17 years old, and not only calls herself Kazuki Oden, but also wants to liberate Wanakuni and drive away all the evil parties led by her father. So Kahn, who still has a lot of things to do, doesn't know what to do with Yamato. Because after defeating Kaido and Korazumi Orochi, Kahn will become the second Kaido and Korazumi Orochi and continue to rule Wanakuni. If Yamato thinks that Wanakuni should continue to be ruled by the Kazuki family, and Kahn will be against him if he refuses, Kahn will ask Monet to solve Yamato, lest she get out of control and hinder Kahn's plan. If Yamato has no problem with changing Wanakuni's ruler, Kahn will try to change her and let the Cross family have another giant in the future. Therefore, Kahn temporarily put Yamato aside in the cold and came back to test him later when he had free time. Yamato didn't care about Kahn's indifference. Looking at the little black spots transformed by Kahn, Yamato, just like the original book, didn't care about his father's life or death. Instead, he said excitedly, Even the stinky old man is no match, so handsome. He must be the Whitebeard and Roger I've been waiting for. After being caught by the virus called Kazuki Odin, Yamato's dream is to be like Kazuki Odin, to go out to sea to explore the world, and then to found a country for Wanakuni. After reading Kazuki Odin's logbook, Yamato knew that Kazuki Odin met Whitebeard first, then went to sea with the Whitebeard pirate group, and then boarded Roger's pirate ship to help him reach the final island. Yamato, who calls himself Kazuki Odin, also wants to meet his Whitebeard and Roger. And now Kahn, who defeated her Cole and powerful daddy, is undoubtedly the bearded and Roger in Yamato's eyes. While Yamato was looking forward to meeting her Whitebeard and Roger, Kahn had arrived at Wanakuni. By the time he came to the flower capital, the battle on Hancock's side had also ended. Now that the two old guys of the Korizumi family are dead, Korizumi doesn't have any powerful combat power around him at all. And he himself is a reckless waste. Zoan, Snake Fruit, Phantasmal Beast, Yamata no Orochi, even in the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, is one of the top abilities. With the 0-70 ability of 8 lives, and the characteristic of Phantom Beasts to enhance physical fitness, if such a Devil Fruit is eaten by a super strong person, such as Douglas Bullet, the other party will definitely become the strongest one-on-one of the new generation. It is such a powerful Devil Fruit, but wasted on a waste. Therefore, looking at the Korizumi Orochi who had been electrocuted by Hancock, exuding a scorched black aura, and had lost consciousness, Kahn said with a look of disgust, "First handcuff him with sea-stone handcuffs, put him in a cell. Wait until the war after the end. We will perform a heart transplant on her, and let our people take over Wanakuni first." "Yes, master." Mary nodded, then took out the box containing the sea-stone handcuffs and asked a non-capable 9-snake warrior to handcuff Korizumi Orochi and put it in the cell of the castle. Since then, Kaido and Korizumi Orochi, who ruled Wanakuni both light and dark, were defeated and controlled by Kahn. Blue, 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 blue. Not long after, when the phone bug I carried with me yelled. Good news from Sonia also came from Ghost Island. The war is over. In one night, the Cross family successfully occupied Onishima and Wanakuni. The newly promoted Emperor of the Sea, Beasts Kaido, hadn't been the overlord for a few years, but was knocked down by Kahn from the overlord position. Yes, beat him down and replace him instead of being his equal. See Circle Calendar January 2nd, 1511. This day will undoubtedly be recorded in history. As the saying goes, courtesy is reciprocal, because Morgan's has been advertising the Grantine New World on Shijingbeo. The Cross family has quickly become one of the overlords in the entertainment field. It was clear that Morgan's invested in himself. After defeating Kaido and the Beast's pirates, Kahn took some photos and faxed them to Morgan's. These photos include scenes of Kaido and Jin being defeated in battle, bound up by sea-stone handcuffs and chains, and pictures of the Cross family flag planted on the Island of Ghosts. Morgan's, who got these photos, was overjoyed and immediately called Kahn to ask about the detailed process of the Battle of Overlord. During this period, Morgan's tone was full of regret. If it wasn't for the fact that his friendship with Kahn wasn't deep enough, and he wasn't a good buddy, he couldn't even help complaining about Kahn. Why didn't he tell him when the war started? If you tell him, I will send the most outstanding news bird to take those wonderful battle scenes in the air. Of course, Morgan's also understands Kahn's approach. The battle between him and Kaido is not a simple one-on-one overlord, but a war where the two overlords join forces and the winner eats all the cakes of the other side. Especially since Kahn is still on the raiding party, it is even more impossible to tell such news to an outsider. And the prisoner photos of Kaido and Flame Jin, as well as the photo of the Cross family flagging the Ghost Island, are enough for Morgan's to detonate the sea on the Sea Circle Calendar January 2nd, 1511. So, in the early hours of January 2nd, tens of thousands of newsbirds flew to all parts of the world with freshly released newspapers. A news headline titled, "The New Emperor of the Sea, the World's Strongest Creature," immediately caused a sensation all over the world. It entered the Grand Line from Sea Circle calendar in 1503 and also became famous in the world in Sea Circle calendar in 1503, becoming one of the great pirates of the New World. Counting this year, Kahn has entered the New World for 8 years. In the past 8 years, the Cross family has also changed from a fake first-class force to a unique first-class force. When Grantai New World is known as the #1 entertainment city in the world, and Cross family becomes one of the overlords in the entertainment field, no one in the world doubts whether Cross family can become New World's #1 entertainment city. For overlord forces, on the contrary, everyone believes that the Cross family will definitely become the overlord of the Dark World and the Pirate World. Even the Cross family is far away from becoming the overlord, and the patriarch, walking natural disaster, Cross, Kahn showed his strength and proved that he has the strength not to be afraid of other overlords. At that time, New World's 4th Sea Emperor will be born immediately. ZTO. No one thought that the way the Cross family climbed to the top was so shocking. Cross, Kahn did not declare that he possesses the strength of the overlord by challenging the overlord. Instead, a Sea Emperor was pulled down from the position of overlord in an open and aboveboard manner and became the new overlord of the sea. There is no way that is more shocking than defeating the overlord, eating the overlord, and becoming the new overlord. Challenging the overlord and declaring that you have the strength of the overlord is just a reciprocal way. And defeating the overlord and eating the power of the overlord means that the Cross family has the strength to surpass the overlord. Although the overlord who was defeated by the Cross family was the newly promoted Emperor of the Sea a few years ago. Even the victory over the newly promoted Emperor of the Sea shows the background of the Cross family, how amazing the strength of Cross Kahn is. If you don't make a move for several years, once you make a move, you will shock the whole world. Cross Kahn, who has been low-key for several years, made another move and became the most dazzling star in the world, the protagonist of the world's discussions. And because of his in-depth cooperation with the world government, the bounty that has been stagnant for many years was also updated by naval headquarters on the day the world economic news spread all over the world. Sea Circle calendar on January 3, 1511, Morgans consistently published Kahn's new reward order on the headlines of the day. And the title is also simple and crude, the world's strongest creature, the man who offers a bounty of 4.555 million Baileys. 289. Kahn's bounty update this time has directly increased from 1.555 billion Baileys to 4.555 billion Baileys. A total of 3 billion Baileys has skyrocketed. In fact, if it weren't for the order from the world government, Marine would have to ignore the sailboats flying the flag of the Cross family and can't face up to the Cross family. With the Cross family becoming one of the giants in the arms and medicine fields, Marine has long wanted to boost Cross Kahn's bounty. Unfortunately, Cross Kahn has been developing his own family in recent years. The first time he became famous in the world, he killed the New World big pirate, and he showed his fist to the world long ago. No one dared to provoke Cross Kahn these years. Even if the Beast's pirates clashed with the Cross family, it was only a battle of the top cadres. For example, the double dragon battle between Kahn and Kaido took place at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Since the destruction of an island in the Sabaody archipelago that year, Cross Kahn has not shot for many years. Therefore, Marine cannot measure the strength of Cross Kahn at all. And now, Cross Kahn defeated Kaido. Whether he defeated Kaido alone or joined hands with the Pirate Empress, this record of defeating the new sea overlord is enough to make Cross Kahn one of the overlords. Therefore, Kahn's bounty directly skyrocketed to 4.555 billion Baileys. This bounty is also the second highest bounty in the era of the Great Pirate, surpassing Charlotte Linlin, one of the 3 monsters, second only to the uncrowned king of the Great Pirate era, the strongest man recognized in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Just like Kaido is not the strongest creature in the world yet, nor is it the strongest singled out. Well done! Kaido's current bounty has not yet surpassed his big sister head Charlotte Linlin, and has not even entered the ranks of 40U. If Quinn is not dead, Kaido will develop for a few more years, create a large number of experimental bases in Wanakuni, join hands with Doflamingo to become a world arms tycoon, and the threat will surpass Charlotte Linlin. Before that, Kaido was just the new emperor of the sea. His threat level is far inferior to that of Lot Linlin and Whitebeard Dragon. And now, Kaido is even less likely to live up to the achievements of the original. Because Kahn is a natural-born destroyer and Zoan phantom beast, a man with 2 monster templates. He is more suitable for the strongest creature in the world than Kaido, and more suitable for the title of natural destroyer than Charlotte Linlin. As this bounty order spread all over the world, Kahn officially became the number 2 in the pirate world, and Whitebeard became the representative of the old and new eras. Tato Land Kingdom, Cake Island. Mama, that's a shame, Kaido. Looking at today's Shijingbeo, lying sideways on a special chair, her whole body hidden in the shadows, only revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes, and Charlotte Linlin, who is dripping acid-like saliva from the corner of her mouth. Can't help but let out a unique laugh, and mocked. I really failed my mother's investment. If I knew it earlier, I shouldn't have given you that devil fruit back then. Now why don't you have any favors from my old lady? Mama, Kahn, you are worthy of my kind. If you were born 10 or 20 years earlier, you and I are truly a match made in heaven. I really want to have a child with him. It will definitely be the most perfect work in this era, even in history. Just like the forces of all parties, and even people with some knowledge in the world. Charlotte Linlin is not surprised that Kahn is the new emperor of the seas. Not only that, Charlotte Linlin's ability to accept is stronger than others. Others were astounded by the way Kahn took down the master of the seas and replaced him. And Charlotte Linlin was not only not shocked at all, but took it for granted. After all, Kahn was the only natural-born destroyer of her kind for decades. Moreover, this natural destroyer also ate the top-level phantom beast devil fruit, with the potential even stronger than her. As one of the 2 most ambitious pirate kings among the 3 monsters, why hasn't Charlotte Linlin set his sights on the cross-family business these years? It is because she knows Kahn's potential and strength. A natural destroyer plus a phantom beast ability user is the enhanced version of her. Kaido's arm was cut off, which is the best lesson. And now being picked off the throne is the best example of failure. Gula, well done, I really want to have a drink with this kid. Today's Moby D **K is like a banquet, very lively. Especially the veterans who followed Whitebeard to conquer the world at first. Many people wept with joy and cheered constantly. Among them, Tibet is the most important. Whitebeard, on the other hand, was holding a special jug, and after drinking a few sips, the corner of his mouth smiled slightly. For Kaido, Whitebeard's senses are very much attuned. There is both gratification for the younger brother's rise, and anger and hatred for killing his former brother. The death of Kazuki Oden, if he was not a member of the Whitebeard pirates, reason would not allow him to sacrifice so many sons, just to avenge the crew of a former companion, who is actually the enemy pirate King Roger. Whitebeard would have brought with his sons. He went to attack the Island of Ghosts. But now, Kahn first cut off one of Kaido's arms, and then picked Kaido off the throne, making all his years of hard work clear. There's no doubt that Kahn has won the favor of Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates' elders. This is why the Whitebeard pirates chose to back down in previous years. If similar things happen in the future, I believe that the Whitebeard pirates will continue to choose to retreat out of thanks to Kahn. Despite their concessions, Kahn and the Cross family are no longer needed. Kahn's ascent to the summit does not have much impact on the current situation in New World. Because the pattern of the 4 emperors that Morgans expected did not come. The situation in New World is still that the 3 monsters rule different sea areas. It's just that these 3 monsters have changed from the cadres and interns of the original Rocks Pirates to the 2 cadres of the original Rocks Pirates in the old era, and the strongest new stars in the new era. They have many titles, such as Walking Calamity, the richest man in the world, Cross-Family Patriarch, the Master of the Daughter Island, the Overlord of the Dark World, and the world's strongest creature, Kahn. The situation in New World has not changed much, but the world government is feeling a headache. just like Kaido, with the help of Doflamingo, only has the largest buyer, the world government, so it is very disadvantageous in terms of price. After Kahn became the overlord and ate all of Kaido's cakes, the world government and the Cross family will also suffer losses in the future. The reason why Kaido will suffer is because the high-quality cold weapons they produce have little demand in New World. If they are shipped to other sea areas for sale, unless they are helped by professionals like Doflamingo, the money they earn may not be as much as the manpower and material resources, VHBF, consumed, and they will not make a profit. The only buyer who can buy so many of their high-quality cold weapons is the world government. Kahn was able to establish in-depth cooperation with the world government because the medicines produced by the Cross family are the only good things, and the weapons are either ordinary cheap products or high-quality hot weapons. Thermal weapons are one of the best-selling items in the Dark World. Therefore, when the Cross family made a deal with the world government, it had already taken the initiative, so that the world government had to show favor and issue an order to Marine not to attack the sailboats flying the Cross family flag. The original Cross family has already taken the initiative by relying on its unique medicines and thermal weapons. And now, Kahn is eating all the beast's pirates' cake. In the future, if the world government wants to buy unique medicines and seastone, they must buy them from the Cross family. Especially seastone. With the various seastone technologies invented by Vegapunk, the world government dare not offend much. They didn't dare to offend Kaido before, but now they dare not offend Kahn even more. They still have to please Kahn before Vegapunk can develop Seraphim, and it's no longer worth that much. And that is one of the reasons why Kahn is eyeing Wanakuni. Except for Pluto, which is one of the 3 ancient weapons, Wanakuni is just as the world calls it. This is a treasure land, a veritable country of gold. Kahn, who has mastered the kingdom of Rice Rosa, the kingdom of Daughters, the kingdom of Dongtada, and Wanakuni, has become the king of both black and white besides ascending to the position of overlord. Just when the whole world is talking about Kahn, Kahn will temporarily hand over the task of dealing with the aftermath of the war to Robin and Hancock, and he will talk to Kaido, who has finally woken up after being in a coma for a day. Boy, won't you kill me? Looking at Kahn holding the key and Kaido, who is unshackled, he asked suspiciously. As the saying goes, winners and losers. As one of the overlords who wield Conqueror's entanglement, Kaido is a man who can afford to lose. Although he suffered from insufficient intelligence, he was defeated by Kahn's strongest combo before he could use his full strength. But losing is losing. Kaido doesn't feel aggrieved and angry and wants to fight Kahn again. Just wondering why Kahn didn't kill him. The current Kaido is not the strongest in the world government and heads up in the original book, nor is he immortal. On the contrary, Kaido is well aware that he can be killed. And on Kahn's side, there is also the power zone that can easily kill him. For example, the vampire who is also a phantom beast, the power of the concept that steals the lifespan, Kaido may not pay attention to it when he is awake. But he, who was severely injured and unconscious, absolutely couldn't resist the attack of the power of concepts. Therefore, after Kaido regained his freedom, he did not attack Kahn, but looked at Kahn calmly, waiting for his next words. I won't kill you. Facing Kaido's doubts, Kahn's answer was beyond his surprise. After Kahn untied the shackles on Kaido's body, he threw away the key in his hand, looked up at Kaido, who was sitting taller than him standing, and smiled sincerely. A person like you, just such a shame to die like this. You are free, Kaido. Boy, are you pitying me? Duo asked with a frown. No, I'm not pitying you. Kahn shook his head, folded his arms and said, I simply feel that this sea would not be lively enough without you. Are you serious? Kaido, who has been using Observation Haki to perceive Kahn's emotions, couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Kahn in disbelief. Obviously, Kaido has never encountered such an enemy. As a true pirate, Kaido has only 2 ways to deal with the loser. One is to recruit security. If the opponent agrees to be his subordinate, it doesn't matter whether he surrenders for real or not. If he is confident that he can defeat the opponent once, he will definitely be able to defeat Kaido the second time. He will choose to spare his life. The second is punishment. If you don't surrender, Kaido will imprison the other party for a period of time to give the other party some time to think about it. When the time is up, if the opponent still chooses not to surrender, he will be punished and killed. In addition to these two, there is another one that escapes like Gecko Moria. Those who defeat Kaido have only these three fates. Therefore, it is the first time that Kaido sees someone who defeats him and even let him go. What's even more frightening is that when Kahn said this, he was full of sincerity without any hypocrisy. What kind of boldness is this? Isn't he afraid that after he escapes, he will make a comeback soon, or be alone, and continue to retaliate against his influence outside? As if reading Kaido's heart, Kahn raised his mouth slightly and said, "I'm looking forward to your challenge and revenge, Kaido. In this world, there are not many people who can sit on an equal footing with us. I hope you can become stronger, so strong that I can't eat well or sleep well. Oh, LOL, LOL." Hearing Kahn's last words, Kaido finally let out a unique maniacal laugh. "I see. Do you want me to be your motivation to become stronger?" "Yes." Kahn stared into Kaido's eyes, with a wild smile on his face, and said in a haughty tone, "I hope that you, a lost dog, will make my future not too shameless." "Hey, how dare you say that?" Facing Kahn's humiliation, Kaido did not get angry, but grinned and said, "Kahn, you will definitely regret it in the future." After speaking, Kaido got up and walked out of the cell, and then turned into a huge green dragon, flew out from the roof of Onishima that was knocked down by Kahn's shockwave that penetrated the sky and the earth, and quickly left Wanakuni under the watchful eyes of Onishima and Wanakuni crowd. Just like Charlotte Linlin left with only the big sister head in the original book, Kaido left Jin and his daughter behind, choosing to leave Wanakuni alone. Still the same sentence, winners and losers. Everything of the loser is the spoils of the winner, whether it is people or property. Before the defeat, Kaido will care about Jin's life and death, even his own daughter. But after losing, Kaido won't care about them, because they are the property of the enemy. When I beat Kahn, I will naturally win them back. Looking at the disappearing figure of Kaido, Kahn shook his head helplessly and sighed slightly. What an honest man. 289. In Kahn's eyes, Kaido, who is a member of traditional pirates, is an honest person. Because it is impossible for truly sinister pirates, such as Blackbeard, to follow the rules of the pirate world. Kaido is also an insidious existence, but he will respect people who are equal to or stronger than him. For example, Kazuki Oden has been read by Kaido for 20 years in the original book. For Kahn who beat him, Kaido will also have the same mentality. After being bypassed by Kahn and humiliated, Kaido will reform the Beast's pirates, like those pirates who failed to challenge New World and returned to the first half of the Grand Line, and then challenge the Cross family in the future. As a former sea overlord and one of the superpowers standing on the highest peak in the world, Kaido will not bother to attack Kahn's forces outside. Of course, Kahn is not afraid of Kaido doing this. If Kaido did this, Kahn would just kill him with regret. Just as Kaido felt the emotion, Kahn really sincerely let Kaido go. If there is no superpower like Kaido in the pirate world, then the Sea of New World will be too boring. But the prerequisite for letting Kaido go is that Kaido must be a national threat. Ask for flowers. To put it a bit arrogantly, it means not to take Kaido seriously and have the ability to deal with him at any time. During the day when Kaido was in a coma, he didn't know what Kahn had done to his body. Paramecia, strong city fruit ability user plus Paramecia, ghost fruit ability user will be one of the almost invincible combinations. Similarly, Paramecia, op fruit ability user plus Zoan bat fruit phantom beast, vampire form is also an almost invincible combination. Stronger than Kaido when he loses consciousness and passes out. That invulnerable body can't resist the power of concept that surpasses rule-based abilities. Therefore, Sonia easily absorbed Kaido's lifespan, making Kaido an old man with one breath left. 0. Facing the old Kaido who was left with only one breath, Monet's op fruit, which can ignore the quality, easily took out Kaido's heart and did something to Kaido's heart that Observation Haki couldn't perceive. Not only that, Monet also drew a large amount of Kaido's blood before giving his life back to Kaido. If Kahn reads the memory of Vegapunk in the future, maybe he can also create artificial Eudemon's devil fruit. Kahn, who has tampered with Kaido's heart, no longer takes Kaido seriously. As long as Kaido doesn't do stupid things that make him want to kill, then a living Kaido must be more valuable than a dead Kaido. One is to enhance the overall strength of the pirate world and further reduce the control of New World by the world government and marine. With Kaido's strength and character, he will definitely make a comeback in other seas of New World. When Shanks returned to the New World and challenged the world's highest peak again, the Revolutionary Army hidden in the dark began to exert its strength. New World will undoubtedly enter the situation of the rule of the 5 emperors ahead of schedule, but it is actually the situation of the 6 heavens. The cakes of New World are only this big. When the 6 overlords divided it up, Marine had no chance except those few bases. The second is that Kahn needs Kaido, a shit-stirring stick, to help him attract attention outside, so that the Cross family can continue to settle down and dormant. It's like if you don't do anything for a few years, the bounty will skyrocket to 4.555 billion Baileys once you do it. After the Cross family has digested the accumulation of Beast's pirates for so many years, it will continue to settle and dormant. The next time he makes a move, Ri will once again cause a sensation all over the world. After letting Kaido go outside to help him attract attention, Kahn started cleaning Wanakuni. This cleaning is literally. Kahn is not the savior of Wanakuni, on the contrary, he is the ruler of Wanakuni. And it's not the same as those who are not highly educated and don't know how to rule. Kaido's rule over Wanakuni is hidden. The apparent ruler of Wanakuni is the Korazumi Orochi. After occupying Oni Island and Wanakuni, Kahn would not support such a waste as the black-haired serpent to help him control Wanakuni. Not only that, Kahn does not allow any strong people other than his own to stay on this island. Therefore, Kahn first read the memory of Korazumi Orochi, then deliberately let Sonia read Korazumi Orochi's memory, and finally asked Monet to perform a mind transplant operation on Korazumi Orochi. Let Hobak under Gecko Moria swap bodies with Korazumi Orochi. Hobak, who experienced the incredible power of Superman 740 series Op fruit for the first time, jumped up and down excitedly, wishing to worship grass tea as his teacher at halftime. Just like Sanji dreamed of getting paramecia, transparent fruit. As a genius surgeon, Hobak also dreams of getting paramecia op fruit. This ultimate devil fruit is also the ultimate dream of all doctors. With his lifelong knowledge and experience, the other party can easily do it. Even the power of exchanging minds, which involves concepts, can be performed as an operation. This ability is really too perfect. After exchanging bodies with Korazumi Orochi, Hobak quickly summoned all his men under the guidance of Sonia in the name of Korazumi Orochi. Then, Monet swept the whole net at once and took away the hearts of Korazumi Orochi's subordinates and warriors. Seeing that his heart was taken away and the other party squeezed his heart, his life would be worse than death. These subordinates and warriors who were not very loyal, or even not loyal, immediately chose to surrender. Unbeknownst to ordinary people, Korazumi Orochi and Gogoku Myo Kaido were defeated, and Onishima was also occupied by others. The Cross family seized the power of Wanakuni without bloodshed. After taking care of these low-end combat powers that are afraid of death, Kahn shot those diehards again. The one who bears the brunt is naturally Denjiro, one of the Red Nemesis who was undercover beside the black-haired Orochi. Kahn didn't kill Denjiro directly, but let Granos turn him into a doll first, so that everyone who knew Denjiro would forget the memories related to Denjiro. This is why Kahn chose to eat the paramecia Tongsu fruit in advance, which was barely past the sugar. To clean Wanakuni, you must use the power of paramecia op fruit and paramecia Tongsu fruit. The former's capture of the heart can make Korazumi Orochi and Kaido's subordinates who are greedy for life and fear death choose to surrender in order to survive, and even work harder for the Cross family. They are very familiar with Wanakuni and Onijima, and they are definitely the best tool people at this stage. They were able to allow the Cross family to perfectly take over the political power and business of Wanakuni and Onijima until the Cross family has sufficient manpower, and after thoroughly digesting the cakes of Wanakuni and Onishima, their group will develop utilization value. The latter's transformation into a doll can speed up the Cross family's rule over Wanakuni. When everyone forgets the descendants of the Kazuki family and the Red Sheath Nine, then Kazuki Odin will become a figure that only exists in history. After secretly disposing of the powerful Wanakuni, the civilians of Wanakuni have neither the ability nor the courage to resist the rule of the black-haired serpent. So, after turning Denjiro into a doll, Kahn asked Hancock to lead a team to capture Ashura Boy and let Sugar turn him into a doll. Kahn, on the other hand, attacked Hisong, one of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath. A mere 9 heroes with red sheaths, of course there is no need for Kahn to do it himself. The reason why he personally went out to capture Kawamatsu was only secondary, mainly to deal with Ninja and Kazuki Hiyori. For Kazuki Hiyori, one of the 3 peerless beauties who were as famous as Hancock and Shirahoshi in the previous life, Kahn has no affection at all, nor is he like the brain-dead protagonists in those novels. Return it to the other party. Kahn stunned Shinobu and Kazuki Hiyori with just a stare, and then used telekinesis to bring them and Kawamatsu back to the Shogun's mansion in the Flower City. After Hancock's side was resolved, Kahn asked Granos to turn Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu, and Kazuki Hiyori into dolls. Then Kahn found a fully trustworthy Hydra warrior and asked Monet to perform a mind transplant on Ninja. After the Ninja warrior and Ninja exchanged their bodies, Kahn took out the diary he had prepared and asked Granos to turn Ninja, who had become Ninja warrior, into a doll. With the Ninja warrior Ninja turned into a doll, the children of Kahn and Hancock suddenly lost the memory of Ninja. It is not the first time that Kahn and others have experienced such a sense of trance. So, Kahn quickly opened the diary and soon showed a satisfied smile. The bodies of the 9 snake warriors were turned into dolls, but they lost the memory of Ninja. It is indeed a combination of rule-like abilities and conceptual power. It is really incomprehensible. This way, Kahn doesn't need to destroy the doll that Sheath turns into. The Cross family only needs to train some dead men, transplant their hearts to the bodies of the Red Sheath 9 heroes, let the Red Sheath 9 heroes transfer their hearts to the dead men, and then kill the bodies of the dead men. Or turn them into by turning them into dolls. The dead can become the new 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, or make the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath a thing of the past. For Kahn and Sonia, who have reading memory, it is not too simple to make the dead man the new Red Sheath 9. Perhaps it was because of his brain opening, and suddenly had a bold idea. I don't know whether the copied and transformed people have a soul, and whether Monet can perform a soul transplant on them. So, Kahn found a replicator and asked Monet to perform a mind transplant on him. It's a pity that duplicating and transforming people is not human after all. Yuan Nai's mind transplant operation failed. They have no soul. Therefore, Kahn could only let Monet use the cutting ability of Paramecia, Opop fruit to deprive Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu, and Kazuki Hiyori, who have become dolls, of their ability to move and speak, and cover them with a black cover to store them inside Mary's castle. As for Ninja, who turned into a doll, Kahn also packed her into a black box and prepared to ship 3.7 out of Wanakuni. Although Kahn is an egoist, he still has humanity. If it wasn't for Aren, who, like the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, was already a brainwashed, dead warrior of the Kazuki family, Kahn actually didn't want to treat her like this, and wanted her to be his own. But Kahn is very clear that when Aren knows everything, she will not work for Kahn even if she dies. Kahn also didn't want to coerce and lure, using Kazuki Hiyori's life to threaten Shinobi to work for him. Even if he turns Aren into a doll, Kahn treats her differently. Kahn is going to send Ninja out of Wanakuni, and then find a person who can extract memories to wash away Ninja's memories about the Hikari family. Afterwards, Kahn will formally recruit Ninja. If it still fails, Kahn will wash away Ninja's memory about them and transfer Ninja's mind to an ordinary person, allowing her to live in the country he ruled, live this life in peace. In front of Kahn and Sonia's reading memory, Wanakuni's cleaning operation was very fast and completed very smoothly. The so-called Red Sheath 9 heroes refer to the 9 retainers of Kazuki Oden. They are Kinemon, Denjiro, Kenjuro, Kakunajo, Reizo, Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu, Inuarashi, and Nekomusher. Among them, Kenjuro is Korazumi Orochi's undercover agent next to Kazuki Oden, while Inuarashi and Mamamushi return to the Fur Clan and become the 2 kings of the Fur Clan. Kinemon, Kakunajo, Reizo, and Kenjuro traveled to the future of Sea Circle Calendar 1522 with their Shei Mamasuk. Of the Red Sheath 9 heroes, a total of 6 people are not in Wanakuni. So when Kahn captured Denjiro, Ashura Doji, and Kawamatsu, and turned them all into dolls, the only 9 heroes in Red Sheaths in this era are Inuarashi and Nekomushiru on the back of the main elephant. Without the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, Wanakuni's strongest player is Hanakobi Igoro. In addition to Hananohi Igoro, there are people such as Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimatsuki Yasui, who are also known as Tenguiyama Hitoru and are part of the Kahn cleanup plan. Kahn won't shoot Wanakuni civilians because they are good tools. 17, but those who will hinder him from ruling Wanakuni, Kahn will capture them all, and then let the sugar turn them all into toys, and use Paramecia Opop Fruit's ability to take away their ability to move and speak, and finally pretend inside the black box, stored in Mary's castle. When Kahn needs to use them, or when Kahn has completely digested Wanakuni and no longer needs them, it will be the time for them to see the light of day again. Even Kazuki Hiyori was imprisoned by turning sugar into a doll. After removing these obstacles that would prevent the Cross family from ruling Wanakuni, Kahn asked Monet to exchange the hearts of Korazumi, Orochi, and Gubak. Immediately after Kahn would have succeeded in revenge, the contented Gecko Moria and Hobuk, along with their thriller bark, sent out Wanakuni. In order to thank Kahn for helping him avenge, Gecko Moria put away the banner of the Cross family, which is obviously one of the 7 warlords of the Sea of the World government. In fact, he is the 3rd subsidiary force of the Cross family, besides the Capone family and the Kingdom of De Rice Rosa. Once Kahn needs him, it only takes one phone call, and Gecko Moria will rehung the Cross family flag and rush to New World from the first half of the Grand Line to help. Yes, Gecko Moria, who has successfully taken revenge, does not plan to start a new road to hegemony in New World. He intends to return to the Devil's Triangle and continue to form his own zombie army. However, the zombie army that participated in the battle this time was completely liberated by Gecko Moria. And those pirates from all walks of life who regained their shadows were left on the Island of Ghosts. Their hearts were taken away by Monet, and they became one of the workers of the Cross family. Wanakuni is a large island full of valuable minerals. The small island of Moor Lakes can allow the Cross family to dig for several years. To hollow out Wanakuni, Kahn needs a lot of tools. The civilians of Wanakuni and the losers of Oni Island, as well as the various pirates captured by Gecko Moria, are all important miners of Kahn. After sending Thriller Bark away, Kahn asked Monet to perform another mind transplant on Korazumi Orochi. But this time, Korazumi Orochi exchanged bodies with a 9-snake warrior who was rough in shape, mastered 2-color Haki, and wanted to become a man in the 9-snake pirates. Zoan's snake fruit phantom beast species, Baki serpent form, is a very precious devil fruit tool. And Korazumi Orochi is the popular tyrant of Wanakuni. Kahn will not kill him, nor will he turn him into a doll to make the people of Wanakuni forget their fear of the Korazumi serpent. Before mastering the technology of making artificial phantom beasts devil fruit, or the means of capturing devil fruit, Kahn will use mind transplant surgery to make himself a Korazumi serpent and continue to rule Wanakuni. At first glance, it seems that Cross family has become the second Beasts Pirates, and Kahn has become the second Kaido. However, Kahn was not as restrained as Kaido, and he actually gave Korazumi Orochi so much face and chose to stay on Oni Island. Kahn, who has turned Korazumi Orochi into his own, completed Wanakuni's cleaning plan and took Yamato, who had been thrown aside by him and hadn't talked to him for several days, and took her to drive the Grandine towards the depart from Daughter Island. "I beat your father, don't you hate me?" On the lawn-like deck, Kahn raised his elegant legs, looked at the excited Yamato in front of him, and asked knowingly, "Of course I don't hate it anymore. Even if you don't do that, sooner or later I will beat up flying smelly daddy and save Wanakuni." Yamato, who had been handcuffed by Kahn, grinned and said, "Besides, you didn't kill daddy, so you must be a good person." "Oh? You actually think I'm a good person?" Kahn smiled with interest. "After I defeat your father, I will continue to rule Wanakuni just like your father. Do you still think I am a good person?" "As long as you don't do evil like daddy, then you're good." And Yamato's answer is simply a little scary. Yes, even Kahn thought she was kind of scary. Kahn, who has a natural observation haki, clearly knows that Yamato doesn't even know what the standard of evil is. Just like the original ace cares about Wanakuni's children, but Yamato doesn't. Her answer wasn't even to ask would Kahn continue to exploit the commoners of Wanakuni like her father, because she didn't know how her father and Korizumi Orochi oppressed civilians. Cause Kazuki Oden, she only wants to go out to sea to explore the world, to defeat her father, to drive the evil parties like her father out of Wanakuni, and to found a country for Wanakuni. And these were Yamato's goals before meeting Kahn. After meeting Kahn and treating Kahn as her Whitebeard and Roger, Yamato directly preconceived that Kahn was a good person and planned to follow him to explore the world. Therefore, it is normal for Yamato to call himself Kazuki Oden and see himself as Kazuki Oden. Because she's out of her mind. Maybe this brain was broken by Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams. Of course, to put it mildly, having a brain problem is simply terrifying. I thought that after Kaido was defeated by him, Yamato would regard him as the second Kaido and drive him out of Wanakuni's Kahn, but he didn't expect that he was not replacing Kaido in Yamato's heart, but replacing Whitebeard and Roger. This is outrageous. But Yamato's simpleness also saved her life. If she is not innocent, Kahn will treat her like Aaron, let his own people take over her body, until he can create artificial phantom beast species devil fruit, or get the means to capture devil fruit, and then let her see the light of day again. Now, Kahn feels he doesn't have to bother. Within a month, he was able to transform Yamato into his own shape. This is the self-confidence of the world's #1 nurturing master. Since Yamato is so pure that he regards Kahn as a good person, and regards him as the Whitebeard and Roger, who take him out to sea and explore the world, then Kahn will satisfy her, cooperate with her fantasy. And take her out after the work is done. Explore the world until you transform her into your own shape, the 10th personal maid. Seeing that Kahn promised to take her out to sea to explore the world, Yamato was extremely excited. Just like Kazuki Oden, in order to explore the world and go to the final island, he has no civilians at all in his heart. Returning to Wanakuni means taking away the historical text and leaving. Yamato is not only the cosplayer of Kazuki Oden in acting style, but also the same in heart as Kazuki Oden. Doesn't care what the people of Wanakuni do. As long as you can go to sea, as long as you can explore the world. She didn't even want to go to Wanakuni to check how the citizens are living. The current Yamato is as pure as a child. This is both a commendatory term and a derogatory term. The heart of a child is precisely the purest and cold-blooded. Imprisoned in Wanakuni at the age of 8 and only received education in military force, Yamato is simpler than Luffy in some respects. But such simplicity is also what Kahn wants. As long as the descendants of the Kazuki family and the Red Sheath 9 heroes are dealt with, and the Tool people of Wanakuni are slightly better than the Korizumi Orochi, Yamato will be willing to do Kahn West. The future 5th giant of the Cross family has basically already started. But before taking Yamato to explore the world, Kahn has to get busy with New World first. Half of Wanakuni's cleaning plan is completed, and it is almost complete just before Momosuke, the 4 Red Sheath 9 heroes, and the 2 Red Sheath 9 heroes on the back of the Elephant Master traveled to the Sea Circle calendar in 1522. Next, Kahn only needs to finish moving, and he only needs to spend a lot of time slowly digesting the 2 huge cakes of Wanakuni and Beast's pirates. 3 days later, Kahn returned to Daughter Island on the Grandine. Although Kahn hasn't come back for nearly a week, no one dares to invade and make trouble in Daughter Island and Rice Rosa Kingdom. It's not because there is a Paramecia rule-type ability user hidden in the kingdom of Rosa next door. It's just that it's not yet the hottest stage of the Great Pirate Era. Apart from Shanks and Monkey D. Dragon related to Luffy, and the amazing development of Haka related to Zoro, the gold content of New World's new stars is far less than that of Sea. The rising stars of Circle Calendar after 1517 are not as rampant as the future evil generation. As for the pirates who survived in New World, it is even more impossible to do such a thing. Before Kahn replaced Kaido and became the Emperor of the Sea along with Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, no one in New World dared to provoke the Cross family. And now, with Kahn picking out the newly promoted Emperor of the Sea and becoming the new Supreme Pirate Emperor, it is even more impossible for anyone to dare to offend Kahn. After returning to Daughter's Island, Kahn was not in a hurry to immediately transform into a Tianlong and use telekinetic power to lift up Daughter's Island. Instead, he came to the kingdom of Rosa, and after paying the public rations to Scarlet, he told Scarlet some things and stayed overnight in the queen's bedroom in the King's Heights. When Kahn was handing over the rations, Yamato, who left Oni Island for the first time, was wandering around in Daughter Island and the kingdom of Rosa, as well as Lakes Island and Medicine Garden Island, which are located in the north-south direction of Daughter Island. Some flower fields were trampled on, which attracted the glaring and driving away of the little people. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout the kingdom of Rosa. That is Queen Scarlet's decision to ask the head of the Cross family to help her move the kingdom of Rosa to the sea not far from Wanakuni. Those who do not want to go to that sea area should leave the kingdom of Rosa immediately within 3 days. Regarding the news released by the royal family in order to perfunctory the world government and marine, the eyeliners and undercover agents of all parties in the kingdom of Rosa didn't bother to roll their eyes. Except for some tourists who specially come to the kingdom of Rosa to visit Daughter Island from a distance, or pirates and merchant ships that just passed by the kingdom of Rosa for supplies, not many people choose to leave the kingdom of Rosa. However, in the past 3 days, one person contacted Kahn. That is to find a small island, Doflamingo, which has already started construction. Hey. Kahn, are you moving house? After receiving a call from Doflamingo, Kahn seemed to remember something, nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, you can join us. It will be convenient for cooperation." Hehehe. I thought so too. Doflamingo, who originally made this call for this purpose, breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why I got such an island is to move to the waters where Daughter Island is located. Under the protection of the Cross family, I can build the base camp of the Don Quixote family without any interruption. Now that Kahn has moved, he is the only island left in this sea area. At that time, many people will think that the Don Quixote family has been abandoned by the Cross family or is not taken seriously. In this way, even if the Don Quixote family still hangs the banner of the Cross family, there must be many forces coveting the Don Quixote family cake, and they can't help but move around. But now, Kahn's initiative not only made Doflamingo feel relieved, but also extremely excited. Kahn defeated Kaido, and there were 3 most excited people. One is Gecko Moria, who followed the Cross family to attack the Ghost Island, and the other is Morgans, who has been looking forward to this day many years ago. The last one, of course, is Doflamingo. Kahn's ascension to the summit means that his backer is one of the 3 supreme emperors in the New World, and also the strongest in the new generation, the number 2 in the pirate world. The Don Quixote family, that hangs the banner of the Cross family, is also one of the affiliated forces that New World cannot provoke. Doflamingo, who owns the banner of Cross family, no matter whether it is in the pirate world or the dark world, no one dares to give him face. Because Cross Kahn is not only the overlord of the pirate world, but also the overlord of the dark world. Zhao's Zhao. Under the protection of the Cross family, even a pig can become a big shot in the world of pirates and the world of darkness. Not only that, as Joker, the intermediary of the dark world, and the former celestial dragons and 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo is well aware of the relationship between Kaido and the world government. The sea stone most used by Marine now comes from the Wanakuni Library ruled by Kaido. That thing is now more valuable than all gems and gold on the market. If Kahn can give him the right to sell sea stone, Doflamingo's status in black and white will definitely be improved to a higher level. In addition to sea stone, Beast's Pirates also has the strongest cold weapons on the market. Now the Cross family has eaten the cake of Beast's Pirates and is already the overlord in the fields of hot weapons, cold weapons, medicine, and entertainment. It didn't take long for Kahn to become not only the richest man in the world, but also the most powerful man in the world. After the time given to the tourists to evacuate is over, Kahn turns into a dragon and uses telekinetic power to lift up Daughter Island, De Rice Rosa Kingdom, and Medicine Garden Island and return in the direction of Wanakuni. Kahn, who is 23 years old this year, has completely ended his growth period, and the next year, until the age of 60, will be Kahn's peak period. Yes, unlike the Hokage world next door, One Piece has had its prime for that long. Superpowers like Rayleigh and Garp are both in their 70s and 80s, and they still smell like monsters. He became one of the pirate emperors at the age of 23. It is no wonder that the whole world believes that Kahn is the strongest of the new generation, and Whitebeard is called the representative of the old and new eras. It took a while to reach the kingdom of De Rice Rosa from the first island of Lakes, and now it directly lifts 3 small islands. This is the growth of Kahn in the past 8 years. However, it took Kahn 6 days to return to the waters outside Wanakuni after flying the 3 islands, a full double the time. After arriving in the waters outside Wanakuni, Kahn released the kingdom of De Rice Rosa and flew into the waters where Wanakuni was located with Daughter Island and Medicine Garden Island. Kahn did not bring in the kingdom of De Rice Rosa because he wanted to save face for the world government and Marine. After all, the kingdom of De Rice Rosa is, after all, one of the joining countries of the world government. 917. If the kingdom of De Rice Rosa is brought into the sea area where Wanakuni is located, then the Marine, who does not know the other entrance of Wanakuni, needs to pass through the waterfall and enter the sea area where Wanakuni is located. Unless Kahn names another safe entrance, which is unlikely. Wanakuni's natural environment, just like the windless zone, is the most suitable for wretched development. Except for Wanakuni and the toolmen of Onishima, as well as the personal maids of the Cross family and the crew of affiliated forces, Kahn will not let anyone enter this sea area. Therefore, after Kahn took Daughter Island and Yaoyuan Island into Wanakuni's waters, he temporarily placed Daughter Island on a special sea area, blocking the only entrance that could safely enter Wanakuni. For the next period of time, there is only one way for outsiders to enter Wanakuni. One is to cross the dangerous waterfall, the other is to fly directly over the waterfall, the third is to defeat the 9 snake warriors who are guarding the entrance, and there may be the pirate queen on the island and the world's strongest creature. After temporarily placing the Daughter Island near the entrance, Kahn placed the Medicine Garden Island near the Oni Island. After Wanakuni and the Oni Island are remodeled, BHBB, Kahn will move the Daughter Island again and use the Oni Island. The island came to block the entrance, and the duplicators were used to look at the door. After putting the 3 islands in order, Kahn went back to Luffy without a break to move the last island of Lakes and the base camp of the Don Quixote family. Time came to see Circle Calendar 1511 in late January, and Kahn finally completed the move. If the natural environment of Wanakuni is drawn as a circle, there is a gap in this circle, which is the only entrance that can safely enter and exit Wanakuni. Then there are 5 islands in the sea area inside the circle, which are 4 small islands in one day. The current headquarters of the Cross family, the small island Daughter Island, is located near the entrance. Not far from Daughter Island, there are 3 small islands. They are Morlai Island, which produces weapons, and Ghost Island, which is occupied by the Cross family. Garden Island. On the opposite side of the 3 small islands is the only large island, which is also a hockey powerhouse like Daughter Island, Wanakuni. Then there are 2 islands outside the circle formed by this natural environment. These 2 islands are the kingdom of De Rice Rosa, one of the member countries of the world government, and the base camp of the Dakihoti family, which was originally an uninhabited island but now has a small town. In addition, there is the Grante New World sailing aimlessly. In the current New World, there are 6 islands and island ships flying the Cross family flag, not counting the Kingdom of de Rice Rosa. This number is perhaps far less than the Totoland Kingdom formed by Charlotte Linlin's 30 islands, and far less than the fraction of islands and towns sheltered by Whitebeard. But the Cross family, with such a small territory, has influence all over the world. Because there is an island ship and a subsidiary faction of 7 warlords of the sea in the first half of the Grand Line, and the Overlord of West Blue is also their subsidiary faction. In a couple of years, Kahn will put another island ship to East Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. By then, the influence of the Cross family will truly spread all over the world. Since the Cross family raided the Beast's pirates at night, no one knew the course of the war except for a few photos in possession of Shijingbeo. Everyone only knows that after the Cross family defeated the Beast's pirates, Kaido, the former overlord of the sea, turned into a blue dragon and flew out of Wanakuni, and then disappeared. According to reliable information received by Shijingbeo, 100 Beasts Kaido was let go by Cross Kahn, because Cross family, like other forces, all kill undead hundreds. Many. As a result, Cross Kahn seemed to have reached a deal with Kaido. The former let the latter go, and the latter, like the original Golden Lion, chose to abandon everything and temporarily disappeared. Due to lack of intelligence, Marine only increased the bounty of world's strongest creature, Cross Kahn, but the bounties of One Piece Boa Hancock, Vampire Boa Sandersonia, and Devil Son Nico Robin, but remained motionless. In fact, even if Hancock defeats Jin, her worry bounty will probably not change. Because her bounty of 1.5 billion was already more than Jin's 1.39 billion Baileys. The only one whose bounty could skyrocket might be Sonia. However, Kahn hid his maids too well. For 8 years, only Robin, Hancock, and Sonia have received bounties. Like Marie, who ate paramecia, Chinching fruit, Monet, who ate paramecia, Op fruit, Perona, who ate paramecia, Phantom fruit, Bacala, who ate paramecia, Lucky fruit, and paramecia, Tongsu fruit sugar. Koala, who ate the paramecia dango fruit. Even the maid who does not belong to Kahn, Scarlet, who ate the paramecia sweet fruit, Violet, who ate the paramecia dango fruit, ate paramecia, the healing fruit of Manchurli, will be the secret weapon of Kahn and the Cross family. After Kahn finished moving, the Cross family began to enter the precipitation period again. And this precipitation period will be even more unknown. But soon, a card that the Cross family took the initiative to expose once again caused a sensation all over the world. The Cross family officially showed their fist to the world. Duplicated Transformers Legion available. After becoming the overlord of the sea, Kahn no longer paid too much attention to some secondary wealth. So after defeating the Beast's pirates, Kahn did not let Sonia return to the first half of the Grand Line with the Hydra warriors, but she stayed in New World and was responsible for guarding the Grantony New World. With Sonia's current strength, there is basically no one in New World who can threaten her except for the Sea Overlords, Margot and Charlotte Katakuri, and Hawkeye and Fujitora. At night, Sonia will become a superpower second only to the Overlord of the Sea. In addition, behind her, there is Kahn, the Pirate King, who has a bounty of 4.555 billion Baileys. Even the current Revolutionary Army will never dare to provoke the Cross family. Sonia is guarding the Grantine New World, and she has already rubbed more than enough. As for Robin and Hancock, they stayed in Wanakuni and helped Kahn manage the country. As for the Grantony Paradise, without the protection of the Hydra warriors, Kahn sent 3 large ships to the first half of the Grand Line. Inside these 3 ships, there are 1,000 duplicants. The laser is in the first half of the Grand Line. It is definitely a high-tech for reducing dimensionality, and the weapon device that can change 18 cold weapons, as well as the powerful physique and the concept of not being afraid of death, make every copying and transforming person's strength, infinitely close to a supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Just like the original book 2 years ago, a pacifist can completely abuse a supernova, and even the Straw Hat Pirates need all members to work together and exhaust their physical strength to barely defeat one. A duplicating and transforming person is the nightmare of a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million. Two duplicators, even if supernova meets, it will definitely be uncomfortable, unless they are post-devil fruit ability users. If there are more than 3 duplicators, then probably only supernovas with super high gold content, such as Cavendish, Ace, and the Evil Generation, can easily deal with them. 1,000 duplicating and transforming people with such a force can easily dominate the world. 3,000 duplicating and transforming humans, apart from those reclusive powerhouses and monsters, as well as the world government and some powerful but very low-key forces, enough to be invincible in paradise. With such a force, the Grantony Paradise does not need Sonia's guards at all. It is only necessary to keep a team of Hydra warriors and a few members of the think tank to assist the young Margaret on the Grantony Paradise. Moreover, although Margaret is young, the ability of Logia Snow Fruit is also unsolvable in the first half of Haki's rare grand line. 3,000 people who look exactly the same, unless they are hidden. The moment they show up, it will immediately become a big news that sensationalizes the world. Especially before copying and transforming humans, North Blue's overlord, Germa 66, also relied on such a replicating army to become one of the top 50 countries that can participate in the World Summit. Therefore, when Morgans asked about copying the news about the transformed people, he not only got Kahn's permission, but also got the detailed information about the copied and transformed people and published them all in Shijingbao. All major forces were alarmed. The cloning and transforming people who master laser technology and weapon transformation devices. Can it be said that there are also powerful scientists in the Cross family? Especially the world government and the marine side suspect that the Cross family obtained the research results of the M80S science team very early on, and by virtue of their terrifying wealth, they created an even more powerful force than Germa 66. Copy and transform people. Fortunately, the clones of the Cross family are not as powerful as the pacifists proposed by Vegapunk. After reading the information about the cloning and transforming people, the world government looked forward to the pacifists, Vegapunk said, so they decided to increase the research cost and let the pacifists appear as soon as possible. As for Vince Moku, judge of North Blue, seeing today's news, he was shocked and angry, as well as full of fear. It turned out that it was not the missing young son who stole his research results back then, but the pirate emperor of New World. Fortunately, the other party just stole his research results without anyone noticing it. If his life could be taken away, just imagining the scene, Vince Moku judge broke into a cold sweat. For many nights to come, I'm afraid Vince Moku judge will wake up from his sleep. As for taking revenge on Kahn, even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to do so. From the information on the cloned and transformed humans, Vince Moku judge has already seen that the scientists of the Cross family have combined his best field and Quinn's best field to create a more perfect replica soldier. And Vince Moku judge has a very scary discovery. That is, he created clone soldiers, and it would take at least 5 years for clone soldiers to grow to the age of 20. Ask for flowers. But how long did it take before Kahn stole his research results and the copying and transformation of humans reached the full body? The scientists of the Cross family are obviously better than him. As Kahn is the richest man in the world, it is believed that the number of cloned and transformed people will soon be several times, or even dozens of times, that of Germa 66. It won't take long for the strength of the Cross family to be second only to world government, naval headquarters, and Alabasta, a superpower with hundreds of thousands of permanent troops. With strength and status at this level, N doesn't care about exposing, copying, and transforming people. On the contrary, not only did he not care about being exposed, but he also took the initiative to reveal the ability of copying and transforming people, in order to bluff some people with problematic brains. After sending 3,000 cloning humans to guard the Grantony Paradise, Kahn sent another 1,000 cloning humans to West Blue to help Capone. With such a force, Capone Beige West Blue's overlord position will be more stable. With his current status, the future generation of extreme evil will definitely lose staff. Capone Beige would be foolish to abandon West Blue's many years of achievements and challenge Grand Line, the road to the strong. Because the end of the road to the strong is an uninhabited throne. And below the throne, there are 3 pirate emperors. One of the pirate emperors is his boss. Unless he wants to rebel, even if he has successfully reached the end, he will be at the same level as his own boss. After sending 4,000 replicants to guard the first half of the Grand Line and the 2 island ships of West Blue, Kahn ignored these 2 sea areas and concentrated on dealing with New World affairs. Then in February, a gossip quickly spread in New World, and even in the dark world of the whole world. It was also this gossip that made a 6th child lurking in the Whitebeard pirates unable to sit still. Just like when someone spent 10 billion Baileys to offer a reward for Paramecia op fruit. Now someone anonymously spends 10 billion Baileys to reward Logia dark fruit in the dark world. Not only that, but the other party also spread the picture of Logia dark fruit in the dark world. For a time, the search for Logia dark fruit was carried out among bounty hunters, human traffickers, and even pirates in the dark world. 10 billion a lifetime of flowers cannot be completed. The person offering a bounty for Logia dark fruit is naturally Kahn. Although in this world, Paramecia rubber fruit and Logia dark fruit should be the 2 most difficult devil fruits to obtain. But compared to Paramecia rubber fruit, which will escape automatically, Logia dark fruit will undoubtedly be better obtained. So even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, Ian will not let it go. Kahn was very curious whether or not Teach could get the Logia dark fruit in front of the sky-high reward of 10 billion. If so, it means that Teach is the villain of destiny, destined to become a Logia dark fruit ability user. To be precise, he is destined to become the old enemy of the Son of Destiny. If not, it means that Teach will lose the luck of the villain of destiny and become a freak with a special physique from then on. But the possibility of becoming the Emperor of the Sea in the original book is almost 0. 507". So, if Teach cannot become the villain of destiny, who will replace him as the villain of destiny? Kahn ignored the news of offering a high price for Logia dark fruit after the dark world dissipated. After eliminating the Red Sheath 9 heroes and Kazuki Sukiyaki on Wanakuni Island and moving the Girl Island, Kahn did not immediately take Yamato to explore the world, but put on the white coat of a scientist and began to study Plague of Captives. Ember. If you want to create Seraphim, you must obtain the blood factor of the Lunaria family. The reason why the Seraphim has the power close to the 7 warlords of the sea is because they have the physique of the Lunaria tribe and the blood factor of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Lunaria race can survive in various natural environments, and the adaptability of this race is the best in the world. Only with the Lunaria family as the basis can other bloodline factors be reconciled to create an ultimate weapon like Seraphim. In addition, the blood factor of the Lunaria family is also the key to changing the name of Kuina heaven-defying. Jin is thus one of Kahn's treasures in his victory over the Beast's pirates. And another treasure, of course, is Kaido. Think about it. After Kahn has the ability to make Seraphim and artificial Eudemon's devil fruit, he creates a Seraph Kaido version, and then lets Seraph Kaido eat artificial Zoan fish fruit Eudemons in Qinglong form. It will be the real ultimate weapon. Even if he can't master the superlative use of Conqueror's Haki, Kaido's defense is strong enough to be immune to the attacks of the top cadres. In addition to internal sabotage and Conqueror's entanglement, even the attack of Monkey D. Luffy, who has a bounty of 1.5 billion, is not painful to Kaido. As long as Seraphim Kaido has the defensive power of the genuine Kaido, the strength is at least 1.5 billion Baileys. Once such an ultimate weapon is mass-produced, the size of the Cross family will soon surpass naval headquarters, and it will not even be afraid of the world government with its 800-year heritage. Therefore, it is not so easy for the world government to purchase Seastone from Kahn. Like Seastone's technology, he must also have a copy. After Vegapunk has researched Pacifist and Seraph, it's time for Kahn to act. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is the end of the year 1511 in the C Circle calendar. This year belongs to the Cross family. At the beginning of the year, the Cross family, who had accumulated 8 years of experience, finally challenged the world's highest peak and successfully picked the new pirate emperor, replacing the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates. And Whitebeard pirates are also called the 3 overlords of the pirate world. Then came the appearance of the Legion of Duplicators, which raised the security of the 3 Grandine Island ships to a higher level, making them the most chaotic but safest entertainment city in the world, and an entertainment sanctuary in the minds of countless rich people. Since then, the Cross family chain of hospitals began to spread across West Blue, the first half of the Grand Line and New World. At the same time, Drum Island, which is known as a medical powerhouse, also has doctors who choose to resign and leave and take their team to join the Cross Family Hospital, becoming the hospital's director and attending doctor. In the eyes of outsiders, they were poached by the Ding Cross family with high salaries. In fact, they were bullied and lured by Kahn. After extracting Jin's blood and creating a sample of his blood factor, Kahn left Wonokuni with Yamato, Monet, and Sugar and revisited their experience, which was also experienced by the Roger Pirates, and it was Yamato's dream adventure. After coming down from Sky Island and going to Alabasta again, Kahn brought her daughter to Magnetic Drum Island again. While Yamato was exploring Winter Island, Kahn took Sugar to kidnap the doctors of the Drum Kingdom at night and turn them all into dolls. When they saw that they had become dolls and their family members would have memories related to them, these doctors immediately chose to surrender. Then the Sugar turned them back, and Kahn asked Monet to take their hearts and let them try the severe pain of the heart being pinched. The doctor whose life fell into the hands of Kahn immediately obediently followed what Kahn said, resigned and led his team to leave Magnetic Drum Island to work in the Cross family chain hospital. Of course, after Kahn gave them a mallet, he would also give them a candy. That is to make an agreement with them, as long as they work for the Cross family for 10 years, and if they don't slow down, June will return their hearts to them. As for the salary, it will be more than that of Drum Kingdom. Under Kahn's coercion and lure, and the heart fell into Kahn's hands, starting from May of 1511 in the C Circle calendar, a group of doctors would resign and leave every month. I believe that within a year or two, the best doctors in Drum Kingdom will be hollowed out by the Cross family. As for them not letting go, even if the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom had 100 courage, he would not dare to do this. Otherwise, the pirates' attack on Magnetic Drum Island is only minor, and the most feared thing is that natural disasters will come to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, such as meteorites, such as tsunamis. The current king of the Drum Kingdom is not that idiot Wapple. As the king of one of the 50 most powerful nations, the current king knows exactly what the pirate emperor means. Therefore, he can only provide the treatment of doctors to retain these doctors. However, even if he raised the salary, it could not prevent the doctor from leaving. 3.7 Because life is more important than money. After digging out all the doctors in the Drum Kingdom, the Cross family has since become the sole overlord in the medical field. C Circle calendar in late 1511, a piece of news spread all over the world, and it also attracted the attention of Kahn, who was training Yamato. That is, 7 warlords of the sea has added another member. And the new member is the cadre of the original Sun Pirates and the captain of the new Sun Pirates, Seaman Jinbei. Seeing the news, the corners of Kahn's mouth twitched slightly. With Jinbei becoming the 7 warlords of the sea, it means that the Murloc dragon imprisoned in the deep sea prison will soon be released on bail. After the evil dragon breaks away from the Sun Pirates and forms his own evil dragon pirates, he can recruit the Paramecia Golden Fruit ability user he has been waiting for several years. And he is also the absolute female #1 in the pirate world. Time flies, and soon the C Circle calendar 1511 was completely overturned and entered the chapter of C Circle calendar 1512. At the end of 1511 in the C Circle calendar, Shortly after Jinbei became the 7 warlords of the sea, Kahn, who had Doflamingo as a black and white brother, was released on bail by the evil dragon and broke away from the New Sun pirates. Information. At the same time, world government also contacted Kahn, wanting to buy sea stone. In this regard, Kahn did not refuse, but proposed the sea stone handcuffs developed by Vegapunk, the sea stone large net, and the sea stone device on the bottom of the boat to freely swim in the windless zone. In fact, reading the memories of Vince Moko Judge and Quinn, Kahn has long mastered the techniques of sea stone handcuffs and sea stone nets, and even sea stone cells. But he still asked the world government for it. 5 elders, who thought that Kahn would open his mouth like a lion, didn't expect that Kahn just asked for such a small thing, so he breathed a sigh of relief and agreed without hesitation. As everyone knows, Kahn's request is just for 17 to paralyze them. Let them think that this bit of technology is a good thing for Kahn. But in fact, they don't know that among the many hidden sites of the Cross family, there is actually a clairvoyant who ate the fruit of paramecia. Others can't find Slug Island, but Kahn can find it easily. After Vegapunk unlocked the transmission conditions of devil fruit, researched the ability to make objects possess devil fruit, and researched the manufacturing method of artificial devil fruit, as well as the pacifist and seraph, Kahn stole all the results at once. Using the phone bug remotely, Hancock and his daughters were moored in the kingdom of Darice Rosa, unable to enter Wanakuni's world government. After completing the transaction, Kahn finally came to East Blue again on the Grandine with the 3 Yamato female eagles. Taking Yamato to the execution platform of the captain of Kazuki Oden, that is, One Piece Gold Roger, Kahn seemed to have thought of something and suddenly dialed Doflamingo's phone. Blue 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 blue. Mesh, I'm Doflamingo. As the call was connected, the phone bug imitated Doflamingo's evil expression and made a magnetic sound. Dover, does your Don Quixote family have energy in East Blue? Kahn asked straight to the point. Hey. Kahn, have you gone to the weakest sea yet? Hearing Kahn's words, Doflamingo instantly knew where he was and replied, Unfortunately, I don't have energy in East Blue. Not only that, but even the other Dark Kings don't have much energy in East Blue. Because the overall strength of the weakest sea is too weak, the status of the franchise countries and marines cannot be shaken. Except for the war between little pirates, there is no market for arms in this sea area. And this sea area is the hometown of marine heroes. As far as I know, that monster will run back to his hometown from time to time. I don't know why he goes back, but the pirates and dark forces he encounters will basically be killed. Arrested. People captured by marine heroes, unless they are 7 warlords of the sea or have a good relationship with 5 elders, no one can release them on bail. Over time, the kings of the Dark World are too lazy to increase investment and expand development in East Blue. I see. Kahn was slightly stunned, and then said, Then you come to East Blue to open a few hospitals in a while, and send some of your people in by the way, and help me keep an eye out for news about the paramecia barrier fruit. Paramecia barrier fruit? I see. After reading Doflamingo in Devil Fruit Illustrated book, I knew that Kahn wanted to get this devil fruit. So he nodded, ready to use his energy to help Kahn find the paramecia barrier fruit with all his strength. Doflamingo has been collecting precious devil fruits ever since he used a paramecia, golden fruit to obtain the flag of the Cross family and Kahn's protection, so that he no longer fears the pursuit of marines, and has a good relationship with both black and white. At the same time, he is also one of the few in this world who knows that besides Robin, Hancock, and Sonia, there is also Monet, the paramecia op fruit capable user of the Cross family, as well as paramecia childlike fruit, paramecia weapon fruit, paramecia golden fruit, Logia snow fruit ability user. Although the current identities of these ability users are not known which mates they are. However, the comprehensive strength of the Cross family cadre group is now definitely number 1 among the 3 monsters. Although the number of captains of the Whitebeard pirates has double digits, but their comprehensive strength is not comparable to Cross Khan's made team. The thighs are already so strong, and Doflamingo doesn't mind making them even stronger. Because of getting along for so many years, Doflamingo already knew what Kahn was like. As long as he is still useful in Kahn's eyes, he is his half-brother. If you are useless, then you are a piece of waste paper. Kahn will not even look at it. Doflamingo appreciates Kahn's character because that's who he is. And he will never be useless. Therefore, his alliance with Kahn will definitely get deeper and deeper. If the background of the Cross family can finally break the wrist with the world government, Doflamingo is even willing to become a subsidiary force of the Cross family to help Kahn deal with the world government. Currently, members of the Don Quixote family have basically become capable users. Devil Fruit 797 is really useless to Doflamingo. Even if he gets the precious Devil Fruit, he is willing to give them to Kahn. After hanging up the phone, Kahn took Yamato, who had finished watching the execution platform and was ready to go back to write a diary. Monet and the Sugar Sisters drove the Grandine to leave Rogue Town, took out the East Blue map, set off in the direction of Marine Branch 16. On the East Blue map, Kokoja Village is not marked. Maybe the village of Kokoja is on the map of East Blue, but not the name, but the name of the island. Kahn, who doesn't know the island to which Kokoja Village belongs, also has a way to find Kokoja Village. That is to find the Marine Branch in the sea area where Kokoja Village belongs. Just when the four of Kahn were heading to the 16th branch of the Marine, a sailboat with a shark logo on the bow was moored on the shore of a simple village. A group of Murlocs with rough stature and grinning faces came down from the boat holding strangely shaped cold weapons. A Murloc disaster suddenly fell on this village named Kokoja Village. Noa Chigao, who was only 12 years old, and Nami, who was only 10 years old at the time, witnessed their adoptive mother being shot to death because she could not pay for her life. The obsession with money, just like Gilder Tetzolo because he couldn't afford the one he loves, and finally he could only watch him become a slave of celestial dragons, was born in Nami's heart. When Kahn and his group arrived at the town where the 16th branch of Marine belonged, and learned the location of Kokoja Village from the mouth of the locals, they immediately set off in the direction of Kokoja Village. Before reaching Kokoja Village, Kahn, who has the only perception, has already seen the shark spab of the dragon pirates. Soon, Kahn also found the evil dragon group who had not yet established the dragon paradise, occupied the best building in Kokoja Village, and planned to build their own dragon empire here. At the same time, Kahn also found the tomb of Bel-Mel, who had already engraved the logo of the dragon pirates on his arm, and broke up with the villagers. Now Nami, who is only with her sister-in-law. After seeing this scene, the corners of Kahn's mouth twitched slightly, but he thought to himself it wasn't enough. This obsession with money is not strong enough. Therefore, Kahn suddenly made the Grandine turn a corner and stopped going to Kokoja Village. Now Nami just fell into the darkness, not deep in the darkness, feeling hopeless and endless desire for money. Only when she goes out to steal and finds out how difficult it is to get money, and chooses to give everything for the villagers between the danger and the villagers, will she be a real little thief. At that time, it was time for Kahn to pull her out of the darkness. Therefore, Kahn is not in a hurry to rescue Nami immediately, but waits for Nami to encounter setbacks before taking action. It has undoubtedly been a very long wait. So while waiting, Kahn began to train Yamato. To be precise, it is to continue to train. It has been more than half a year since I left Wanakuni. Under Kahn's gentle offensive, Yamato, who was originally innocent like a child, became more determined that Kahn is a good person. At the same time, when Yamato did not tell Kahn about Kazuki Oden's logbook, nor did he tell the island he wanted to go to, Kahn took her to experience the adventures experienced by the Roger pirates and went to Kazuki Oden's logbook. Places like Sky Island mentioned. Yamato decided even more that Kahn was her Roger. As a result, Yamato naturally became a member of the Cross family, Kahn's 10th maid, and the 5th giant in the maid group. Under Kahn's flickering, what Yamato is wearing now is no longer white kimono, red skirt, and clogs. It was the black and white maid outfit specially customized for her, and the high heels that made Yamato feel so awkward that he fell down countless times. For high-heeled shoes, Yamato can be said to hate it, and every time he falls down, he can't wait to break it and throw it away. But at this time, Kahn's voice will come again. If you don't learn to wear high heels, then the voyage is over. Maid outfits and high heels are something that everyone in the maid team must wear. In order to continue to explore the world, Yamato could only wear high heels with tears in his eyes, and gradually learned how women walk under the guidance of Monet. Then there is the etiquette of women. Kahn knew very well that Yamato wanted to experience the adventure of Kazuki Oden, that is, to go to the island that Roger's pirates had visited and experience the scenery mentioned in the logbook. Grasping this point, Kahn always ignites Yamato's enthusiasm and interest when he is about to arrive at the next stop, and then arranges tasks for her. If you don't complete the mission, then don't go to that island. Yamato, who is pure in heart, is naturally controlled to death by Kahn, the world's #1 nurturing master. Therefore, Inha could only continue to learn the etiquette of girls with tears in his eyes. Maybe it was the experience of wearing high heels to learn how to walk, or maybe Yamato, who is only 18 years old this year and whose gender disorder is not as serious as the original book, was quickly brought back by Kahn. This is Kahn's approach to therapy. Only by letting Yamato study girls' etiquette seriously and immersing himself in learning will he realize that he is still a girl. Kahn, who has a natural observation haki, will also step up on Yamato when she realizes that she is a girl and feels trance. That's mobbing. When Yamato, who was wearing a maid skirt and would only be asked to wear safety pants by Monet when disembarking, was our *****D by Kahn, that strange feeling made Yamato, who had lived for 18 years, feel flushed for the first time. Gradually, when Monet taught her to walk with high heels, master the etiquette of girls, and even taught her to make up and dress up, Yamato's gender disorder has been cured. Kahn, who is now free, is going to cure Yamato's gender disorder once and for all. While Kahn was concentrating on training his maid, the new world in the second half of the Grand Line began to become lively again. Because the big pirate Red Hair Shanks, who lost an arm in the Weakest Sea and stayed in other sea areas for a long time after leaving the Weakest Sea, finally returned to New World with his Red Hair Pirates up. As soon as he returned to New World, Shanks made no secret of his ambition to reach the top and began to be active everywhere. Pirates were defeated by Red Hair Pirates one by one, and then their territories and pirate groups hung the flag of Red Hair Pirates and became the subsidiary forces and sites of Red Hair Pirates. Although the Red Hair Pirates are the same as the Whitebeard Pirates, the base camp is just a red force converted from a sloop to a two-masted sailboat, wandering around with his men all day long. But the Red Hair Pirates in the original book can become one of the 4 emperors. Naturally, it is impossible to have only one sailing ship and hundreds of men. On the contrary, there are not many affiliated pirate groups and territories of Red Hair Pirates. When the Red Hair Pirates go to war with other forces, those affiliated forces scattered throughout the New World will rush over immediately, just like the dozens of affiliated pirate groups in Whitebeard. Without enough troops and territory, it is impossible to become the Pirate Emperor. Even Luffy in the original book has his Straw Hat Grand Fleet to become the new 4 emperors. Li Qian's, as the Cross family settled down in a low-key manner, the Red Hair Pirates began to exert their strength. The entire Sea Circle calendar 1512 basically belonged to the year of Red-Haired Shanks. In Morgan's World Economic News, the headlines are always about Shanks and Red Hair Pirates. This year, only one story could steal Shanks' thunder. That is Princess Otoheim of the Ryugu Kingdom on the Fish-Men Island, who was assassinated by Sari. With Princess Otoheim's death, Poseidon has officially awakened. In a few years, when Shirahoshi is in deep darkness, Kahn can turn into a knight again to save her and get the second ancient weapon. Time flies by, and the end of 1512 in the Sea Circle calendar is coming soon. On this day, Kahn, who continued to follow Nami from a long distance and had witnessed her escape from death many times, suddenly had another unexpected harvest. Nami met the first noble person in her life. In the original book, who is the first noble person in Nami's life? The answer is not Luffy. Her first nobleman did not appear in the original book, but a character in the theater version. This character, like Gilder Tetsolo, is an important role from the movie Golden City. She was the phantom thief Kelly team who took Nami to steal together when Nami was young, and taught Nami how to use the wisdom of a girl to make Nami survive the weakest period. Karina is smarter than Nami, and also a better theft than Nami, and she is a rational girl like Robin and Monet. It is no exaggeration to say that without her, there would be no little thieving cat in the original book. Not only Karina taught Nami how to survive, but also because Karina saved Nami's life. In the movie version, young Nami and Karina team up to steal the treasure of a group of not pirates and bounty hunters, but treasure hunters. Unexpectedly, this treasure hunter, Maid Terega, turned out to be a very rare demon fruit power in the weakest sea, the chain man who ate the paramecia clang fruit. Under the pursuit of capable people, Nami and Karina, who were about to share the spoils, this combination of thieves was defeated for the first time. Nami, who was caught stealing for the first time, had a blank mind. It was also the closest she had come to dying. Just when Nami was full of fear and despair, it was Kalina who stood up. Even though she is the same age as Nami, Karina is very calm and grasped the weakness of the treasure hunter, Maid Terega, who loves treasure very much, and said that she would return the treasure to them and give them the treasure she had saved, in exchange for his and Nami's life. And Maid Terega also agreed to Karina, but the condition was that if she didn't come back when the sun went down, she would kill her companion, that is, Nay. It turns out that Karina didn't come back in the end. Nami, who thought she was abandoned, was also disheartened and wanted to buy her life with her treasure. Then, when she came to her treasure location with Maid Terega and others, she found that her treasure had also been stolen by Karina, and a mocking trail was left behind. Seeing this scene, Maid Terega and others, who were about to take away Nami's treasure to restore blood, brutally killed the kid to vent their anger, burst into gleeful laughter. They are no longer the worst ones. They decided to release the poor boy who was abandoned by his companions and stole all his treasures. And this is Carly's plan. If she obediently takes the treasure back to pay for her life, then neither she nor Nami will survive. At this time, only if Maid Terega felt psychologically balanced would the two of them have a chance to survive at the same time. So, Karina can only make Nami the worst one. After many years, Karina and Nami met again, and the Straw Hat Pirates were used by Karina to work for her. In the end, Karina even stole the entire golden ship. Just these two incidents made Kahn extremely impressed with this girl. Now that Nami has met Karina, Kahn thinks it's time to make a move. So Kahn, who boarded an island with Nami and was playing in the small town on the island, suddenly pointed to the direction where Nami and Karina were and said to Monet, "Monet, go and get those two short orange hair and a girl with short purple hair. Take me back to the Grandine." "Yes, master." As a qualified maid, Monet didn't ask the reason, but nodded obediently, then released the Observation Haki he had mastered 2 years ago, and secretly started his own surgical field. Monet, who is 20 years old this year, is about to enter his peak period. Her surgical field can already cover a small town. In the field of surgery, Monet is like a god. Anything, unless it has the power to resist Monet's rules and conceptual power, will be controlled by Monet. A mere god's perspective is just a basic ability in the foundation. After a while, Yuensua found the location of Nami and Karina. Call out. In the next second, Monet and Nami in the distance disappeared into the street. The scene of a large living person disappearing out of thin air also scared many pedestrians to scream, and some even sat on the ground paralyzed. Ignoring this, BHBC, picture, Kahn took Yamato and sugar to replenish the fresh water, then used telekinetic power to empty the dozens of buckets in the fresh water store, and returned in the direction of the Grandine. Along the way, I saw dozens of pedestrians with buckets floating behind Kahn, and they didn't understand that an incredible strongman came to this island. Wherever he passed, people immediately avoided him. And this scene also shocked the two girls who were transferred to the Grandine by means of space teleportation. Nami and Karina, who are 10 years old this year, have seen such superpowers? P.S. Nami's age was wrongly written in the first 2 chapters. In C Circle Calendar 1512, Nami was already 10 years old, while Nua Chigo was 12 years old, has been modified. Those who were transferred to the Grandine were trembling. It's just different from Nami's pure fear. Karina saw the canvas and flag of the Grandine and felt that this sign seemed to be seen somewhere. When they saw Kahn coming up with 2 tall and short maids, Yamato and Sugar, with dozens of buckets floating behind them, Karina's beautiful eyes widened, and she whispered in a slightly trembling tone, "How is it possible, this? Why would such a big shot appear here?" Hearing Karina's whisper, Nami, who was standing next to her, sneaked a glance and walked towards Kahn. Monet, who was about to use the surgical field to transfer the bucket to the side of Curry, suddenly leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Karina, do you know that person?" Hearing this, Karina looked at Nami with wide eyes instead. "Don't you know him?" Nami looked dazed, as if she was acting. Seeing this, Karina complained slightly. "As a thief in the dark world, I can understand that you don't know the king of the dark world, but you don't even know the emperor of the pirate world. You don't have any preparations. Come out and be a thief? Overlord? Emperor?" Nami's face became even more bewildered. Could it be that he is the emperor of a certain kingdom? It can be said, but he is not only the emperor of a country. Looking at Monet and his gang, who have already started the operation field and are using that incredible power to make buckets disappear one by one, Karina popularized the common sense of the pirate world and the dark world to Nami at the fastest speed. That man, his name is Kahn, and he is the patriarch of the Cross family, and the Cross family is the king of the dark world, controlling the world's largest arms, medicines, and entertainment businesses, with influence all over the world. According to the statistics of those 8 trigrams magazines, Khan's current wealth has been able to buy several franchise countries, and he is undoubtedly the richest man in the world. In addition, although the Cross family is not a pirate group, it is also one of the 3 overlords in the pirate world. Kahn even offers a bounty of 4.555 billion Baileys. The strongest creature, man. World. The richest man in the world? For 4.555 billion Baileys. After listening to Karina's words, Nami's mind was full of these 2 labels. Looking at Kahn, who was talking to Monet, it seemed that behind him, he saw the mountains of gold and silver and the mirage of the mountain of money formed by Bailey. Said, "This? How rich is this?" Nami originally thought that the 100 million Baileys between himself and the evil dragon were already an astronomical figure. Not to mention 100 million Pele. Even 1 million Pele is a lump sum for Nami. It was because Belmel had only 100,000 deposits that he chose between himself and his 2 daughters to let the 2 daughters survive, and he was shot dead. If Belmel still has 100,000 Baileys, then the 3 of them, mother and daughter, will not die. This is why Nami is full of money. All this is because she has no money. Therefore, she must collect enough 100 million Baileys to buy the village back from the hands of the evil dragon. But now, Nami met the world's richest man before he had even collected 100 million Baileys, and the other party seemed to be eyeing them. This made Nami feel uneasy, but also had an impulse in his heart. The man in front of him is not only the richest man in the world, but also a super pirate with a bounty of 4.555 billion Baileys. And that inconceivable ability, Evil Dragon Eyebrow, will definitely not be his opponent. If the other party is willing to lend him 100 million berries, or help him defeat the dragon, wouldn't he be able to save the village immediately? And the other party arrested himself and Karina. Maybe he and Karina were useful to her. If she could sell herself in exchange for saving the village, Nami would definitely be willing. Ever since she was 10 years old, Nami was ready to die. Natural Observation Haki saw Nami's inner impulse and thoughts, and Kahn immediately smiled with satisfaction. From the looks of it, my nearly a year of waiting was not in vain. In the past year, the death of her adoptive mother, and her determination to commit pirates and prepare for her death, these experiences and choices have made Nami not only obsessed with money, but also improved her faith and will. Although Karina's intelligence is worse than Nami's, but in terms of will, she is definitely far inferior to Nami. The current Nami, in terms of will and ability, may still be a long way from the original when he was 18 years old. But just like the sugar that has been trained by the 9 snake warriors, it has reached a barely passing level. This is enough for Kahn. As long as a seed is planted, it will germinate sooner or later. It looks like you all know me. Pretending not to hear the conversation between the two women, Kahn's figure floated up and flew from under the boat to the lawn-style deck, and the ability to fly shocked the two women again. Sitting on the single sofa in the open air, Kahn raised his elegant legs, looked at Nami and Karina, and smiled and sent out an invitation. That's easy. Do you want to be my maid? Eh? Hearing this, Nami and Karina's beautiful eyes widened. Their expressions of astonishment represented different reactions. The former did not expect that the first sentence of a big man like Kahn was to make someone else his maid. The latter raised his finger in disbelief and pointed at himself after being astonished, and said in a rare trembling voice, "Maid, do we have the qualifications?" "Yes, are you eligible?" Just like what Karina said to Nami just now, it is obvious that they are all 10-year-old pirates, but Karina has made sufficient preparations, instead of not doing anything, just going out to steal like a stupid young man. Since the Grand Line is the cemetery of pirates, the big names in New World are far away from them. Therefore, East Blue people don't want to understand these things, which leads to their very narrow vision, which is only limited to a corner. Karina is different from them. Thief is one of the professions in the Dark World. As a member of the Dark World, Karina has already collected information about the Dark World before her debut. Through the collected information, I know the existence of the Cross family. Karina may not have much impression of the Big Mom pirates and Whitebeard pirates. She only knows that these two pirates are one of the overlords in the pirate world. But for the Cross family, Karina is very clear. The overlord of arms, drugs, and entertainment fields, especially entertainment, owns a golden ship made of gold and is known as the world's #1 entertainment city. Through understanding, Karina also knew the maid group around Cross Kahn. Although he is a servant, he is the servant of the Emperor. Although he is a servant, he is above everything else. In the Cross family, he belongs to the existence of being under one person and above 10,000 people. It looks like a servant, but it is the top executive and executive of the Cross family. In other words, as long as you become Cross Khan's maid, you will be a high-ranking member of the Golden City. Not only that, but it is said that the current head of the Golden City is also one of the maids around Cross Kahn. So it is no exaggeration to say that as long as you become Cross Khan's maid, you will immediately soar into the sky, directly from a low-level thief to one of the world-renowned big shots. Ask for flowers. Faced with this kind of pie from the sky, even if Karina is a precocious and rational girl, she still looks dumbfounded at this moment. Karina's answer made Nami, who was stunned for a while, suddenly realize that Khan's maid is definitely not a simple servant. Then think of Monet, who brought them to the boat without anyone noticing, and Yamato and Sugar, one big and one small, who followed Kahn, all dressed in maid outfits. So, Nami, who came back to his senses, immediately said without hesitation, "I am willing." The clever Nami did not offer to be her maid as long as Kahn helped her get rid of the dragon. On the contrary, as long as you become the maid of such a big person, you can wait until you have served the other party well, and then ask for help. When the other party is happy, they will definitely be willing to help her. 0. Seeing Nami's inner thoughts in his eyes again, Kahn was full of admiration for her. Very good. But on the surface, Kahn nodded in satisfaction first, then looked at Karina, and continued to ask, "Of course I am qualified. I don't choose maids based on potential, but only on appearance and qualifications. Your appearance and aptitude have reached a level worth cultivating." Kahn's words are very direct, only looking at appearance and qualifications. Now that his strength and power have reached his level, Kahn no longer needs to create any chance encounters and then attack Nami and Karina step by step. If it weren't for Nami being his chosen Paramecia golden fruit ability user, She must be full of obsession with money, so that there is no hope of awakening paramecia, golden fruit in the future. Kahn would not even come to East Blue in person. But let Sonia, or Monet, and the others personally went to East Blue to bring Nami back to the Cross family. I would too. After listening to Kahn's direct words, Karina breathed a sigh of relief. The two girls who are only 10 years old this year, although they are already very precocious, still don't understand anything about the relationship between men and women. On the contrary, she thought that Kahn was complimenting them on their cuteness, and she was secretly pleased with herself. So, Karina also nodded without hesitation. A fool would not agree. Why did she come out of steel at such a young age? Isn't it just for money to make your life better? As long as she becomes the maid of the world's richest man, she will be one of the top executives in the Golden City. Not only will she no longer be short of money, but she will also be protected by the strong. The life of a princess is far worse than that of a maid in the Cross family. As a result, Kahn's maid team increased from 10 to 2. Different people need different treatment methods. For example, when dealing with the three sisters Robin and Boya, as well as the two sisters Koala and Monet, these girls who are trapped in darkness, Kahn will incarnate as the knight and hero they expect, pull them out of the abyss, and use gentle offensive to resolve their psychological shadow. But for Bakala, Yamato, Kuina, these girls who are not in the dark, Kahn will invite them to be his maids. For Nami and Karina, Kahn also used the second treatment method. In fact, Kahn can go to the island to deal with Nami before she leaves Kokoja village, and use the first method to transform her and Mokigo into his own shape. But Kahn didn't do that. Still the same sentence, he has high hopes for Nami, hoping that Nami, the absolute female #1 in the original book, can awaken the paramecia golden fruit and become the true master of the Golden City. The doorman. For this reason, Kahn was even willing to wait and silently protect Nami for nearly a year, instead of recruiting her and Karina in a heroic way to save the beauty. The reason why the hero saves the beauties is not used is not because Kahn has no patience to wait and is too lazy to design them. But as a time traveler, he knows very well that if he wants to gain Nami's loyalty, he must help her get rid of the evil dragon. Once you help Nami get rid of the dragon, with her character and personality, loyalty will come naturally. Of course, after recruiting Nami and Karina, Kahn is not in a hurry to help Nami get rid of the dragon immediately, but is ready to wait for her to ask for help in person. Ever since, Kahn gave Nami and Karina to Monet for training, while he drove the Grandine towards the direction of the 153rd branch of Marine. The 153rd branch of the Marine is located in a small town called Shieldstown. This is where the original Luffy recruits Zoro. Kahn chose to go to Shields to find the paramecia slippery fruit. Of course, paramecia slippery fruit is not in Shieldstown, but in several islands around Shieldstown. As for why Kahn is so sure, quite simply, it's all based on speculation. In the original book, after Alvida was blown away by Luffy, Marine came to rescue the merchant ship. Alvida was able to escape Marine's pursuit, of course, by abandoning ship and fleeing. Without a boat, she can only leave by swimming. And she who lost her sailboat also lost all her men. What Kahn gambled was that Alvida swam to the nearest island alone, and then accidentally picked up the paramecia, slippery fruit on that island, and changed her life from heaven to fine. Kahn, who has a unique perception and has experience in searching for devil fruit several times, doesn't care that he is not a wrong bet. It's all just passing the time anyway. It's like Whitebeard and Sengoku, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin haven't met in decades. After the power becomes the overlord level, unless there is a huge conflict or the relationship is too good, otherwise the overlord and the overlord will generally not see each other for 10 to 20 years, or even decades. The top cadres and cadres of those overlord forces can easily deal with the challenges below the overlord. There are still 10 years before the arrival of the troubled times, and there is plenty of time to move the base camp to Kahn in the waters where Wanakuni is located. You can play for nearly a year just by traveling. Therefore, Kahn has a lot of time to train Nami's two daughters and find paramecia slippery fruit. But the unexpected always comes very suddenly. Just when Kahn was about to go to Shield's town and developed a relationship with Nami and Karina on the way, watching them accept Monet's rigorous training with small faces, while he was a good-looking face at the right time. It really made the two girls love Kahn. There has been a huge improvement. The two smart girls soon realized that their master was not a serious person, but a gentle and warm man who was kind to himself. Nami, who discovered this, was ecstatic in her heart. Many times a day, she wanted to ask Kahn for help. But since she hasn't served Kahn for too long, she doesn't have the courage and guts to speak up yet. Blue, 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 blue. Just when Nami hesitated. On this day, Kahn suddenly received a phone call that surprised him. Found the lanternfish, really? Kahn, who was admiring Nami and Karina wearing maid outfits and learning maid etiquette, suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "Very well, Robin, you are in charge. Let Hancock bring the life card and coral bubbles." Use the electric field teleportation rushed to the lanternfish as fast as possible. Even if it couldn't kill it, it had to enter its stomach and wait for me to go back to New World to meet Hancock. I'm in East Blue right now, and I'll be back in New World in 2 days. After finishing speaking, Kahn hung up the phone immediately and asked Monet's sons and daughters, who surrounded him curiously, "Monet, take care of Yamato and protect Nami and the others. Continue to play in East Blue for a while. I'll go back to you first. A trip to New World. I will be back to pick you up soon." "Yes, Master." Monet nodded obediently. "Master, are you going back to New World? Are you going back to find that lanternfish? Can you take me back with you?" Yamato asked excitedly. After staying in East Blue for nearly a year, Yamato has long been tired of staying in this weakest sea. If it weren't for Kahn's excuse of looking for devil fruit, Yamato, who has been well trained, would have been clamoring to go to other sea areas to play. "Don't make trouble, I have business to do. Obediently protect Monet and the others on the boat, and wait for me to come back." Kahn patted Yamato's fertile *** card, and then, under the watchful eyes of Nami and Karina, with wide-eyed eyes and exaggerated expressions showing their chins as if they were about to fall to the ground, he jumped to a height of tens of meters in the air, and then turned into a huge sky dragon nearly 200 meters long, flapped its wings, which were also more than 100 meters long, and set off a gust of wind that knocked Nami and Karina down, and flew towards North Blue. Kahn is confident that he will be able to return to New World within 2 days. It is because East Blue and North Blue are only separated by the Red 10 continent. From North Blue across the windless zone is the New World. That's the advantage of flying. If it is someone else, unless they are marine, if they want to enter the New World 3.4 world from East Blue, they must first enter the first half of the Grand Line from East Blue, and then reach the end of the first half. And the coding passes through the Fishmen Island, or abandon the ship and cross Mariewa to reach the New World. This journey, even for a large 3-masted sailing ship, would take at least half a month. This is still the case without replenishment. Those who can fly can take shortcuts like Kahn. Looking at the huge sky dragon that covers the sky and the sun, it turns into a black spot and disappears in the eyes. I only know that Kahn's bounty is as high as 4.555 billion Baileys, but Nami and Karina, who still don't know much about the strength of the Pirate Emperor, finally understand how terrifying their master is. Exist. At this moment, Nami's hesitation was immediately forgotten by her. She looked at Monet and said with a pitiful expression, "Sister Monet, Kahn is very fast. He is nearly 200 meters long, and his wings are more than 100 meters wide. He can fly hundreds of meters away with just a flap of his wings." After using telekinesis to eliminate the air barrier, Kahn's speed doubled, more than double. When a giant dragon nearly 200 meters long flew in the air at a speed that didn't fit its size. If Kahn flies at high altitude, that is, in the White Sea and the White Sea area, it may only scare some marine life living in the White Sea and White Sea area, or some Sky Island and small Sky Island residents. But if you fly at low altitude in Qinghai, wherever you pass, the people below, whether they are ordinary people or pirates or experienced powerhouses, are all fortunate enough to experience the oppression of facing mythical creatures. in front of the giant dragon that flew by at high speed and brought up a gust of wind that even they couldn't resist. Their strength was ridiculous, and how insignificant they were. This is the gap between dimensions. Just like when Kaido became the Pirate Emperor and became full-fledged, he likes to go crazy to death, commit suicide everywhere, and create for himself the strongest creature in the world, the strongest one-on-one, and the strongest character in the sea. Land and Air 17. In addition to flying over the Red Line, Kahn did not choose to fly in the Baihai and Baihai areas, but flew at a low altitude in Qinghai, so that those who encounter him feel the breath of the world's strongest creatures. Countless ambitious guys just glanced at the giant dragon flying overhead. Not only were their figures blown up or knocked to the ground by the strong wind, but their ambitions and dreams were also destroyed by the strongest creatures in the world at this moment. The momentum was shattered. In less than 2 days, Kahn returned to New World from East Blue. During the period, Kahn also directed Robin and Violet through the phone bug many times. As for Hancock, she has been lost. Apparently, she's already in a place where phone bugs can't get through. After returning to New World, Kahn did not return to Wanakuni, but took out Hancock's life card. According to the guidance of the life card, it took less than half a day to arrive at Junction in a sea area. Immediately, Kahn changed from a full-body dragon form to a normal human being. After the body surface was covered with a layer of thought force, and the whole body was wrapped by a transparent blue mask, Kahn quickly sank toward the sea below. Soon, Kahn passed through the light-transmitting layer and entered the deep sea zone where you can't see your fingers. Not long after that, Kahn saw a bright light in the dark deep sea, just like the Fish Men Island with Sunshine Eve. But the color of this light is a golden color. Taking a closer look, it is a lantern that has lost its sound, but the lantern above its head is still shining brightly. I don't know how many years it will take before the corpse is eaten up by other fish and sea kings. It is as huge as an island. Fish. Yes, the lanternfish is dead. And the person who killed it, apart from Hancock, was obviously no one else. Using telekinesis to turn into a huge invisible hand, after opening the lanternfish's mouth, Kahn smoothly entered the lanternfish's body. As soon as he entered the lanternfish's body, Kahn's unique perception sensed Hancock's familiar breath in the lanternfish's body. Hancock seemed to have sensed Kahn, and his breath was also moving rapidly. "Master misses you so much." Just when Kahn came to the number 1 stomach of the lanternfish, a bolt of lightning appeared in the air ahead of him. Then Hancock, who was wearing a black cheongsam, which no longer had the 9-snake logo on it, but the Tianhu logo, threw himself into Kahn's arms. The world's most exquisite long legs tightly clamped Kahn's waist and shouted with excitement and resentment. "I miss you too." Kahn hugged Hancock back, leaned his head straight up, and kissed passionately in the air. Kahn and Hancock haven't seen each other for nearly a year, although they talk on the phone every day. If it weren't for the business to do and the poor environment, Hancock couldn't help asking Kahn to pay her rations in the lanternfish. After the passionate kiss, Kahn read Hancock's memories of the past few days by the way. He didn't ask anything and took Hancock directly to Michina Asir and Michina Orogia, who invented pure gold. Father and daughter. Hancock had been inside the lanternfish nearly 2 days ago. But she is not good at communication, so she did not take the initiative to find Asir and his daughter, but wandered around in the 3 stomachs of the lanternfish, waiting for Kahn's arrival. On the other hand, Asir and his daughter found that the lanternfish had died. As an excellent scientist, Assi also detected the current location of the lanternfish, which is still in the deep sea. Therefore, he has started to work now and wants to use the things in the lanternfish to see if he can create something that allows their father and daughter to temporarily survive in the deep sea and return to the light-transmitting layer, or even on land. When Kahn and Hancock approached them, Asir was surprised to meet human beings, but also wary of the same kind. Especially since he is carrying a treasure like pure gold, he is even more wary of Kahn and Hancock. But soon, Asir's heart was replaced by ecstasy. "Really? Do you have paramecia op fruit ability users?" Assi looked at Kahn excitedly. "Yes, what makes Asir feel ecstatic is what Kahn called paramecia op fruit. Pure Gold was born because a seer wanted to keep his terminally ill daughter alive. And if Oroka, who got the terminally ill 087, survived, there were only two ways in that era. One is to find the ultimate devil fruit, op fruit, and the other is the forbidden Pure Gold. But Pure Gold can only keep Orochia alive, but it can't cure the disease in her body. Therefore, even though Orochia has lived for nearly 200 years, he still looks sick now. If Orochia's body can be restored to health, Asi is willing to give away the pure gold of herself and Orochia, not to mention the remaining pure gold song in exchange for her daughter's healthy life for decades. So I got Kahn's promise that I will help him cure his daughter after I go out, but the price is that after I help him, I don't need to create a second piece of pure gold, which is an impossible miracle, and I only need to be the Cross family. After the scientist was ready, Asir agreed without hesitation. As a result, Kahn easily obtained the pure gold that is said to be able to buy the whole world. When the remaining pure gold was in hand, the age crisis in Hancock's heart disappeared instantly when he saw the pure gold shining with golden light and releasing rays that could prolong his life. In the next few hundred years, she will be the most beautiful woman in the world. Even if the appearance of beauty can threaten her existence, the other party will either become her sister, or she can only maintain her peak period of 10 or 20 years. The throne of the most beautiful woman in the world is still hers. After successfully obtaining the pure gold, Kahn used telekinetic power to bring the three of Hancock back to the surface of the sea from the body of the lanternfish. Then, under the eyes of Asir and Oroka's father and daughter, their eyes widened and their mouths opened to the maximum. Kahn transformed into a full-body dragon form and carried Hancock and Oroka on his back with telekinetic power. And Asi was very unfortunately wrapped up by the psychic mask and held in the dragon's claws by Kahn. Pretty girls can sit on his back, but men can't. Therefore, Asir can only be wronged. After using telekinesis to eliminate the air barrier, Kahn took the three of them and flew in the direction of East Blue. Yes, Hancock is not planning to go back. She will follow Kahn to East Blue. We haven't seen each other for nearly a year, and fortunately Hancock has taken the last step with Kahn, otherwise he would have been lovesick. Kahn didn't coax Hancock back to guard Wanakuni either. Now in Wanakuni, there is no one that can threaten Robin and the others. Although Wanakuni's Red Sheath 9 heroes' limbs and arms have been spliced together, they have also changed from dolls back to humans. However, Wanakuni's Red Sheath 9 heroes are no longer the real Red Sheath 9 heroes. Ashura Boy, Denjiro, and Kawamatsu, the 3 9 heroes in Red Sheaths, their bodies are all taken over by the 9 snake warriors who are more like legendary men than girls. And after they turned into rough girls, they were turned into dolls by the sugar, and the dolls were dismembered. Even if Granos suddenly fell into a coma now, and they turned back into humans, they would not have any ability to move. Unless Admiral suddenly breaks into Wanakuni, Robin is in no danger. Even if Admiral breaks into Wanakuni, Sonia, who has become the new head of the Grantine New World, will rush there as quickly as possible. Even if Sonia can't beat Admiral, the opponent can't beat Sonia quickly. Once it's night, even Admiral has to retreat. Otherwise, just being touched by Sonia, the peak period may be over in an instant. At that time, even if you want to escape, you can't escape. However, given the depth of cooperation between Kahn and the world government, it is impossible for 3 admirals to enter Wanakuni, and even Marine cannot even get close to Wanakuni. When making transactions, all the ships of the world government came to the pier of the Kingdom of de Rice Rosa. If the superpowers who broke into Wanakuni were not the 3 admirals with Logia, then it would be easier for Sonia to deal with other superpowers. Sonia, who has the power of concepts, is the representative of leapfrog challenges. With 3 people, Kahn came to East Blue from New World this time, and it took 5 days. No way, Asi and Orochia are ordinary people. They can't be like Kahn and Hancock. Even if they don't eat or drink for 10 days and 10 nights, it's okay. They not only need to eat and drink, but also to sleep. Especially for Oroka, who is plagued by illness. Pure gold can only hang her life, but cannot restore her body to health. So her sleep time is longer than ordinary people. It's the same sentence. Kahn not only has a great attitude towards useful people, but also has great patience. In order to reap the favor of the father and daughter, let Asi, the scientist who invented pure gold, help him share a little pressure on the research of pacifists and serifs. Kahn is very considerate. This kind of silent tenderness really made both father and daughter have a good impression of Kahn, especially Asir. After seeing Kahn transform into a giant dragon with a length of nearly 200 meters, Asi still couldn't understand that this young man should be one of the great figures of this era. The paramecia, op fruit, he said, is definitely not a lie. Therefore, Asir is full of expectations for the next trip to East Blue. Back in East Blue, Kahn contacted Monet with a phone bug and flew in the direction of the town of Rog. When he was about to arrive in Rog town, Kahn changed from a full body back to a human form and brought the three of Hancock with telekinetic power and landed on a sandy beach full of reefs in Rog town. Master, Sister Selma. Master and elder sister, long time no see. After a while, Monet used the transfer of the surgical field to appear in front of Kahn out of thin air with Granos, Nami, and Karina. Monet and Granos immediately greeted Kahn and Hancock as soon as they appeared. Long time no see, Monet, sugar. Hancock also responded to the two sisters with a smile, and then looked at Nami and Karina, who were timidly looking at her secretly, obviously surprised by her beauty, and slightly raised their red lips. These two are new members of the family. The concubine's new sister? Yes, my lord. Monet nodded, then said to Nami and Karina with a serious face, "This is the head maid of our cross family, the most beautiful woman in the world, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. You can call me the same, her sister, or Sister Hancock. Let me introduce myself to my sister now. My lord, my name is Karina, and I am 10 years old this year." After listening to Monet's words, Karina instantly understood what she meant, and then introduced herself loudly. Obviously, the super beautiful maid big sister in front of her is a very serious or very etiquette existence. Sister, my name is Nami, and I am also 10 years old this year. After seeing Karina taking the lead, Nami also quickly introduced herself. Well, I'm glad to meet you too. Hancock nodded majestically, then turned his head to look at Kahn and asked, "Master, you have stayed in East Blue for so long. Haven't you found the devil fruit you want?" Maybe wrong news. Kahn glanced at Nami indiscriminately and took the opportunity to say, "After Monet helps Orogia recover from his illness, let's return to New World." Hearing this, Nami, who was about to start again, suddenly changed his face. But before she could speak, Monet, who was considerate, said first, "Master, before returning to New World, we may have to go to a place first." "Where?" Kahn, who has a natural observation haki, asked knowingly. "Nami's hometown." Monet half-truthfully said, "Mates, when you left, Master, I found out that Nami had something on her mind." After making indirect remarks, I found out that Nami's hometown is now occupied by a group of little pirates from the Grand Line. Her adoptive mother was also shot and killed by those little pirates, so after seeing the power of Master, Nami asked me to help her get rid of those pirates. But I think this kind of thing should be handled by you, Master. Following Monet's words fell. Before Kahn could speak, Hancock's reaction startled Nami and Karina, and they got a preliminary understanding of Hancock's personality. Zizi. I saw that Hancock's beautiful cheeks were full of evil spirits, and there were also blue and white electric arcs around them, which made Asir and Orogia's father and daughter back away again and again. What are the bastards? How dare you bully my concubine's younger sister's family? Such a handsome big sister. Looking at Hancock, who is short-tempered and defensive, Karina's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she was immediately conquered by Hancock's charm. Hancock is a very arrogant woman. How arrogant is she? She is so arrogant that only one word can be used to describe her. That is double standard. In her eyes, the Cross family is the supreme existence. Members of the Cross family can bully others, but others cannot bully members of the Cross family. Although he has no relationship with Nami and Karina, but the bullying of family members makes Hancock feel that the majesty of the Cross family has been challenged. Therefore, Hancock immediately had the intention to kill those little pirates from the Grand Line. I have to say that with Hancock's delicate character, if she is not one of her own, no matter how beautiful she is, June will have the urge to kill her. But if she is one of her own, then such a character is too reliable and charming. Karina was conquered by Hancock, it is a matter of course. I see. A gang of Murlocs from the Grand Line? Kahn, who knew everything a long time ago, was not angry, but brought Hancock and others on the way back to the Grand Line. After knowing the situation of Kokoja village, he pretended to be contemplative and suddenly said, I remembered that some time ago, after this seaman Jibei became the 7 warlords of the sea, he did release a group of Murlocs to the world government on bail. The Murlocs, like Jibei, used to be cadres and members of the Sun Pirates, but after they were released on bail, they were not convinced by Jibei and chose to set up their own businesses and left the Grand Line. It turns out that these pirates came to East Blue after leaving the Grand Line. Hearing this, Hancock frowned slightly and said, I seem to have heard Robin say this too. How so? On the other hand, Nami had tears in her beautiful eyes, as if she couldn't accept it. The evil dragon and the others were actually prisoners who were locked up, and then they were released on bail because a companion became 7 warlords of the sea. After they came out, they set up their own family and chose to leave the Grand Line, but they chose the sea area of East Blue, and they just chose the village of Kokoja, which resulted in the death of Belmel. At this moment, Nami was full of resentment towards the 7 warlords of the sea named Seaman Jibei. And this hatred still exists that cannot be resolved. In the original book, Nami forgives Jibei because her adoptive mother has been dead for 10 years. She was rescued by Luffy, and Luffy's status in her heart is already overwhelming. And Jibei is Luffy's benefactor, and Nami, who is kind-hearted, chooses to forgive Jibei. But now, the adoptive mother was killed half a year ago. Time has not resolved Nami's hatred, and Jibei has no life-saving grace to her captain. How could Nami forgive that guy? The natural observation Haki saw Nami's inner thoughts in his eyes, and Kahn didn't expect the butterfly storm to come again. So Kahn asked, You want revenge? Nami nodded vigorously with tears in her beautiful eyes, and said in a choked tone, Master, I want revenge. Since that's the case, then become a battle maid and become a demon fruit power. Kahn said with a slight raise of the corner of his mouth. Kahn never imagined that a word of his own would set off a butterfly storm, making Nami pass from barely passing to very satisfied. Now not only is the obsession with money, but also the motivation to revenge. There is also the luck of the absolute female number 1. Nami's awakening of paramecia, golden fruit this time, is almost a certainty. After returning to the boat, Kahn directly took out the paramecia, golden fruit that he brought over earlier, handed it to Nami, and said, This devil fruit is one of paramecia's top devil fruits, named paramecia, golden fruit. Golden fruit, as the name suggests, means that after eating, your body will be able to strengthen the gold and control the gold. The more gold you control, the stronger you will be. After a slight pause, Kahn continued, Money has become your obsession, and this devil fruit fits you very well. There is a batch of gold in the cabin of the Grandine. After eating this devil fruit, I will give that batch of gold to you, and you will kill the enemy yourself. Yes, gold and devil fruit are things that Kahn prepared in advance. The reason is that after Nami is qualified, both will be given to her, and she will kill the enemy with her hands. Helping her kill her enemy is different from killing her personally. Although the former can move the girl and capture her heart and loyalty, the effect is far inferior to the latter. After slaying the enemy, the sense of exhilaration of revenge, the feeling of killing someone for the first time, etc. will transform Nami's will. And will is roughly equal to chi. The strength of will represents the strength of Haki. With a strong will, not only is it easy to awaken Haki. After Haki awakens, the capacity and quality will be stronger than others. Unless Nami wants to be a vase, Kahn will not personally avenge her. And Nami seems to understand Kahn's meaning. She took the paramecia, golden fruit from Kahn, and said heartily, Thank you, master. After speaking, Nami directly opened his mouth and bit the paramecia, Jinjin fruit in his hand. Just biting off a piece of flesh, Nami's face suddenly turned purple. Then, without Kahn's reminder, she resisted the feeling of vomiting, chewed the pulp in her mouth and swallowed it. Just when she was about to continue to bite off the second piece of fruit, Kahn reminded, "One bite is enough. Devil fruit is only useful for the first bite, and the second bite is simply unpalatable fruit." Hearing this, Nami immediately threw the remaining devil fruit into the sea from the side of the boat. "Feel the body and see if there is any change." Kahn reminded again, then looked at Karina, who looked at Nami curiously, and asked, "Karina, do you want to be a maid of life or a maid of battle?" Master, can I think about it for a while?" Karina didn't answer immediately, but let out a unique laugh. As a rational girl, no matter what Karina does, she will collect information first and make all adequate preparations. As with stealing, so is being a maid. She's not as vengeful as Nami and doesn't know enough about devil fruit yet. She is going to learn about devil fruit first and then make a decision. With the size of the Cross family, compared with the huge information base, the information about devil fruit will definitely be very detailed. I met Karina, who didn't know the devil fruit illustrated book, but wanted to read the devil fruit illustrated book before deciding whether to be a life maid or a battle maid. Kahn, who can see through people's hearts and automatically read her thoughts, appreciates Karina even more. This kind of rational talent is really too rare. With Karina's mind, she might be able to place high hopes because she collected a very precious devil fruit. Just when Nami felt the changes in his body, Kahn also drove the sailboat out of Rog Town and then asked Monet to help Orogia heal. In front of the extraction and laser of paramecia, op fruit, no matter what kind of virus, it will be easily extracted and eliminated by Monet. In less than half an hour, the terminal illness that made Assi feel extremely hopeless was cured just like that. Paramecia, op fruit, is so unsolvable. Gold is actually a very soft metal, and unless you've mastered armament haki, it's not a good choice to fight with gold. However, the most powerful ability of Paramecia golden fruit is not to turn one's physique into gold, but to control gold. The upper limit of the gold controlled by the golden fruit ability user is unknown, just like you can control the gold in the cabin of the Grandine just after eating the Paramecia golden fruit. In addition to the unknown upper limit of the gold that can be controlled, the ability user can also stretch and deform gold, and fuse it to form a huge object. In addition to being unable to create gold out of thin air, before awakening, it is also impossible to turn objects touched into except for gold. In theory, as long as it is gold, it will be under your control. And this control is within your control range and you don't need to touch gold. That way, your imagination can't be limited to gold. Since you have the ability to control, you can sense the existence of gold, and you can control the expansion and deformation of gold from a distance. Then you can completely melt soft gold and fuse it with other elements to form a hard alloy. In this case, the alloy will also be under your control. As long as the alloy is formed into a huge life body and wraps you inside, then unless the enemy has the power to break the alloy defense, they will not be your opponent. In addition, you can also turn gold into gold powder, penetrate into the enemy's body through nostrils or ears, and then manipulate the gold powder in the enemy's body to control the enemy. After Monet cured Oroka's terminal illness 200 years ago, Nami also sensed the ability of Paramecia golden fruit. Therefore, Kahn, who had high hopes for her, began to instruct her on how to develop the ability of Paramecia golden fruit, and also gave Nami all the gold in the cabin of the Grandine. Not only that, but Kahn also took her to the bustling island, found the black market through special marks, bought a large amount of iron ore and other elements, and asked Hancock to assist Nami in producing metals such as a cauldron. Then he taught Nami how Gilder Tetsolo used the Paramecia golden fruit and witnessed Nami using alloy and gold to create a small golden titan, but with the defensive power of the alloy, he gradually adapted to the scientist Kahn, who had a real identity, immediately thought of what the destructive power would be if laser technology was installed in this little gold titan. It's a pity that there is no equipment on the Grandine, otherwise Kahn would have acted. However, with Nami's current strength, it is already a breeze to deal with a mere evil dragon. So there is no rush to help her transform slowly after returning to New World. So, Kahn and his gang went straight to Kokoja village. 3 days later, the Grandine arrived at the Kokoja village. On the way, Kahn's gang was attacked by the Manatee Mumu, which was brought from the Grand Line to East Blue by the dragon, and then it became Kahn's gang's dinner that day. After coming to Kokoja village, Kahn directly asked Monet and Sugar to take Nami to find the evil dragon, while he and Hancock cleaned up the murlocs scattered in Kokoja village to avoid future troubles. In fact, Yin deliberately didn't go. Because that guy, the dragon, must have recognized the identities of Kahn and Hancock. Seeing New World's Pirate Emperor, Pirate Empress, and Dragon will definitely be terrified and shivering. He who has been educated by Kazara may not even have the courage to resist. This is not conducive to Kahn exercising Nami. Therefore, Kahn deliberately asked Monet, who was not rewarded by Marine and rarely showed up in public, to escort Nami. And Karina also took the initiative to follow, ready to see how Nami took revenge. Seeing that Monet, who possesses magical spatial ability, and the means he is showing now is even more incredible than the thunder and lightning of his elder sister Hancock, both Nami and Karina are full of sense of security. Especially Karina, she doesn't think that East Blue, whose bounty is even higher than 30 million Baileys, will be a match for the Pirate Emperor. Even if the Pirate Emperor didn't make a move, but sent a confidant, he would definitely be invincible in East Blue or even in the Four Seas. And Nami has changed so much in the past few days, maybe there is no need for Sister Mai Nai to take action. And it is true. Although Kahn and Hancock did not follow, but they have a unique perception, they can still watch Nami's performance live. The current Nami has not worked hard for 8 years, and has no expectation of being trustworthy without being caught by the dragon. So she didn't naively ask the evil dragon if he had saved enough 100 million Baileys, and he would really return the village to her. The revenge of killing his mother was still a matter of the first half year, but now Nami hates the dragon to the bone. So when I came to the dragon paradise that was being built, I was lying under the umbrella, basking in the sun and enjoying life in front of the dragon. Nami directly raised a small powder fist, turned it into gold, and then sent the evil dragon flying away. Dragon. Ask for flowers. Immediately, Nami manipulated the alloy transferred by Monet, turned into a little titan with a golden appearance, and began to crush the dragon. Whether it's a big saw blade, murloc karate, or hitting water, none of these tricks can break through the defense of the little golden titan, let alone hurt Nami, who is hidden inside the little golden master. Soon, the dragon was beaten all over by Nami and lay dying on the ground. Just when Nami vented his anger and hatred and was about to release the form of the little golden titan, Monet suddenly said, "Nami, kill him." Monet, who was very gentle with his sister, is very serious at this moment. "Yes, Sister Monet." Nami was taken aback for a moment, and then thought of Belle being shot dead. Before he felt a little unbearable, he was punched from top to bottom by Nami, smashing it and the dragon's head together. 0. Nami, who had avenged her vengeance, suddenly felt a sense of joy in her heart. This sense of pleasure will also be of great help to Nami's future Haki practice. When Nami was fighting the dragon, Monet actually launched the surgery field and eliminated all the murlocs around him. But there is one murloc who dies differently from others. That is the octopus that Kahn told Monet in advance. Kahn didn't let Monet save Xiaobei's life. Because Kahn doesn't have much friendship with Rayleigh, and Hachi isn't Shaggy's savior. But to avoid accidents, Kahn still ordered Monet to ask Grana to turn Xiaoba into a doll, and then burn the doll to ashes, giving Xiaoba a good time. People who are turned into dolls, whether they have a broken leg or a broken hand, are painless, even if it is burned to ashes. After experiments, people who have been turned into dolls will really die once they are burned to ashes, and as long as the capable user does not faint, those related to the dolls will not recover the relevant memories. So even if Hachi was burned to ashes, Rayleigh and Shaggy couldn't recall memories related to Hachi. In terms of amnestic elimination, it is undoubtedly the strength of the concept level. Even Kahn, who is a time traveler, has directly forgotten the memories related to Xiaoba. Fortunately, Kahn wrote Shinji and Huxia in advance before he came to Kokoja village and had the idea of getting rid of Xiaoba. Just read the diary, which is placed in the most obvious position, and Kahn will remember everything. Before Nami fought the dragon, Kahn and Hancock had already dealt with the other Murlocs. With no need for Kahn to do it, Hancock, who has a unique perception, used the method of lightning strikes to directly split all the Murlocs scattered in various places in Kokoja village into grilled fish. Unlike Enel's lightning that can't kill people, Hancock's lightning voltage has reached 500 million volts, and now her lightning can go from 0 to 300 million volts without charging. That is to say, as long as Hancock thinks about it, her random blow will start at 300 million volts. In front of the 300 million volt lightning, unless you have armament Haki and the Haki has enough capacity, or the quality is strong enough, otherwise even if the Titans are struck by Hancock's lightning, they will fall to the ground with scorched black and white eyes, breathing out white smoke. Even the Titans couldn't resist Hancock's blow, let alone the 303. Ordinary people and upgraded humans. They received a blow, and only if they were very lucky would they be close to death, otherwise they would die out of 10. And these Murlocs are obviously the latter. The terrifying scene of lightning falling from the sky and killing the Murlocs also scared many villagers who saw the scene. After the battle was settled on Nami's side, Kahn used his telekinetic power to bring down AC and his daughter, who stayed on the boat to watch the boat, and then walked towards Chaocha and Nami. Kahn has to make Nami reconcile with the villagers before taking Nami and Nokigo. Belmel has been killed for nearly a year. Nuachiga had already secretly told the villagers about the 100 million agreement between Nami and the evil dragon when Nami went out to steal. The current villagers are just acting with Nami and deliberately ignoring her. Just throwing the corpses of the evil dragons in the square, the villagers will definitely surround them immediately after seeing them. After Kahn met Monet and the others, the revenge had been avenged, and Nami, crying into Monet's arms, suddenly said to Kahn with red eyes, "Master, thank you. Thank you for giving me revenge the power of." The last sentence, Nami choked up and didn't say it. But Nami's heart, just as Kahn thought, has begun to change towards Kahn's shape. To use the vocabulary of the game to describe it, Kahn has completed the Fetter mission and completely got Nami, the future world's #1 navigator. You're welcome. Let's make peace with the villagers first. Kahn put his hand on Nami's head, patted the girl on the head, and then used telekinetic power to lift the corpses of the evil dragon and others, and brought them to the square of Kokoja village. Nami, what's going on? Nami, are you okay? Nami, who are they? Just as Kahn thought. As the Murloc corpses were piled up on the square, the villagers who saw the scene, regardless of acting with Nami, gathered around anxiously and worriedly. Looking at the villagers who cared so much about her, the clever Nami didn't know that Nua Chigao had informed her. She was weeping and grinning with bared teeth. "Everyone, it's all right now." At night, the corpses of the evil dragon and others were thrown into the sea to feed the same kind, while a huge bonfire was set up in the square, and the villagers were holding a banquet, singing and dancing. Except for Asir and Orogia's father and daughter, Kahn and others were not involved because they had other things to do. Monet used the ability of Paramecia, Op fruit, to help Nami erase the tattoo of the dragon pirates on his arm. Then Nami tattooed the dragon logo of Cross Family instead of the original tattoo on the blank space. Now Nami is more grateful to Kahn than nostalgic for Belmel. When Monet helped Nami erase the tattoo, Kahn also invited Nuachigao as a maid. Nuachigao was slightly taken aback and then felt a wave of heartbeat, but finally shook his head and refused because he wanted to stay and take care of Belmel's orange orchard. Kahn, who has a natural observation haki, can see Nuachi's heartbeat at a glance. So after hearing Nuachiga's reason, Kahn just smiled slightly and then once again showed Nami, Karina, and Nuachiga's beautiful eyes widened, showing their jaws falling to the ground and their worldview being shattered. I saw that Kahn found Belle's orange orchard and then asked Monet to expand the surgical field, ignoring the quality and cutting out a square trace. Kahn directly used telekinetic power to erect Belle's orange orchard. In this way, you can leave with us? With the entire orange orchard floating behind him, Kahn smiled at the stunned Nua Chigao. Being pulled back by Kahn's words, Nua Chigao, who was already very moved, didn't want the last thing Belle left them to disappear, finally couldn't help nodding, showing a bright smile and saying, "Please take me away with you, master." Thus, the Cross family added another member. The members of Kahn's maid team also increased to 13. The next day, Nami and Nua Chigao bid farewell to the villagers. Then, under the equally terrified gaze of the villagers, Kahn soared into the sky and turned into a huge dragon nearly 200 meters in length, and then used telekinetic force to lift up the Grandine and the orange orchard and lead them towards the North Fly in the direction of blue. It has been nearly a year since I traveled abroad. Apart from Hancock, Robin and his daughters must also miss Kahn very much, and so does Kahn. Now that he has obtained pure gold, Kahn naturally wants to share it with them as soon as possible. So different from recruiting Scarlet and Monet in the past and taking them through their own adventures, Kahn plans to wait until the newly joined Nami 3 daughters grow up and have time to take them out on a tour. By the way, when buying elements such as iron ore for Nami, Kahn also bought precious materials through the black market and asked Hancock to melt pure gold with mine metallurgy to make hundreds of jewelry. Some are rings, some are necklaces, some are earrings, some are pendants, etc. The appearance has always been the same, that is, gleaming gold. As mentioned earlier, pure gold is a very special metal. It emits a special ray every moment, and this ray is the key to prolonging life. If you use something in 3.2 to cover these rays, so that these rays cannot touch the human body, then the effect of pure gold will not work. So it's not that Kahn doesn't want to plate something on the pure gold exterior, it's that he can't. So among these hundreds of pieces of jewelry, there are more pendants and necklaces, followed by rings and earrings. If it weren't for the Cross family, who are not afraid of any forces and people's coveting, Kahn actually wants to make all pure gold into necklaces and pendants. After all, the wealth is not exposed. Go out with a sparkling jewelry, even the blind know it's a treasure. And these rings and earrings made of pure gold, Kahn will only give the powerful Hancock a few daughters. Like life maids, they are all necklaces and pendants. Of course, Kahn will also keep a ring for the beautiful maids and give them to them when the time is right. As Kahn thought, he left Wanakuni for nearly a year, and no force dared to offend the Cross family. Not only that, except for some forces and people who have been paying attention to the Cross family, many forces don't even know that Kahn has left New World for nearly a year. There are two main reasons for this. One is the advantage of the arrival of Wanakuni's natural environment. Those who cannot enter the waters of Wanakuni have no idea what happens inside. Especially after the Cross family defeated the Beast's pirates. Originally, there were only 2 islands in this sea area, Wanakuni and Ghost Island, but now it has skyrocketed to 5 islands. As long as Kahn doesn't leave in the direction of the De Rice Rosa Kingdom and the Dakihoti family base camp, no one will know whether the world's strongest creature is Wanakuni. And the second is, over the past year, all the major forces in New World have been attracted by these 2 people. Those 2 were red-headed Shanks who lost an arm in East Blue. No one thought that after Shanks mysteriously lost his best arm in the weakest C-17, except for the weakened swordsmanship, his strength was not weak but strong in other aspects. Especially as Haki is as powerful as an overlord. Even if a strong man who has experienced many battles stands in front of him, he may not be able to hold back a look from him. Coupled with a group of equally powerful companions, although the Red Hair Pirates are small in number, they are as balanced as a fortress of iron and steel. The number of people is larger than them, and the overall strength is not as strong as them. And there are more and stronger people than them in number and strength. Looking at the whole New World, there are only a handful of them. And as more and more pirate groups fall into the hands of Red Hair Pirates, more and more pirate groups hang the flag of Red Hair Pirates and become affiliated forces of Red Hair Pirates. Unknowingly, Red Hair Pirates, just like the Cross family back then, gradually became the only existence in the big pirate group. The Cross family has been developing for 3 years, and only after acquiring the daughter island did it become the only existence. And now it took almost 3 years for Red Hair Pirates to become the only existence in the big pirate group. At this moment, everyone seemed to see a superstar in the pirate world who was rising rapidly. But at this moment, someone stood up and said no. That is the second protagonist in the pirate world this year, Kaido, the beast who was defeated by Kahn and kicked out of Wano Kuni and can only start from scratch outside. Unlike a ship with a rudder stuck in his head, Conqueror's Haki gradually disappears, escapes from prison and cuts off his feet, loses his unparalleled dual-knife swordsmanship, and has to choose the Golden Lion who temporarily retires. Kaido's current strength is still at its absolute peak, and it will even become stronger. Defeated by Kahn, Kaido was convinced. But it does not mean that he will choose to withdraw from the stage of New World hegemony. On the contrary, temporary failure does not mean permanent failure. In other words, it doesn't matter if you keep failing, but as long as you let yourself win, you will immediately come back. Therefore, in order to stand in front of Kahn again and regain everything he lost, after Kaido left Wano Kuni, he only stayed silent for half a year before starting all over again. His method of starting from the beginning is the same as that of Shanks, that is, to defeat the large and small pirate groups in New World and make them become subsidiary forces of Beast's pirates. It's just different from Shanks defeating them, according to the opponent's character, whether it is domineering or loyal solicitation. Kaido will only change his attitude if he sees a good seedling with good strength, and others will force them to surrender. And after those forces surrendered, Kaido did not dismiss them, but took them to attack an island. And the island that even the Pirate Emperor would gather troops to attack is the base camp of the original Blackbeard pirates, and also the birthplace of the pirate game, known as the Pirate Paradise, Hive Island. For Hive Island, no one in the sea knows better than Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard. Because the former boss of this island, and also their former boss, was the only One Piece in the previous era, Rox D. Zebek. Out of respect for Big Brother, after Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido became the overlords of the sea, none of them made a move on Hive Island and included it in their territory. And now, Kaido feels that there is no place more suitable for his comeback than Hive Island. As long as he captures this place, he can quickly gather a large number of troops. Then spend a few more years to refine it, and he will immediately be able to return to the position of the overlord of the sea. As a result, Kaido successfully captured Hive Island. That in turn decades ago has now become the strongest group in the world. And he used to be the high-ranking Pirate Emperor, and he is still the Pirate Emperor now. So, with Kahn's trip to the East Blue this year, Kaido and Shanks stole the show. New World looks like it's going to be a 5-horse future. And this change also makes Marine and world government feel uneasy. Marine feels uneasy because if New World really enters into a situation where 5 emperors stand together, then Marine's right to speak will really be too small. Although Marine, in addition to the 3 admirals, there are 2 legendary Marines, Sengoku and Garp, who are also 5 superpowers. But the only ones who can really mobilize are the 3 generals and the Marine heroes. Marshal Marine is not allowed to leave Marineford at will unless it is absolutely necessary. And the 3 admirals can't be stationed in New World at the same time, because Admiral's profession also protects the Holy Land and naval headquarters. Generally speaking, the target day will be on duty in New World, Holy Land, Mariewa, and naval headquarters. If the 5 guys from New World join forces, their scale and threat will definitely be no less than that of the Rox pirates back then. Fortunately, the chances of them joining forces to 407 are close to 0. What makes the world government feel uneasy is not that the pirate world may enter a situation where 5 emperors will stand together in the future, but the information investigated by Sea Organization. Everyone, including Marine, thought that New World would have 5 maritime overlords in the future. But only the world government knows that it is actually the 6 overlords. When Shanks and Kaido were extremely active, there was actually another faction that was also very active. It's just that that force doesn't belong to the pirate world, but is hidden in the warring nations. That force is the revolutionary army led by Monkey D. Dragon, the son of the marine hero. The tragedy of Ohara made Monkey Dragon determined to form a legion. Over the past 10 years, the size of the revolutionary army has indeed quietly become the hegemony level. Its military strength is greater than that of Kahn and the three overlords combined. However, most of the troops of the Revolutionary Army are ordinary people and the weak, and their comprehensive strength is not as good as the three-day overlord for the time being. Monkey D. Dragon obviously also knows this, so after seeing the cloned and transformed people of Cross family, the father of the Son of Destiny whose goal is to overthrow the world government, also thought of the power of technology. As long as they get the power of science and technology, the strength of the revolutionary army will skyrocket rapidly. Thinking of this in Monkey D. Dragon's mind, he couldn't help but think of the great scientist whom he met in Ohara and refused his recruitment, Vegapunk. A plan unfolded quietly. The rapid rise of the three overlords, and only Kaido's comeback, made Kahn feel a little surprised and premonitioned. The future headquarters is gone. Is this the trend of Marshall D. Teach luck dissipating? Is it because I offered a high price for Logia dark fruit on the black market? Or Kaido will become a stepping stone for Teach in the future? Kahn didn't know which. However, in the next 8 years, if Kahn succeeds in obtaining Logia dark fruit, it will be the first type. If Teach eventually becomes a Logia dark fruit ability user, it means the second type. Thinking of this, Kahn suddenly looked forward to the approaching troubled times. As for the rise of the other two overlords, it was completely within Kahn's expectation. Still the same sentence, there is a theory of fate and luck in this world. Just like Uzumaki Naruto in the next-door Hokage world became the savior of the ninja world, Luffy, as the liberation fighter chosen by Nika Fruit, must have enough strength behind him to be qualified to stand in front of the ultimate villain. And Shanks and Monkey D. Dragon, even the marine hero, is the force behind Luffy. There are still 8 years before the Son of Destiny goes to sea, and 10 years before the Horn of Liberation blows. Shanks and Monkey D. Dragon are now the protagonists favored by luck, and they will be very sleepy no matter what they do. As long as Kahn doesn't intervene, Kahn won't be surprised even if they become the dominant force at sea next year. For their rise, Kahn is also indifferent. Because of their rise, the only ones who are nervous are the Marine and the world government. Not to mention that the Cross family does not have any conflicts with the Red Hair Pirates and the Revolutionary Army for the time being. Even if Shanks and Monkey D. Dragon were given 100 guts, they would not dare to attack the Cross family, which is in the Wanakuni Sea area, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. And no matter how fast their rise is, it is far inferior to the speed at which the Cross family accumulates foundation. The 9 Snake Warriors took over Ninja's body and have been able to use the ability of Paramecia ripe fruit. Clever Robin has also mastered the steps of making duplicates. As long as the materials for making replicas are brought back continuously, Robin and the Ninja Warrior who took over Nin's body can immediately create batches of complete collective reformers. During this year, the Cross family invested an unknown number of billions of Baileys in duplicating and transforming humans. The number of duplicating and transforming people has already skyrocketed to 150,000. 150,000 is a very exaggerated math. In the original Summit War, 100,000 Marine soldiers filled the square, while 150,000 cloned and transformed humans, even if each person fired a laser, could quickly destroy the surface of a large island like Wanakuni. Coupled with a powerful physique and weaponry, 150,000 clones capable of attacking and defending, as well as long-range attacks, even against Alabasta, which has hundreds of thousands of permanent troops, it can easily win. In other words, the current low-end combat power of the Cross family is already at the level of a superpower. But that's not enough. Kahn wanted the number of clones to reach 500,000 before getting the manufacturing methods of the pacifists and Seraphim, and then eliminating the clones. Anyway, these duplicators don't need to eat or drink, they just need regular maintenance. Kahn is not afraid that the 5 islands will not let them go. There are 500,000 duplicating and transforming humans, and the number of Kahn's actual activation is only about 300,000. The remaining 200,000 are used as spares and stored in the underground foundation of the palace. And the 300,000 duplicating and transforming people are divided among the island ships and islands in the front and rear half of the Four Seas and the Grand Line. 89. After recruiting Nami and getting the surprise of Karina, in Kahn's mind, there are no more maid candidates. Even if there were, Kahn didn't bother to take the initiative to recruit them and was ready to see their fate. Because Kahn is running out of stock. Of course, this stock is not the dirty one, but the stock of devil fruit. Among the 13 maids, currently only Kuina is about to undergo surgery, and Karina and Nua Chigao are not capable. In Kahn's hands now, there is only one Logia Mera fruit of the strongest species, and there is no owner yet. Originally, on this trip to East Blue, he also wanted to find Paramecia slippery fruit. But the news of pure gold also made Kahn dispel this idea. After getting the pure gold, Kahn just wanted to go back to Daughter Island immediately and share the happiness with Robin and the others. He didn't want to waste time to go to several islands around Shield's town to find Paramecia slippery fruit. And the maid of the 3 non-capable people, Kuina, is a pure swordsman who can't eat devil fruit. So there are only 2 maids who are not able users. So after returning, Kahn asked Karina and Nua Chigao to follow Robin. After receiving the training from the maid and enriching his knowledge, he took out the Logia Mera fruit and let Karina and Nua Chigao chooses on his own whether to become a Logia Mera fruit-capable user. Except for regular and conceptual devil fruits, Kahn will choose which maid with a high degree of fit to eat, and other unimportant devil fruits Kahn will not force them to eat. Although Logia Mera fruit has the ability to create fire and is immune to physical attacks, Karina still chooses to refuse. The same is true for Nua Chigao. The former chose to refuse because he had his own ideas. The latter refused because she felt that such a precious devil fruit should not be wasted on her. In this regard, Kahn did not force or encourage Nua Chigao, but put away the Logia Mera fruit and then threw the 2 girls to Hancock and asked Hancock to train them as 9 snake warriors. Since you don't have self-confidence, just practice self-confidence. Time flies. The Sea Circle calendar 1512, which was at the end of the year, soon turned to the Sea Circle calendar 1513. However, Nuaz had just turned the page at the end of January 1513 in the Sea Circle calendar. A catastrophe happened. Although this big incident was quickly covered up by the world government and Marine, it still couldn't escape the various forces with amazing intelligence capabilities. And this big event is that one of the last 3 admirals, Zephyr Admiral known as Black Arm, the marine training ship led by him was attacked by pirates at sea. Except for 2 students, all the students were brutally killed. Even Zephyr, the original Marine Admiral, lost a right arm. The original Marine Admiral had his arm broken and killed most of the students in front of him. This is simply an incredible thing. When the forces of all parties learned of this incident, they felt unbelievable. And this incident also made Zephyr, whose family was killed by pirates, gradually begin to blacken. It is only one blow away from the joint efforts of world government and Marine to completely blacken it. The kindest Marine Admiral finally completely blackened. This is the status quo of Marine, and it also shows how corrupt the world government has become after 800 years of ruling the world. As the most powerful Marine Admiral in naval headquarters, his family can be easily found and killed by pirates. This is an incredible thing. There is no protection for the family members of the soldiers. It can be seen that this accident was not operated by Marine itself, but by the world government or CP organization. There must have been a power struggle involved. When the news reached Kahn's ears, Kahn was not surprised at all. Just like Wanakuni's seclusion for hundreds of years, after moving the base camp to this sea area as safe as a windless zone, Kahn will either travel or stay in Daughter Island, living the life of an otaku scientist and a winner in life. See Circle Calendar in February of 1513. With the help of Monet and Kahn, Kuina successfully completed the genetic modification operation and possessed the semi-finished Lunaria physique. As for why it is a semi-finished product? Because Kuina only has the physique of the Lunaria tribe, but does not have the racial talent of the Lunaria tribe, that is, the natural ability to create flames. For this, Kuina is already very satisfied. It is possible to break the physical limitations of a girl without turning into a boy. After Kuina felt the change in her body, she couldn't help but threw herself into Kahn 4/17's arms and shed tears of excitement. At this moment, Kuina completed the heaven-defying change. With her talent in swordsmanship and the incomparably perfect haki system of the 9 snakes, I believe it won't take long for Kuina to become a beautiful swordsman who masters 2-color haki and comprehends cutting steel. Moreover, this swordsman and beautiful girl has a strong physique that can survive no matter what the environment is. Kuina's operation was successful, and Kahn, who had adapted to the identity of a scientist, had a sudden burst of inspiration. Since Paramecia op fruit can do what he imagined, turning a weak Kuina who could die from falling down the stairs into an upgraded human with full potential. Then can I perform surgery on the clones and use the ability of Paramecia op fruit to make them not only have the physique of the Lunaria tribe, but also have the exoskeleton of Germad? The most powerful thing about Germa 66 is not the copying soldiers, but the physique that surpasses ordinary people after birth. The skin is extremely strong, and the bones will heal themselves when broken or smashed. Zoan's awakening is even more powerful, transforming people. After reading the memory of Vince Mo Judge and taking away all his research results, Kahn can manufacture both replicating soldiers and transforming humans. It was just the combination of Quinn's research results that made Kahn choose the latter between human-biased clones and half-robot, half-transformed clones. Because the clone soldiers are just cannon fodder with a strong physique. The latter is more expensive, but it has lasers that only pacifists have, as well as Quinn's weapon device, integrated attack and defense, and long-range attacks. After Kuina's genetic modification surgery was successful, Kahn had even more brain-opening ideas. That is, he doesn't seem to need to read Vegapunk's memory, and he can create a perfect work that is different from pacifists and serifs. Kahn, who has the ability of Paramecia op fruit, can completely create an exoskeleton that combines Germa 66, Lunaria's physique, laser and weapon devices, and even use Germa 6666, is the perfect battle suit. In this way, this perfect work is a monster that integrates offense and defense, can fly into the sky and escape from the ground, has a strong physique, amazing resilience, is proficient in both melee and long-range combat, and can even be invisible. Such a monster, even if it can't compare with Seraphim in the original book, the gap should not be too big. And it can also be invisible and fly, so even if you can't beat Seraphim, you can escape easily. Thinking of this, Kahn was suddenly full of motivation. Therefore, after Kahn paid the public rations to Robin and his daughters, he handed over the task of building Grantine East Blue, Grantine South Blue, and Grantine North Blue. I gave Robin a few daughters. And I brought Monet, and the 9-snake warrior who took over Arn's body, lived in the underground base and began to realize his inspiration. Once the perfect work of the Cross family is born, then the low-end combat power and high-end combat power of the Cross family will surpass the other 2 overlords in an instant, and there are 3 other futures who are rising rapidly the total power of the overlord. At that time, the Cross family will be the undisputed number 1 overlord of the pirate world in the Dark World. Even in the face of the full combat power of naval headquarters, it is completely capable of fighting. The reason why Marine is the true overlord of the sea under the world government is because the high-end combat power and low-end combat power of this organization are more than the sum of the forces of the overlords of the New World. The Marine Marshal and the Marine Hero, as well as the 3 admirals, are just the superpowers standing on the highest peak in the world, and there are 5 of them. The strength is no less than the admiral alternates of 7 warlords of the sea, and they also have 2. There are also double-digit vice admirals, 3 digits starting rear admirals and school officers, and 100,000 elite soldiers. Counting the ordinary soldiers in 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, Marines' total strength is definitely in the millions. However, in terms of military strength, the Marine side is definitely not as good as the Cross family. If the Summit War breaks out now, and the participating parties are the Cross family, then the 150,000 clones of the Cross family will definitely make the 100,000 elites of the Marine side feel desperate. However, the sum of the Marines' high-end combat power is too amazing. If there is a fight, the Cross family must lose. Therefore, as long as the Cross family is equal to or even overtakes Marine in terms of high-end combat power, then the Cross family will be the dominant force of naval headquarters size. And the perfect work is the hope of the Cross family to overtake Marine. As such, June's motivation has never been greater. As long as a perfect work is created, what son of destiny, father of son of destiny, leader of son of destiny, even if they unite, so what? So, Kahn disappeared again. Luo Zhongnu had long been used to his disappearance. Even the people around me are used to it, let alone the world. Kahn, no. It's the Cross family, to be precise, and it's not the first time that it's been low-key. From the end of C Circle calendar 1503, every time Kahn makes a big noise, it will enter a 5-year low-key period. Then when the whole world had forgotten about such a number one person, he suddenly made a major event that shocked the world, and his status skyrocketed. It has been 10 years since he entered the Grand Line. The total number of shots taken by Kahn can be counted on 2 hands. Just less than 1 shot made him the youngest emperor of the sea, the number 2 in the pirate world, and a veritable representative of the new generation. Except for some forces with strong intelligence capabilities who knew that Kahn had played in East Blue for a year last year, other forces and the world thought that Kahn had been staying in Daughter Island and kept a low profile as in previous years. Time flies, and the C Circle calendar comes to 1514 in the blink of an eye. This year is a very special year, because this year is the Quadrennial World Summit. In previous World Summits, there was almost no change in the top 50 countries. But this year, among the top 50 countries, there are a few more unfamiliar faces. The familiar faces from before are no longer on the invitation list. They all fell out of the list of the top 50 countries. The reasons for their falling behind are different. For example, the Kingdom of Magnetic Drum, known as the world's largest medical power, was poached by the Cross family because of their doctors not only lost their main source of income, but also lost their reputation accumulation. This led to the sudden change of the Drum Kingdom from the world's largest medical power to an ordinary member country. Ordinary affiliated countries are not eligible to participate in World Summit. What replaced the Drum Kingdom was the Kingdom of De Rice Rosa. Yes, the Kingdom of De Rice Rosa. As the saying goes, one person attains the Tao, and the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. After Kahn became the Emperor of the Sea, the biggest beneficiaries are undoubtedly the subsidiary forces of the Cross family. In particular, world government is inseparable from the Cross family's unique drug, high-quality cold weapons and sea stone, which makes Capone Beach in West Blue and Scarlet in New World both black and white. In West Blue, Capone Beach was the overlord, and now Marine needs to please him. Not only because Capone Beach is now the richest person in West Blue, but also because beside Capone Beach, there are 4-figure replicators who can be mobilized, let alone Marine. Even the Land of Flowers, one of the overlords of West Blue, dare not provoke Capone Beach at will. Now West Blue is black and white, and most of the weapons in their hands are produced by the Cross family. In the original Generation of Evil, Capone Beach is now the biggest winner. Unless Kahn asks, Capone Beach won't be in the Grand Line at all. That small route, compared with one of the 4 largest seas in the world, how can it be compared to the largest sea or beyond? Scarlet's De Rice Rosa Kingdom is the target of the world government's initiative to show favor. Although Kahn didn't say so, the whole world knows that the Kingdom of De Rice Rosa is the first subsidiary power of the Cross family. The Kingdom of De Rice Rosa, backed by the Cross family, can also completely break away from the ranks of the franchise countries of the world government. With the depth of cooperation between the Cross family and the world government, Kahn made a request to leave on behalf of Scarlet. In order to get the 5 Elders of Seastone, Kahn will definitely sell Kahn's face. But Kahn didn't do that, and instead made Scarlet pay a lot of money every year. Despite such a small amount of money for Kahn, the richest man in the world, it is not even a dime. But his overtures also made 5 elders feel good about Kahn. This is a pirate emperor who understands the world. And in the past 10 years, Kahn has only killed 1 celestial dragons, because the latter broke the rules first. For the rest of the time, he develops his family in a low-key manner, more like a businessman than a pirate. Doing business with people in the dark world is also full of credibility, and there is nothing to say about their character. Most importantly, there is no D in Kahn's name, which makes him almost zero threat in the eyes of the 5 elders. Therefore, the 5 elders don't mind maintaining a long-term friendly relationship with Kahn until they have the power to manipulate the Cross family at will. The stronger Kahn is, the stronger the Cross family is, and the friendship between them will be deeper and even last forever. Inviting the Kingdom of Derice Rosa to World Summit is a testament to their friendship. Except for the Drum Kingdom and the Derice Rosa Kingdom, which were replaced because of the Cross family, the other kingdoms that were replaced were not as far away as the Drum Kingdom. The Drum Throne just declined, and the other kingdoms were targeted by some organization. The people overthrew the royal family and nobles and let the kingdom change its owner. And the reason why those people were able to overthrow the royal family and nobles was because there was a mysterious power helping them. That force is the Revolutionary Army. The theme of this year's World Summit also revolves around the Revolutionary Army, a non-governmental organization, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. When the World Summit ended, the Neonpao news caused a sensation all over the world. The headline of this news is "The World's Most Ferocious Criminal, the Man Who Offered a Bounty of 5 billion Baileys." As for the cover picture, there is only one reward order. The head portrait of the reward order is a man wearing a cloak with a tattooed face. This man has only one title and one word name. Revolutionary Army Leader Long. The bounty offered, 5 billion Baileys, regardless of life or death. Seeking flowers. 0. The world government knows Monkey D. Dragon's identity and his full name. Not only the world government, but also many people in Marine know the identity and full name of Monkey D. Dragon. But none of them said or published Monkey Long's full name on Hui Changling. If Monkey D. Dragon's full name is published on the reward order, it will be a huge blow to the world government and Marine. Because Monkey D. Dragon is the son of Marine hero Monkey D. Garp. The Marine hero is the flag of Marine and a symbol of justice. In Marine, the Marine hero is more famous than the Marine Marshal. Even if it's just a Vice Admiral, Garp's privilege is no less than Admiral. 00. Countless soldiers chose to be a Marine because of Garp. So the son of a hero, becoming the #1 criminal in the world government, would make Marine doubt his own justice. Therefore, world government and naval headquarters not only cannot expose, but also deliberately cover up the news that Monkey D. Garp and Monkey D. Dragon are a father and son. This is why in the original book, after Garp told Luffy's life experience in front of his subordinates, the sailors would drop their jaws. Someone even said that this was the first time he had heard the full name of the Revolutionary Army Dragon. The first reward was as high as 5 billion Baileys, which shows how high the threat of Monkey Dragon is in the eyes of the world government. If Monkey D. Dragon is not a pirate, then this bounty will make him overtake Kahn directly and become the #2 in the pirate world. And Monkey D. Dragon's bounty of 5 billion has also let the whole world know the Revolutionary Army, a non-governmental organization. Despite the sudden world fame, the Revolutionary Army, which developed more low-key than the Cross family, suddenly became a superstar. But the increase in popularity has also caused more and more people who are full of hatred for the world government and desperate for this world to choose to join the Revolutionary Army, determined to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons. A young dragon slayer is rising at an incredible speed. After he fully grows, it's time for the dragon slayer to confront the evil dragon that has ruled the world for 800 years. It's just that if the dragon slayer kills the evil dragon, whether it will become a new evil dragon is unknown. In other words, the dragon slayer may die on the way to find the evil dragon. He world gradually became familiar. The underground base of Daughter's Island, Kahn looked at Monkey D. Dragon's reward order and whispered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Traveling to the end of Roger's era, if it weren't for the start of the game, Kahn would definitely feel panic and confusion, because he was full of strangeness to that era. It is definitely a very difficult thing for an adult who has lived in peace for more than 20 years and travels by car or plane to suddenly live in a pirate world full of islands and dangers. But fortunately, God is very kind to him. Tianhu's start gave him the strength to survive even in the strongest sea. The advantage of being familiar with the plot is that after he entered the Grand Line, it only took 10 years to build the Cross family into the world's #1 family that is not weaker than the Whitebeard pirates. And now it's only see Circle Calendar 1514. 27 is still 6 years away from the beginning of the plot, and 6 years away from the beginning of the troubled times. Now Kahn already has the confidence to sit firmly on the Dio Yutai. When the last step, that is, the birth of the perfect work of Cross family, Kahn has the power to change the world with ease. In this world where there are theories of fate and luck, if someone can see luck. At this time, Kahn's luck must be amazing. Maybe it's the reason of bad luck. Just when Kahn threw away the bounty offered by Monkey D. Dragon and continued to create the perfect work of Cross family, a phone rang suddenly. Blue, 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 blue. Few people know Kahn's phone number. Currently, there are only 3 kinds of people who know Kahn's phone number. One is our own people, the other is 5 elders, and the third is people from the dark world. Among them, Kahn received the most calls, naturally from his own people. But this time, it was someone from the dark world who called and brought Kahn some ecstatic news. Yaxamoxi. Your Excellency Kahn, there is news about the Logia dark fruit you offered a reward for. Hearing this, Kahn almost couldn't help pinching the microphone he just picked up, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and asked calmly, "Are you sure? Has this news leaked out?" The ones who found Logia dark fruit are a group of pirates. They are well aware of the importance of 10 billion, and they are hiding in a place that even we don't know. The person from the dark world said, "We are not sure about Logia. Whether the dark fruit is real or not, the other party only faxed a photo, without the actual object, so it is difficult for us to determine whether this devil fruit is real or fake. You contact them and tell them that I am the one who offered the reward for Logia dark fruit, and I was the one who offered the bounty for Paramecia, op fruit back then." Kahn said in a deep voice, "Tell them if the Logia dark fruit is real, I promise they can get 10 billion Baileys, and there will be no danger to their lives. If this Logia dark fruit is fake, now I don't hold a grudge against them for canceling the deal. But if they're trying to swindle some money out of it, then even if they flee to the calm zone. Also do not escape death." "I see, Your Excellency." The phone bug imitated the person opposite, nodded and said, "I will convey your words to them verbatim." After finishing speaking, the people from the dark world hung up the phone on their own initiative. Blue, 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 blue. Not long after, the phone bug rang again. As soon as the connection was made, the person from the dark world immediately said, "Your Excellency Kahn," after the other party learned that the person offering the reward for Logia dark fruit was you, they immediately requested a transaction. "Where is the location?" Kahn asked hastily. "They're in the Golden City." When answering, the phone bug showed a strange expression and said in a slightly appreciative tone, "The pirates knew that the Golden City is a place where Shirtake power is forbidden, so after getting the Logia dark fruit, they immediately hid in the Golden City." "That's right, it's a very smart move." Kahn also smiled slightly and said, "In this case, please tell them, let them go directly to the Gold Hotel. I will call Sonia and ask Sonia to make a deal for them in person." "Yes, Your Excellency Kahn." The phone bug nodded, then hung up the phone. Immediately, Kahn and the people from the dark world, Chi-Chi, contacted Sonia and the pirates on the Tianhu world. Blue, 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 blue. Another half an hour later, Kahn's phone rang again. Master, the item is here. The call was Sonia's return call. The first sentence she spoke made Kahn look happy and then asked, "Are you sure it's true?" "It is true." Sonia replied, "I sucked their blood and confirmed the authenticity by reading the memory. This devil fruit was found by them, not forged." "Didn't kill them?" Kahn frowned slightly. "No, I have already handed over 10 billion to them." Sonia, who knows that her master attaches great importance to reputation, hastily said, "You did very well." Kahn nodded in satisfaction. "A little money, there is no need to destroy the reputation we have built up with great difficulty. Just like this transaction, if it weren't for our cross-family full of credibility in the dark world, they would not dare to make a transaction with us so decisively. So other aspects can be black and white, but in terms of transactions, we must have credibility." "Yes, master." Sonia, who is preached, and Kaido, who is well-behaved. "Wait for me there, I'll go find you now." After Kahn finished speaking, he hung up the phone. After talking to Monet, Kahn walked out of the underground base, soared into the sky, and turned into a full-body dragon, headed towards the location of the Tianhu world. On the way, Kahn had a very human smile on that dragon face. Obviously, Kahn was in a very happy mood at this time. After a few phone calls, he not only got the most vicious Logia dark fruit in history, but also confirmed one thing. That is the current him, who can already influence the so-called fate. Luffy and Blackbeard in the original book are undoubtedly the old enemies destined by heaven. Compared with their growth methods, their personalities are opposite, and even their fruit attributes are also opposite. The only thing that is the same is that during the Onijima chapter, the Straw Hat Pirates were hacking collectively, and the Blackbeard Pirates were also hacking collectively. After the end of the Oni 3.1 Island chapter, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates have become strong. And the members of the Blackbeard Pirates also became demon fruit power. Although Kahn only saw that the final chapter had just begun, he traveled to the world of pirates. But he is very sure that there will be a battle between Luffy and Teach, the Straw Hat Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates. To use the vocabulary of novels to describe, if Luffy is the protagonist of Destiny, then Teach is the villain of Destiny. And the key to transforming Teach from a low-key guy to a villain of Destiny is Logia Dark Fruit. Without the Logia Dark Fruit, Teach is just a powerful freak. Without Logia Dark Fruit, Teach would lose the aura of the villain of Destiny and could no longer be the same as the original. And Kahn, who captured the Logia Dark Fruit, undoubtedly replaced Blackbeard and became the real villain of Destiny.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.